All right. Well, Caramel Cup 2024, 11th annual. We're gonna get into pre-rolls now.
Not bother me.
Pre-roll judge kits.
And he doesn't smoke much.
Okay.
Got bad breath.
Open it up.
I have a question for everybody at the table.
Okay. Question.
On a regular day, how many doobies do you smoke? You can not answer if you want.
Oh, I don't.
6, 8. Your Tesla.
I'd say a dozen.
10.
I don't know. That's the first thing I do when I wake up.
Yeah, I'm somewhere around 10 to 12.
Yeah.
There are days where it's fewer.
Yeah, and more, I'm sure.
Correct.
Some days.
Like
You know.
today.
Like
All right.
today.
Today.
I'm already at my limit.
This-
and
this-
it's only 2:30.
What
So
we have here, they are tubes with the number
oh,
on.
cool. Uh-oh.
And
Two
like
down,
the
two down.
buds, they all look the same.
We wait until after we eat.
Oh. Did you want to do that? I don't know how long until it's ready.
I
There's
can't
one
eat to
behind
do
you.
all this.
It could be, yeah. it's
Well,
right
you
now.
come and see because I'm not one for barbecuing.
No,
So
she's not. I do the barbecue.
I turned it up a bit.
Deb's coming over to help you.
oh, thanks, Al.
Oh, I thought that's what you were doing getting up.
Can I?
We don't eat hamburgers.
So with this, with the pre-rolls, the testing includes overall visual appeal. So what does the pre-roll look like?
Oh, okay, I get you.
And it's with the one end, right? Sort of like that last bud. Sorry, you missed that.
I'm
Give me
on
picture on
knee
purpose
rolls, not pre-rolls.
for comment.
There are 14 questions in total.
Wow. Same questions.
Yeah, overall visual appeal, quality of
Better
the
hurry up.
roll.
Hamburger. We're gonna have them ate pretty soon.
Selection of rolling paper.
You put it back in the
Yeah, I was reading those questions. There's going to be some.
The dip. You put it back in the
Yeah. Well, it comes down to
Okay,
what the
I'll
producer
look for it.
uses, right?
I'm gonna fill it up, Bob.
And everybody uses the same stuff.
The one thing I hate about some of the
Closer
pre-rolls.
to the mic, Al. We can barely hear you.
Well, yeah, I see that. Yeah, the longer filters than the actual canvas. Selection of rolling paper. Selection of filter. So everything's probably gonna have a filter on it. You know, people don't like non-filters because they get cannabis in the mouth. Well, what are you doing when you make some butter and you put it in your,
Yeah, I don't
you know? Some people leave the cannabis buds in their butter
know.
and then they make their product.
I definitely don't care about filters at all.
I don't use
Not
one.
me either. I don't like filters
Yeah,
at
I
all.
don't use one. I've been making.
I don't even like pre-rolls, to be honest.
Hey, so we got
Just tear it off the side of a cigarette pack or a rolling paper pack.
yeah. Can you do that with your gazette?
That's my second favorite thing about these packs is
They're pretty strong. Yeah. That's why I asked. Can you do it with the gazette?
If I cut it and then split the gazette sheet in half, and then I can roll.
Yeah.
The
You
cardboard.
gotta take scissors to it, so it's
Oh, yeah.
stiff. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a bit of short.
Now, as far as there's a selection of filters. Dry inhale taste. Okay, so that means gotta go around to everybody, and everybody takes a dry inhale before we light it. Right? Okay. And then similar question: does the aroma translate to taste? The smoking experience, harsh to smooth, ash color. This is the second half. It's similar to the second half.
yeah.
Tamara asked a question, Al.
Who?
Tamara.
Hi, Tamara. 6 strains of flour, 2 different packages. Right.
7.
No, there's 7 strains of flour, and there's actually 8. Oh, sorry. There are 3 cannabis bud judging kits that are flour. In each kit is 7 strains, and they're individually wrapped. right here. Today we are testing we're testing a bud strain. We tested the bud flower, 7 strains with 15 questions.
Those were indica, right?
Those were indica. Al's been letting us know about the sativas. And then now we're on to the pre-rolls. And these are submitted by licensed producers. I have no clue whether they're a sativa or an indica or a hybrid. It's just
really? Okay.
just one category. I see smoke at the barbecue, so I thought I'd better just check
Oh,
it.
jeez.
Better check it out.
I thought Deb was right there.
Uh-huh.
Okay. And it's good to see, like, they're in the tube, so they should be well protected. There's no reason for them to be squished or anything along that line.
I'm curious if they got those mini bovitas in there. A lot of times they have those mini moisture packs in the tubes.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I like the Bovitas.
Hi, I'm Timmy.
And I'm Mary Jane. He's the newbie,
She's the doobie, and this is the show
where we toke cannabis
talk.
from both sides.
Is that even possible? Coming up on today's show, we're going to be finding out what's been happening in the news, including a conversation with Barry Smith, the director of content from Lyft & Co.
Our word of the week this week will be hempwick.
And as well, we'll be having a high five list, which is the top 5 most interesting, impactful, and powerful bears in history.
Ooh, I look forward to that list. And after that, we are going to do a Mary Jane strain, and I'm going to tell you what ATF stands for.
And I am ATF.
I don't think that's right, Timmy.
After that, with a conversation with Shaw Claire, part 3 of our interview with the Canadian rapper.
This podcast is for adults only, should not be used as a meal replacement, and may contain nuts.
Hey everybody, and welcome back to another episode of The Newbie and the Doobie. My name is Timmy. I am the newbie.
Mary Jane, I am the doobie.
Today is Party with Your Bear Day.
I know, and I'm sad because I forgot my bear at home.
Do you usually have your bear with you?
I don't. That's why I left it at home. Because I forgot it was Party with Your Bear Day.
Your bear was partying too hard last night and was like, I'm not getting up for an early morning of podcast recording.
You know?
Yeah.
Well, she sings too.
What does she sing?
A Beatles classic.
Okay, let me guess. I'm gonna go with how sad it is that I don't know any Beatles classics. Oh, Hard Day's
I
Night.
thought you were just gonna say help.
Oh, that would be a good
Right?
one
'Cause
too.
you needed
Yeah.
help.
Okay, Hard Day's Night.
No.
No.
And we're not gonna.
Yellow Submarine.
Oh no.
Oh, that would have been a good one though. That's a song my mom used to sing to me while I was holding my bear when I was a kid. Yellow
Aw.
Submarine. We all live.
Was there a reason?
in a
Did you
yellow
did you
submarine.
have a submarine toy? Or
I was born and raised in a submarine off the coast of
Okay.
Newfoundland, actually. Yep.
not Ireland?
No, not off the coast of Ireland. My dad had already come here. But interesting though, this is so funny. You know that the Canadian military, we're in Canada, by the way, for those of you who don't know, the Canadian military has 3 submarines. 2 of them are in the West Edmonton Mall.
Because they're doing us good there.
So it's like, we got a war coming.
Wait, are they a
clear
tourist
out everybody?
thing? Like, can you go inside them?
Yeah, apparently, yeah. I think you can like go. Yeah.
I've always wanted
Did
to
you
go to
see
the
it?
West Edmonton Mall. That is on my bucket list. I want to ride the roller coaster in the West Edmonton
Well,
Mall.
and go on some submarines. You see the guys going in there going, guys, listen, hey, put down the chocolate bar. I need you and you. Help. We need to carry this submarine outside because we've got a war.
They had to have obviously either built the mall around these submarines, or the more
dismantled them.
likely, dismantled the subs
And brought them in.
and brought them there.
Then you start to question how they got put together in the first place. Are they even stable now? Who knows? Maybe Jim, the custodian of the mall, was like, "Hey, Jim, can you put that submarine together?" He's like, he had to learn some little tricks of
How to weld.
glue and stuff, and
How to
so
weld.
who knows? But anyways, that may or may not be true. That's something we do on this show, is spout off information.
Yeah,
that
we don't know
may,
if Jim
may or may
had
not be
any
true.
part in that.
The submarine story is true, but we don't know if the
See,
custodian's
now,
name is
now
really
I'm hungry.
Jim.
I said sub, and I was like,
Oh wait,
when you're
okay.
saying did they put it together properly, I'm thinking about like lettuce and tomato. like,
Okay, let's talk about the sub thing because I still want to talk about the bear.
no, I don't want to.
Okay, so there was a sign on the side of the road, right? And it said subs.
No, it didn't.
What did it say?
It said the sub shop,
Oh, sub shop. That's right. The sub
but it was spelled.
SHOPPE.
Yeah. No.
Well, sub was spelled SUB.
No, SUB, but it was SHOP, wasn't
Oh,
it?
you crazy SUB? Isn't that what people say?
SOE.
Oh, okay. I've heard people say that, I think.
Sun under a bit. I didn't finish it. I said
No,
bit.
you said sun.
I did.
Okay. So the sign read the sub shop,
Yes.
right? And
I don't even want to say it.
tell the story. The listeners and watchers
No, this
really
is
want to
your
hear this.
story.
I know, but it's a good story. Go ahead.
It's a horrible story because I thought it was like the prop store.
So
Do you know what a prop store is?
a prop store sells props,
What kind?
like for movies and
Nope.
stuff. What kind of props?
For boats.
Oh, like propellers.
Haha. See, and this is where I was trying. This is where my confusion was. I just don't
You thought
understand why I was
selling
with subs.
sub propellers.
No, I thought it was parts for submarines.
Okay, all right.
I didn't know that only 3 of our submarines, 2 of them were in the mall, or else I would have been like, that's a sandwich shop.
I was like, clearly that's a sandwich shop, and we had a very long
No,
discussion.
in all fairness, you were doing a job where you were delivering baked goods to
Tarts,
this location. So you were in that store. You knew what was being sold
but
inside.
even if there wasn't a store,
No, I stand by what I say,
No,
like
if
a prop store.
If I see the sign, the sub shop, in my mind and deep within my heart, I know that this place is selling submarine sandwiches.
Who sells submarine sandwiches in Canada other than Subway, Mr. Sub, and Quizno Subs? Those are the sub places. Who has a sub shop?
You only know the big boys. What about the mom and pop shops? The
They
mom
sell
and pop
other
sub
foods
shops.
too. They never
this-
specialize in just subs. I've never seen. So I was like, okay.
Well, I think
I didn't want to get into this.
this is something that we should mention. Go on to our social media. This is something I think for sure we will mention. If you see the word the sub shop or the words, do you automatically assume that it's submarine sandwiches? I do.
Oh yeah, I
You
tried
don't.
saying that it wasn't like a submarine or something like that. I don't know what I was,
It was-
obviously not thinking.
It was a very weird conversation, but for the record, as she often tells me, it's never the weed.
No, it was never the weed.
It's never the weed.
No.
So I did want to give my
Pay
good
homage.
friend some
Oh,
love
be
and
careful with him.
and some recognition. So this here,
Hold its head up.
it's like a little baby. This here is Bear.
Not Barry.
Not Barry. This here is Bear.
Not Fluffy.
This is one of my first stuffed animals. I had Bear and I had Monkey, who is actually in a pink baby suit right now. I probably should have brought Monkey because Bear literally has never been separated from Monkey. This is the first time Bear has taken a road trip, like ever.
Is that why he looks
So
dead
Monkey has a pink baby suit that was
Like a
mine.
onesie?
It's a onesie that
Okay.
I put on Monkey. So Bear and Monkey, they were also friends with Hippo, and they also had a friend named Elephant. Now, Bear's nickname was King because my sister had Queen. They were the king and queen of all of the stuffed animals.
Okay.
So like we had a whole world, but we weren't very creative. Like you would think like I'm a stand-up comic, I'm a
I can tell
writer.
like it was literally Monkey.
Monkey was a monkey.
And Bear.
And a hippo was actually a hippo.
See, it would be funny if Hippo was named Monkey.
Right?
But you didn't even do that.
I didn't even like pull off the irony or whatever that could have been.
Well, since we're talking about lack of creativity, every single doll or baby or Barbie that I ever got was named Jessica.
Okay, all right.
If you search, I'm pretty sure the number one girl name the year I was born,
It was Jessica.
it was Jessica.
And that's how, wow.
And I don't know if because I wasn't named Jessica and in my class there was a lot of girls named Jessica.
Right.
That, you know, Jessica was the pretty one. Jessica was the popular one. Jessica was...
Well, when you have that many Jessicas, they can all have a title.
Exactly.
Right? Jessica was everyone.
Exactly.
Well, fun fact, the number one name of boys when I was born was Bear.
No. Interesting.
True story. True story. So this is my Bear, legitimately from my childhood. I don't know what used to be on the keychain. He's got a pin of Garfield. Garfield
nice.
was the first cartoon character that I ever drew. So one day
Can
I wanted
I see
to be
the pin? I'm a pin
Yeah, don't
person.
take it off.
No, I know. That's why I asked to see.
Like, is there an age on this?
Well, there's no age on the button. That's what I was looking for. A number.
Okay, this says
There's no
actually it
number.
does. It says copyright 1978.
Wow. So Bear has been with you since you were 5.
Since I was 5.
See, I have stuffed animals still from my childhood, but I have Wrinkles, the dog.
Yeah,
Do you remember
I
Wrinkles?
remember-
You could put your hand in the back. And,
Yeah,
and
I remember
like a
the
puppet.
Wrinkles, yep.
He was my best friend. I don't have my glowworm anymore, which I
remember
absolutely
glowworm.
I wish I had my glowworm.
I remember those commercials.
Right.
Yep.
And I have an Alf doll
Mm-hmm.
that I still have, and I have an ET doll. So
Nice.
I clung to those things that I loved the show Elf.
Mm.
I loved the movie E.T. And my glowworm got me through many, many nights because I hate sleeping in the dark, or at least I used to. Now I sleep with like this thing over my
Mask
eyes
over
and
your
ears.
Yeah.
I have this thing. I don't want bugs. Bugs
Want
in it.
bugs
Like
to climb
it
over your
muffles
ears.
the sound. That's what I tell everyone. It muffles the sound. That's what I'm saying, and I'm sticking to it.
Nice.
But yeah, I have those. But you can't change Alf's name.
Well, you can. You can.
No, it's
No,
Alf.
well, I guess it's kind of like when you
Alien
got
life
those
form.
Cabbage Patch dolls, right? They came with a name, and that was their name. But I could name Bear because he didn't have a name.
Cabbage Patch
this is
dolls.
his TV debut. We used to do stage plays with him growing up, but this is his TV, podcast, YouTube debut. Ladies and gentlemen,
And he's sticking his tongue out.
hello to Bear. This is my buddy. I'm so happy about that.
It would have been really funny if he would have fell off the shelf.
So I'd like to know which month that was, but yeah, I had him when I was 5. So that's.
Do we have time to call your mother? Be like that show. Would you like to call a friend?
I find out how old Bear is. I should look into that.
I'll send her a message.
We don't know his birthday, but we do know some celebrity birthdays. Let's get to those before we get the rest of the show going. What do we got today?
We have Maggie Gyllenhaal.
Maggie Gyllenhaal. I do know her. She was in Batman.
Isn't she Jake's sister?
She is Jake's sister.
Okay. I know Jake.
I used to think they were married, but they're not.
Oh, no. No, they look too much alike, too. Although some married couples, if you're married long enough, you spend enough time together, they say you tend to look like
in
the
some
other
places,
person.
you can marry your sister, too. So who knows?
Okay, moving on.
Okay, so how old is Maggie?
Maggie is 44.
44, okay.
We also have Missy Pyle from Galaxy Quest.
Which I have never seen. I think that's the Tim Allen movie. But we did some research, and here is where we have a mutual connection.
Okay, yeah, this blew me away because I was like, oh, Missy Pyle has been in multiple things. There's one role I do not know what it is. Speaking of marrying your family members, it's Harold and Kumar.
She was in Harold and Kumar?
She's in Harold and Kumar where they meet.
Which one?
They meet them in a cabin. I can't remember. They meet them in a cabin, and they're like, hide in the basement. It must be number 2, because they're running from the police.
I'm sure it was probably called Harold and Kumar Go to a Cabin.
Well, they end up in the basement, and they're like, shh, be quiet. And then all of a sudden, there's like this like cyclops downstairs. Turns out it's their kid.
Okay.
Yeah, anyways, she plays like the weird cousin,
all right,
married, whatever. So like she's been in lots and lots of movies. And I was like, oh my God, yeah, of course. She's in Galaxy Quest. And I love that movie. So that's got to go on the bucket list.
Right.
But when you told me that she was in Dodgeball, I'm like, no, that was Ben Stiller's wife. That was the Christine girl. And you're like, no.
No. We're talking. She played Fran.
And I'm like, no way. Fran had a unibrow.
Yeah, look at the pictures. Believe me, I had no idea. Look at Missy Pyle and then look at Fran. And you tell me.
He goes laser, blazer, grazer, and Fran.
You tell me that Dodgeball did not deserve an Academy Award for makeup and costume for that movie.
It's as good as Monster with Charlize Theron.
Missy Pyle.
You wouldn't have even recognized
Fran. Seriously, look it up.
Yeah.
And who's our last one today?
I just want to say Missy is turning 49.
49.
Looking pretty good for 49.
Looking very good for 49.
And Brooke Elliott from Drop Dead Diva is looking very beautiful at 47.
47. All of them younger than I am.
Yeah, older than me, but I hope I look as good as they do.
As Fran? You're on your way.
I plugged.
Well, how about this? Are we ready to get rolling?
Oh, Timmy, you know I'm always ready for that.
Roll it! What's been happening in the news?
In India, a highly venomous snake was rescued from a fishing net.
That snake was so thankful that to show its gratitude, it had its rescuer for dinner. And in other news, scientists have now proved that fish use poisonous snakes as bait.
Chicago firefighters rescue groom's wedding band from a sewer immediately following the ceremony.
Unfortunately, they were unable to save that marriage, which has apparently already gone down the drain.
Illusionist escapes straitjacket 300 times in 8 hours for Guinness World Record.
Now, that would seem very impressive unless you understand the meaning of the word illusionist. He was not even in a straitjacket. He literally took a jacket, put it on, took it off 300 times, but that doesn't sound nearly as exciting. You know that it took that man a minute and a half each time he took that straitjacket? Look, check this out. Time me. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi, 5 Mississippi, 6 Mississippi, 7 Mississippi, 8 Mississippi. I literally would shatter that record and then say, I'm an illusionist.
Man swapped wife's cat 6 years ago. She still has no clue.
For the last 6 years, that same man has had to bite his tongue every time his wife made note that he didn't notice her new haircut.
Georgian judge banishes elf on the shelf from his county.
Elf appears on Georgia's judge's fireplace mantle. Georgia judge banishes elf from mantles. Elf appears in Georgia judge's sock drawer. Georgia judge presses stalking charges, pun intended. Georgia police dismiss Georgia judge's crazy Scrooge fears. Elf appears in Georgia prison after killing Georgia judge. Now he's serving 25 years to life.
I'm glad we don't live in Georgia. British Columbian woman distracted by cell phone gets licked by bear on front porch.
And in related news, a woman watching a viral video of a woman being distracted on her phone and getting licked by a bear was mauled by a bear.
Okay, so now for the cannabis news. We had the pleasure of speaking with Barry Smith from Lift & Co. this week.
Here is that conversation. And today we've got with us our guest, Barry Smith. He's the director of content from Lift & Co., the expo that's coming up. Barry, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you very much for having me. I really appreciate it.
What is Lift? What is happening? And how can we get people to get down there and check it out?
This is an event that's for newbies, and the aficionados as well, right? So it's people who are interested in finding out what kind of new product there are, because they may have experimented with cannabis in the past from a recreational standpoint, or even from the medical standpoint, and looking at it from a therapeutic sort of perspective. And they might even also be going because they're looking for their elderly parents and whether there's some solutions there from a therapeutic standpoint. So it's very much industry, like you said, but it's also very much consumer and patient oriented as well. So we can kind of cover the whole gambit. And it's also sort of split up into chunks, So, for example, we have the Lift Cannabis Business Conference, which is very much a sort of business strategy, C-suite, full day, comprehensive business conference. It's sort of separate from the expo. It's the day before. Right. And then we have 3 days of the expo. The first day is an industry day. So that's all those folks who work in the industry that are professionals. We program everything. And then if that's my principal responsibility, is to do the research, identify what the topic should be, and find really good speakers to talk to those topics. So on industry day, for example, it's for those professionals at all levels of the industry, whether you are working in it already or you want to work in it. And then it's also for those who are looking to advance their career, maybe look at the competition and see if there's opportunities where, in other companies. So we try to make sure it's very broad in its appeal on this industry day. Right. And then on the Saturday and Sunday, the consumer days weekend, that's focused on consumers and patients. And it's all about identifying new products, seeing what the licensed producers have to show, what the retailers are. So it really is giving people a fun, sort of entertaining, a lot of pizzazz, but it's an education as well. I'm really excited about it, and I'm very proud of what we've produced. We've had plenty of time to do it in a sense because of COVID, having to delay and so on. Yeah. But we really did want to be bold, and we wanted to be like the early bird and get back out. We're very much adhering to what the provincial rules are, and doing our very best to make that as streamlined as possible at registration. So we're very confident about that.
I know you guys are kind of like Canada's Wonderland in the fact that they're always trying to bring something new next year. What am I going to see this year that's different and new and exciting that I'm going to get excited about?
We've also added this year a Lift Psychedelics Business Summit as well. So this is the first time where there's a business focused event all day, again, comprehensive, and again, sort of that sort of strategy and sort of C-suite folks. That's on the November 19th. It's the same day that actually the industry day is, so that way people can go to both. But we were told in January of 2020 that we had some psychedelics panels, and people said it was great, but we want more. So we've decided that we're going to step in again in that kind of leadership way. It's like, let's do something about business and about investing. We want the scientists there. We want the medical practitioners there. We want the patients there, because psychedelics is about medical therapy. So that's brand new, and tickets are going well and everything. So we're really happy that we've stepped into a spot where we can, teach and learn about psychedelics and where that's going. We've got some of that in the expo as well, right? Psychedelics primer. So we're adding psychedelics into that sort of larger cannabis sort of framework as we've had before. So that's going to give some people some opportunity to kind of learn some other stuff. And it's pretty cool and amazing stuff, right? I mean, what's possible there. And cannabis, as you know, like the industry as it's grown, has assisted, the movement forward for psychedelic therapies, right? We learned an awful lot from cannabis. So that will expedite things, and hopefully that make best practices come more quickly and that sort of thing. So then you mentioned like we'll have a vape lounge, like here's fun stuff, right? We're going to have in the agendas as well, for instance, love and romance and cannabis, fun with cannabis, like where are the great places to stay that are 420 friendly, right? Where are like cannabis comedy, all sorts of cannabis sort of entertainment stuff. So things like that we've got there as well. I mean, pet treatments. I mean, everybody wants to know about that. Right?
Yeah.
So we've added all those things like beauty treatments, topicals. We've added all of that real sort of, I guess, in a sense, sort of human interest stuff, right? So it's not all about sort of white coats and ties, that sort of thing. So that's what we've added in there, as well as we've got a really fantastic after party that we're doing with Loophole and other sponsors, and that's going to be the Alma Combo. So it's just opened up in Toronto. Again, it's that famous Toronto venue, famous for the Rolling Stones and a great deal many others. So we've got that going on Saturday. So we really wanted to make sure this was fun and entertaining, and that's the consumer side of this, right? Sure, it's buttoned down in business, but then it really just opens up to the consumers, and it's also a focus on what consumers want. So that's important to business, right? I mean, come and find out, do your real marketing research with your real market who are here.
Our audience is pretty unique, I think, in the cannabis entertainment world. We have a large base of newbies. Either they're just beginning, or they have no interest in cannabis at all, but they have children, parents, family, rather friends that do, and they just want to understand a little bit more. What would you say to both the newbie and the doobie? Why is it a benefit to both of those sides to come together to be that this isn't just a doobie event? What is it? What is it for both sides?
Well, we've said this word education. It's an education. I mean, it's a trade show and it's an education. It really is an opportunity. You won't have another opportunity as a consumer, as a newbie, to talk to so many people.
Right.
Even if it's just about, is it safe? You can ask that question over and over and over again, right up to the doobie. It's like, wow, like what am I going to experience? Should I try this? Where can I get it? What's your tips for it? They're probably not going to say, and how am I going to be safe? But they want to know that as well. So that's what actually is the opportunity here, is the enormous number of people that are really experienced, that know their stuff, that have more experience than me, that can say, here's the experience for me. Here's what it could be for you. Here's what you have to be mindful of. And go talk to all the other people that are here and get lots of information. So they can find out about the fun and they can find out about the benefits. Newbie or doobie.
We want to thank you so much for taking time to spend with us. When is it? Where is it? How to find more information?
Okay, so it's the full expo goes from November 18th to November 21st. So Thursday through Sunday. On Thursday, November the 18th, is the Lift Cannabis Business Conference. It's all at the Metro Toronto Convention Center. On November 19th is the Lift Psychedelics Business Summit, and that's also at the MTCC. And then the Industry Day and Consumer Days of the Expo and the trade show floor opens. That's November 19th to the 21st, Friday through Sunday.
Let's get to our word of the week, shall we?
We shall.
Our word this week is hempwick.
Hempwick.
Yes, one word, but those compound
hempwick.
words. Hempwick.
Hempwick.
Yes.
All right.
So hempwick is a twine that's made from hemp
Okay.
and coated with a beeswax.
So it's like a candle.
Yes and no. A candle is beeswax with a wick in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
This is just the hemp wick, just the wick itself, the twine, and it has a very thin coating of beeswax on it.
Okay. All right.
You're curious, right? Like, what is
this
for?
Yeah, I've you.
If it's
in
not
all
candles.
In all the things that you've talked to me about just in our personal life.
Yes.
I have this. This is one of the few words that I don't think you've ever brought up. So I am very interested.
So I actually wish I had some here to show you. A lot of people know what hemp cord looks like for jewelry. You'll see people that have this brown, mostly brown corded necklace with like a beads or beads something on it. Hemp wick looks like that, except you'll notice the difference because it has the waxy coating on the outside. And it's sold specifically for lighting your joints, pipes, bongs. And the reason you would use hemp wick over a lighter is because I just happen to have my bong here.
Just happen to have my bong.
So when you have a unit like a bong and you fill your bowl, most people then take their lighter and light the unit.
Beep, 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 beep. That'd be funny. It's like the water starts coming down.
Don't joke.
It would be even funnier because there is no fire thing. So if water was coming down, then something went weird.
So when you do this, what happens is you're actually pulling in the lighter flame into the flower product, into the smoke. So you're inhaling some of the butane or the lighter fluid from the lighter.
Yeah.
So to prevent this, it's actually a healthier method to take the hemp wick, which you can actually wrap around your lighter because it's that waxy. So you can wrap it around.
So you always have it on you?
You always have like a piece on your lighter, and then you just loosen it a bit, light the tip, and then use the hemp wick to light your unit.
So you wouldn't put it in kind of like a bomb, not a bomb, a bong.
Oh, like when you would like a candle, like you would.
Yeah, like you wouldn't just put it in here and then light the other end that goes.
No, because it's not a fast burning. It's a very slow burning.
It's not a bomb. It's a bong.
No, but you still need a light. Yeah, good call.
Right?
Harold and
Yeah,
Kumar.
see? I was waiting
Number
for her to
2.
get that. I actually reviewed that movie on our last episode, so go check that out. Harold and Kumar Escape from Guantanamo Bay.
I love the cinema reviews. You have to check them out.
Check out last week's cinema review. I had a interesting take.
Yes.
Okay, so I have never seen, mind you, you don't use a bong very often.
No, I consume joints primarily.
So I've never seen you with a hemp wick. Do you know people that use them?
Yeah, I find people that consume bongs or pipes and actually care about their consumption will tend to try and find healthier, cleaner ways to consume their product. Now, there's a reason why. I know people out there are probably like, oh my God, she's holding a silicone rig right now. She smokes out of silicone. And I'm like, yes, I do. Do you know why? Because I'm terrible at cleaning my units.
Oh, yes.
And I've been looking for years for a unit that is hollow all the way through. See how you can see through? Most glass units have ice pinch here. It's like 3 indents. Okay. Which causes, you can toss ice down the top and it catches it.
Yeah.
Call it ice catcher, okay? I don't like that because I want to be able to stick a bottle brush down inside, and I can't clean the bottom of the unit. So with the silicone one that I have, I'm able to take it apart just as you've seen, clean it, put it back together, everything. I could take everything out of here. Everything's removable, everything's cleanable. So if somebody cares about the cleanliness of their bong water, their bowl. If you see somebody with a nasty bowl and nasty water, chances are they're not going to care about the lighter fluid.
Right. So someone with a clean bong could possibly be using hemp wicks because
Yes.
it would be a symbol of your general care in general.
Yeah,
General care in general.
It's like a
phrase.
respect thing for your body, because people it's to have a cleaner, healthier, better way to consume cannabis. I mean, it's bad enough we're already putting it into combustion.
Yes.
There are carcinogens that come with combustion.
That's a topic I think we're going to have in the future because you and I have talked a lot about that.
Absolutely.
Of that whole thing of going, there's still got this one issue of dealing with lungs and that type of thing. So
yep, and I'm a smoker. I will smoke over vape, over eat any day because it's delivery method, it's how quick its effect, and like you said, we'll get into all that.
Yeah, the hemp wick then is kind of like the same thing of, look, you might not change your eating habit overnight, but you can, change it a little bit, make some small change. And so using a hemp wick is kind of moving one step closer to a healthier way to consume.
I mean, it's fairly inexpensive. You can find it at your local head shop or glass store. Go try it out.
All
See
right.
if it makes a difference.
The hemp wick. It's our word of the week. Well, it is time for another high five list.
High five.
High five. Today's high five list is the top 5 most interesting, impactful, and powerful bears in history.
Oh.
Right?
I'm excited.
We have 2 of our personal bears here. We didn't want to put them on the list lest people say that we were somehow biased, but we'd like to take a moment to introduce them. Mary Jane?
My bear Jude is actually special because she sings a Beatles song.
Hey, Jude.
No, Timmy, not that one. It's actually I Will by the Beatles.
They will. This here is my bear. His name is Bear. He also had a best friend named Monkey, who happened to be a monkey. They had a friend named Hippo. He was a hippo.
Oh, so creative.
Right? So they are joining us here today, but we are now going to know the bears that you probably know. Now, there are so many impactful bears in the world. I've actually left a few off this list. Feel free. This could be the episode that divides individuals and say, how come that bear didn't make the list? That is a powerful, impactful bear. If that really stirs you up, comment in any of the comment boxes around and put in your things. Now, I do want to give some an honorable mention before I get to the top 5. Honorable mentions, Yogi Bear from Hanna-Barbera. I always wanted to be a cartoonist. Hanna-Barbera was
Can't forget Boo Boo.
Well, you can forget Boo Boo. So he would, listen, okay, Yogi Bear. Hey, I'm smarter than the average bear. That's pretty good, eh?
You gotta say, hey, Boo Boo.
Hey, Boo Boo.
See, Yogi had Boo Boo. There's like,
hey, Boo Boo.
Everybody needs a Boo Boo.
You're my Boo Boo.
Aww.
Hey, Boo Boo.
Hey, Yogi.
Then there is Fozzie Bear, the stand-up comedian bear from The Muppet Show. He came around in 1976. Waka Waka.
Oh, the brown one.
Yes.
When you first said Fozzie, I thought you said Fonzie, like, the blue.
No, that's Gonzo. Fonzie was from Happy Days.
Hey. Okay, I get it.
Then there's Paddington. Remember Paddington, the bear from Peru that went to England?
Didn't he have like a jacket and kind of like a hat, but not quite?
Yeah, he had a big kind of floppy hat. Loved marmalade.
I feel like there's blue and yellow in Paddington for some reason.
Was that his boots? Did he have like rain? I think he had yellow
jacket,
rain galoshes.
Blue
Anyways, he was very, very polite. Children, even though you shouldn't be watching this podcast, but understand if you want a role model, although we got into a lot of trouble, Paddington was so polite. Always called everyone Mr. and Mrs. and Miss. It was
not like that Caillou kid. Glad they canceled him.
Caillou is literally the worst cartoon in the world.
Want some cheese with that wine, Caillou?
He can't have wine. He's a little child. All right, so here we go. The top 5 most interesting, impactful, powerful bears. And you're going to say, but you've already listed some. That's how big and important these next bears come. Here we go. Number 5, Winnie the Pooh. Winnie the Pooh came around in 1924. You know, people praise him now. He's like almost like a sage, a wise
They've
soul.
made movies and television shows and books.
And they have like the, what is it called? The wisdom of Pooh, or the Tao of Pooh.
It's just fun to say.
Well, it's it's always fun to say Pooh. Winnie the Pooh was actually a she in real life. She was called Winnipeg the Bear. Now get this. There is a statue of a Canadian lieutenant. Harry Colborne was his name. He was from White River, Ontario. There's a picture of Lieutenant Harry Colborne with Winnipeg the Bear in Winnipeg, because that's, so there's the Canadian roots to this legendary bear. So the Canadian Lieutenant Harry Colborne purchased the bear from a hunter, saving it. On the way, I can't remember if it was at the beginning of World War II or World War I or near the end of World War I, but he was flying to England. He bought this bear from a hunter for $20, named it Winnie after Winnipeg in Canada. Brought it to the London Zoo, and so I guess kind of rescued it, I guess. But I mean, I can't remember. I mean, times were very different now. I don't know if you could just literally walk somewhere, buy a bear for $20, put it on your plane, and, you know, travel across seas. I'm pretty sure that's, you know.
Yeah, I don't think that's possible.
I can't remember the last time I bought a bear for $20. Now.
I do. It was stuffed. It was like a stuffed bear.
It was?
Yeah.
Where?
At the mall.
I bought it?
No, I bought it.
Oh, see, I can't remember the last time I bought a bear.
That's true.
Where we have problems. So at the London Zoo, a young Christopher Robin Milne fell in love with the bear, enough that when he went back home, he renamed his teddy bear Winnie, after the bear in the zoo. Winnie the Pooh, Pooh being the name of a swan that he had also seen. I would have just called it Bear Swan, but he went with Winnie the Pooh. Now that whole story and interaction caught the imagination of his father, A.A. Milne, who ended up writing Winnie the Pooh about his son, Christopher Robin.
Isn't that amazing?
And the bear. All starts from Canada. Number 4 on our list of the most important, impactful, and powerful bears in history is Smokey the Bear. 1944, he came out. He was the bear who was known for a phrase that started 3 years later in 1947 by saying, "Only you can stop forest fires."
I remember something vaguely about fire protection.
Right?
Yeah.
Now,
I was very young.
That phrase in 2001, I believe, was changed from forest fires to wildfires because they realized that not all fires happen just in the forest. You know, could be in the wild. Now, mind you, maybe only you can stop fires might just be a good thing in general because,
yes.
because your house could burn down, and that's not in the wild. Anyways, he was intentionally spelt Smokey with an E. Because they didn't want to actually have the adjective for fire in his name, so they named him Smokey with an E. In 1950, so 6 years after this cartoon bear with Only You was put together, a 3-month American black bear rescued from a New Mexico wildfire had his paws burned, his back legs burned. He was rescued from that and put into the Washington National Zoo.
Oh.
His original name was Hotfoot Teddy because he had had his paws burned, but they changed it to Smokey Bear. He was technically now the living icon, the living representation of the cartoon Smokey the Bear. Mm-hmm. Now, he became so popular in the zoo that in 1964, he got his own zip code because he was getting so much mail. People were sending mail.
Like
to
Santa.
Right? Exactly.
Okay.
You could probably just write Smokey Bear
O-H-O-H-O-H.
and send it off. Now, he was a living icon there for 26 years. He retired from icon status in 1975, died in 1976, and had like almost like a state funeral. But Smokey the Bear was not just a cartoon bear, but was a real bear.
Okay, so these 5 and 4 have been about real bears.
Correct.
Okay, I like
Number
it.
3, I do not believe is about a real bear, but what puts it on this list is because it was as close to a real bear at the time as you could find. Well, I guess not really, because bears don't really talk. At least, do they? I don't know. Maybe they do. I haven't spent too much time around
Depends
them.
on where
Anyways,
you buy the bear.
number 3 on this list is Teddy Ruxpin. You know Teddy Ruxpin?
Oh my god, that was like borderline creepy.
1985. Teddy Ruxpin was the first animated talking toy. Not animated in cartoon. An animatronic talking toy.
Kind of like this. Just like how,
This one sings,
see? Kind of
Yep.
just like that. The mouth moves.
but it talked. Now, as a result of that new technology, it had like cassettes and stuff that you would put in his butt.
Yeah, you bought special tapes
Mhm.
that told stories so he could read to you.
I think
or
there are
something.
stores actually now that you can buy tapes to put in your butt. Anyways, he was the best-selling toy in 85 and 86 because it was so amazing that they had this animal that could talk. Ended up getting a show, as was the case back in the 80s. Almost every popular toy ended up getting a TV show. It was just basically long commercials. It was The Adventures of Teddy Ruxpin, and it was him flying around in his hot air balloon. For the record, I actually told a young girl years ago, while I was just a immature young boy, that Teddy Ruxpin had died in a hot air balloon crash. I'm not proud of it. I'm just telling you that that's a personal connection to Teddy Ruxpin. Anyways,
Wow.
he had that TV show from 86 to 87. Now, he was only available from 1985 to 2019. So if you find a Teddy Ruxpin now, it's very rare. Pick one up because he's no longer in circulation. However, Nintendo has Teddy Ruxpin to thank. Some people believe that Teddy Ruxpin, the technology of Teddy Ruxpin, actually helped the movement of Nintendo from Japan into the American market. Because at the time, listen to this is so amazing. The American press was very skeptical about the NES coming here. Okay, because a couple years earlier, in 1983, the video game market had kind of fallen apart. In fact, one video game magazine actually wrote, the video game market in America has virtually disappeared. Think about it now with the way video games
Just like
are in
that
our world now.
person's career because he didn't know what he was talking about.
Like think X Games now, or not X Games, the video game like
Yeah, the esports.
the esports
It's
is bigger than regulars like on the field sports nowadays.
Yeah, those stadiums are filled with people.
Throughout the years, Teddy Ruxpin had different incantations or incarnations or whatever they are, reincarnation. And in 2006, actually popped back into the forefront of technology as being the animated interactive plush toy of the year. So for a 20-year span, Teddy Ruxpin a couple times was kind of like on the forefront of stuffed animal technology, but actually was part of his boom in the 80s. People actually say helped Nintendo make its transition. And so that's a pretty cool thing. Number 2 on our list of the most interesting, impactful, and powerful bears in history, I would say, are the Berenstain Bears.
Why do you say it like that?
Because most people think it's the Berenstein or the Berenstein because a lot of people believe wholeheartedly that it is Stein at the end, but it is not. Berenstain is Berestain, the Berenstain
I don't believe
Bears.
you.
True story. I
I
looked it
don't
up.
believe.
Now, here's the thing. I actually wrote on my card Berenstein with an E in it. And apparently that's what everyone thinks. Now that's called the Mandela effect. The Berenstain Bears came in 1962. The Big Honey Hunt was their first book. Over 300 titles have been done. 260 million copies have been sold in 23 languages, and still, because of the power of the Mandela effect, with all of that, people still believe that it is spelt with an E and not an A. Mary Jane has actually gone off to see if she has one of those books, but let me tell you this. As a side note, the Mandela effect, in case you're wondering, is the phenomenon that we believe that certain things were a certain way, and that some people will now say it's like alternate universes, all of that stuff. However, the Mandela effect was because a group of people believed that Nelson Mandela had died in prison in the 80s. If you don't know Nelson Mandela, you got to go even do a deeper search. I'm not here to give you all of history. I'm just telling you. But this man did not die. This great historical figure did not die until like 2013. But so many people thought he had died in the 80s. And so now this sort of misrepresentation and remembering is called the Mandela effect. So after 300 titles, 260 million books, 23 languages, most people still think there is an E. Oh, you have the books.
I have a few Berenstain Bear books. They all say stain.
Berenstain.
What happened?
Berenstain.
I heard a theory that somewhere along the lines, I think it was 2012, something happened. They said the CERN collider did something, and it changed and alternated our universe where everything is wrong. The Monopoly man never had a monocle.
All of that is true.
Febreze had one E.
I didn't mean to stir all of this up. I'm surprised that we actually didn't have these books ready to go at the beginning of the show. Anyways, here we go. There's something that you learned. Berenstain. Number 1 on our list of most impactful, powerful. Number one. And interesting bears in history is, ta-da, the Care Bears. Now, you might say, are they really the most interesting and impactful? I mean, we've had bears that have changed the technological history of our world. We've had bears that have impacted the mental psyche of human beings. We've had real bears that have become symbols for fake bears. Now, the Care Bears are on this list because they are not maybe the most impactful or the most interesting, but they are the most powerful. The Care Bears stare. This group of bears would fire love and peace and joy and happiness from their stomachs like this. The Care Bears stare. They would fire it out at the enemy, and they would win every single time. That is the most powerful thing in the universe. Everybody here, do it now. Do it with us. Everybody do the Care Bear stare. Fire that. Yes, there you go. Fire it off to everybody. Now, I actually have a song that celebrates the Care Bear stare, which maybe we'll put a link to in the descriptions below as well.
Really, isn't it?
It's a celebration of the 80s. And the Care Bears were kind of the, all of the power of the 80s was wrapped up into these little bears. Now, the Care Bears have been around a long time. 1981, they were on greeting cards. 1983, they became the plush dolls. 1985 to 1988, they had a TV show. As well, they had a Care Bear movie, which I remember going down to watch in the theater. There were 10 original bears, which kind of grew, and then one of them was the Good Luck Bear, and because of my Irish roots, my mom had actually made, like she made a Care Bear for me and my sister. She got a pattern, and she actually made a Care Bear. I think my sister had Tenderheart or something.
Go, Mom.
Then they created like the Care Bear Cousins, which is ridiculous because nobody wants a Care Bear that's a lion. That doesn't even make any sense.
They were my favorite.
Were they?
Yeah.
Yeah, the younger generation didn't get it. So this thing has grown and is still going today. It's been resurrected multiple times in the 2000s, and over 40 million Care Bears were sold from 1983 to 1987. It's a lot of Care Bears. Multiple reincarnations. They were from Care-a-Lot, but these are the most powerful bears in the world. Everybody now, look at us. Look at your neighbors. Look at the people who are all gathered together watching this episode with you. And everybody, one more time, send out the love. Do the Care Bear stare. From us to you, from the newbie and the doobie, to all of you, to Jimmy, to Susan.
No names.
No names. Oh,
To
we don't
you,
want to
and
leave
to
anybody
you,
out.
And to you, and to you.
That's a little PTSD from
Romper
a
Room.
Romper Room Canadian show where they would always say, and we see you, Kevin, and you, Jimmy, and you'd be sitting at home going, they never said my name. But then you would watch again the next time, kind of like going to the casino. Like, this time, they got so close.
That's why they did it. It was crack for the children.
That's right.
Because we just wanted to hear our name.
They said Jimmy. That's so close to Timmy. So I'm going to watch next week because I almost won.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They said Mary Bain. That's so close.
Mary Bain. The top 5 most interesting, impactful, and powerful bears. Another high five list complete.
High five.
High five. Welcome back to another segment of Mary Jane's Strain. What's the strain we got today, Mary Jane?
Well, Timmy, the strain we have this week is ATF.
I am always ATF.
No, Timmy. I think that's DTF.
I'm not too sure about that one, but...
Although ATF stands for... I'm not sure if I can say the actual word. I'm going to say it anyways, okay? And if we have to, we'll edit it out.
Right.
Alaskan Thunder.
Oh, hold on. Don't be saying thunder on YouTube.
Alaskan...
Beep. I didn't see that one coming.
Alaskan Thunder or Matanuska Tundra. I wanted to make sure that I said that right.
I can imagine that's why they go with the other name.
Well, I mean, people were probably not wanting to go around asking for Alaskan Thunder, which is why it's now ATF, and we all just sort of know that it's ATF. Which is interesting
so many ways.
Because a side effect of ATF for myself is I become DTF. That was one of the things that everybody always used to say it was like, get this strain because it'll help you.
It just makes me think of like you're going into some sort of like I'm trying to think of like say the North Pole, well, even up in Alaska, like in a brothel. I'd like to get the Alaskan Thunder. Well, okay. That's going to cost you, though.
Oh, that's funny. And they put you in a room that's freezing cold with like sounds of rain and shit. And they're like, there's your Alaskan Thunder.
There's going to be so many beeping in this episode.
Okay, so ATF is a sativa dominant strain named Matanuska Tundra after the region that it comes from in Alaska, the Matanuska Valley.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm just so proud of myself. Said that I practiced all week for that. The THC levels can reach up to 25%, so they can get really high.
Okay.
And you will get really high.
Yep.
But not at first.
Oh, there's a delay.
Yes, so this strain is known as a creeper strain.
There is so much about this strain that's incredibly interesting. Could I have the creeper strain, please?
So creeper weed is really interesting because if you've never had a strain like this, you don't know what I'm talking about. And you'll probably be knocked on your ass when you experience it because what happens is you consume it and nothing happens.
Oh,
at least not right away.
Which would be dangerous because the first time I consumed, nothing happened. But then, like, it could have been one of those things where it's like, I just go, like, whatever. And then, like, 6 hours later, I'm like, did I have the creeper?
Well, it's exactly that. Say, for example, you have something to do later on in the day.
Right.
And you consume, I should be good in 4 hours. And nothing happens for 3 hours.
You got to really plan this one out.
And all of a sudden, bam, you get hit by a wall.
I don't know if I like the fact that you have to do that much work and scheduling to go. Like I've seen you just go, I'm going for a smoke. There's no thought process. It's like, I'm going for a smoke, and you grab something and you smoke. Like this one, it's kind of like, okay, let's see. Am I free from this time? Oh, well, I got this appointment in here.
See, here's the
I got to find time for this ATF.
This is the way I have always consumed cannabis for myself is if I'm trying a new strain, I always try it after I've done everything I need to do for the day, when I'm ready to relax.
Yeah.
And that way I know that if it's too much, or I get hit with a ton of bricks, the worst thing that's going to happen to me is I'm going to end up in bed with an open bag of chips.
Well, the worst thing that's going to happen to you if you get hit by a ton of bricks is you're dead.
It just feels like a ton of bricks. But that's the heavy THC combined with the terpenes, which are linalool, pinene, myrcene, and limonene. So it's got like a wide range of, because like linalool is more like sleepy and limonene is more uplifting. So this is why it's like, it's not that it's a creeper and it hits you all at once, because the sativa, this is the thing with hybrids. When it's a sativa dominant or an indica dominant, sometimes what happens is when you first consume the cannabis, joint, bong, pipe, next thing you know, you get the sativa effect. You're super excited, uplifted, energetic, but then the indica side of the strain starts taking effect. Mm-hmm. And now you're starting to get slow and tired, and it feels like that wall has hit. Yep. So and everybody is different. Some people feel the indica side first, other people feel sativa, and some people just kind of have this nice mellow all the way through. So I would say ATF is a must-try strain for anybody who's like me and wants to try as many different things as possible. Make sure you do it responsibly, safely, and record your findings. Did you like it? Was it too strong? You know, maybe you might be like, oh, I'm never trying that one again. Like Bruce Banner, number 3 for you.
This ain't for the newbie. We're talking high-powered stuff here.
Mm-hmm. For sure. And if you are a newbie and you are going to attempt that, please make sure you have somebody there with you. So that way they can ensure that they can talk you down off that ledge. And remember...
And that you don't have a work Zoom meeting 1 hour afterwards.
That's true. And remember, if you ever feel too elevated, black pepper actually contains the terpene caryophyllene, which can help bring you down.
Nice. So, all right. Everyone out there, be ATF.
Enjoy.
Hey everybody, and welcome back to another episode of On the Spot with the Newbie and the Doobie. We are very excited today to have our guest, Shaw Claire, in the house. I'm very interested as a newbie and met you at a cannabis event. Obviously, you perform at events, cannabis or not. You're just a performer across the board. But I am always interested as a newbie of people's cannabis journey. Our listeners on this show, we're very happy to discover are newbies and doobies, that there are people who watch this show because they know someone who smokes cannabis, so they don't consume themselves, but my voice kind of opens up a door for them to come in because I'm kind of speaking from their side. So talk to us about your cannabis journey, even as it applies not just to you as a human being, but in your chosen profession, just that journey and how it's kind of unfolded.
Well, I didn't start smoking cannabis, we'll use the proper name. I didn't start smoking cannabis till later in life. Like I was like probably like 22, 25 or something like that. And like most people, like I had friends that would go, all they had to do was get around the fence of the school property so they could smoke their cigarettes and their weed, come back in, skipping classes and whatever. And it does it, whichever, it's all good. But I didn't get into it until a while. Like until my second. So on the Ice Cold album with Let's Ride, I wasn't smoking at all. It's the Memoirs of Blake Savage, which was the album after that, where I started smoking. And I only started was because I was touring with Rozelle and the Beastie Boys DJ, Mixmaster Mike, over in Europe. And we were going to Amsterdam. Okay. And I was like...
Well, when in Amsterdam.
Like, yeah, because it wasn't legal everywhere. Like, like it was very whatever. And it's like, I'm here. And I'm like, when's the next time I'm good? Like, these are opportunities just because you're an artist in whatever field of profession that you're doing. You get a chance to go to Amsterdam. You're like, I want to do what they do. And then when in Rome, right?
Right.
So I went to, we went to a cafe, me and a bunch of other people that were already smoking. And we went there, we walked there. They gave us a big menu of all this stuff, like what you can see online. and everything. I went and we rolled. I remember Face Off was on the TV. They had TV right there, and Face Off became one of my favorite movies ever. And I was sitting there watching it, and I was okay. And then it wasn't until like 3 months later. So I would have my little one here and here, but I didn't really get it. Like I didn't really get like what I was supposed to be doing. It just felt different, but I didn't get it. And I remember we were doing a show, me and my DJ Spence Diamonds, we were doing a show in Kitchener. And I don't know, we were back in the room and we had our friends with us and we were just rolling up and just something that I wouldn't do now because I'd never want to pay the $500 deposit fee. So just smoking in the room and just putting towels on the door and hanging. We used to hang like the little Christmas trees that you get from the gas stations all around the thing, put it in the blow dryer, blow it so the scent came out and whatever. It never worked.
I missed out on so much stuff.
Oh, you really did.
Yeah, we would do that. And then I just started laughing. And then he's asking me, why are you laughing? And then I just kind of saw the situation that it wasn't in. And this was just my own moment. And then I remember just telling him, I get it. Like, I get it now. Like, you know, like, it's like you could go and for me, it's like, I like to just be in a good space. Like, you know, like I'm not trying to, like when people come up, I think Cat Williams had a comedy special about it or something. He put in a comedy. He's like, you know, people come up and be like, yo, I got this new weed and it's called Murder, Death, Bludgeon You. And I'm like, I don't want that. Like, give me cloud 9 right there. And then just let me sit there. Because then when I'm there, like I'm functionable. I'm there. I'm just easy. I just go through the day. You know, I just go through the day and I just saw the fist bump. So I know there's something going on.
You used the word functionable and we've talked about that word.
He's never heard that word until I said I was a 100% functionable stoner. 100%.
You're the only other person I've heard say it, so that was what the
No, you've heard it a couple times now because I think one of our other guests said that he was more functionable.
Oh yeah, it's a very interesting word. So I didn't mean to destroy the flow of your story, but functionable got me.
It's true. It's like, you know, like I don't need to, like, you know, like me, Socrates went to Snoop Dogg's house one time. And we got to go there. That was a privilege on its own. And we go there, and then we're sitting in the studio. So if you ever see Snoop Dogg, sometimes he has that purple ceiling on his when he does his lives or his whatever. Yeah. So we're in that room, and Snoop is just up to us. And I remember this is like 2002 because they were playing John Madden in 2002, and he's just like sitting there like, hey, or it was 2003 because he always had the version of the year ahead. So it was like, so he was like, yeah, man, you know, you guys from Canada. Yeah, you guys are doing real good stuff. And then so by the time we're listening to him talk about how great Canadian rappers are, there's 18 joints on the table.
Holy shit.
And he's just handing them out. And then I'm like, okay, so now me and Sox, we're trying to be cool, right? Like we new guys here. Like there's the Alcoholics, Exhibit, like all the West Coast guys, Warren G, DJ Quick, all the West Coast guys are all at his house because they were going on tour at 5 o'clock that morning.
Wow.
And we just happened to be there at 10:30, 9:30 that evening. Everybody's there playing games, hanging out. And this guy's throwing out all these blunts. So, so me and Sox are sitting there and, you know, we have one, two. And this is right when Chronic was coming in because this is early 2000s as well, right? Like, so it's like when it's not as like what it was, like how it is right now. And I just remember I go to Sox, I said, man, I don't know if I could do this anymore. And Sox looks at me, he's like, yo. So he did one of these, you know, like you lean around the wall corner and slide out the side back room just to be like, whatever. And then I watched them play John Madden for the rest of the morning. And then they left to go and do their tour. And then we left. And then that's where I just said to myself, I was like, I just want to be, again, functionable. Mm-hmm. I can work. Oh, if I need to take a call or this or whatever, I can deal with it. I don't want to be like
can't function. Yeah.
Right. I did this once. I was sitting like this and I wondered to myself and I said, I wonder how I look right now. So I got up. Obviously I have to move my legs, but I tried to keep my upper body pose exactly the same. And I walked to the mirror to go and see if someone walked by me right now, what do I look like? And I was like, oh my gosh. Maintain, brother, maintain. So I'm a sativa guy. I like the sativa. I'll roll one and I could probably hit it 3 times during the day because I don't want to get extra. I just want to, a little round off type thing, just a little round off. Let's make it cool and chill. And that's my experience where there might be a night here and there or whatever. You just go a little bit ham on it, but no, don't. I'm not saying throw ham on it. Go a little ham on it, hard as a MFer. But but for the most part, 1, 2, I'm good, and then sky's brighter, night's better, everybody laughs better, all their outfits look better. My shoes, I don't see the scuffs on the bottom. I'm feeling better. It's just a great moment at that point, and I like to stay there. No higher, no lower, just right there.
Well, it is that time again.
Time for a smoke?
Unfortunately not. It is time to say goodbye.
Oh, well. We'd like to thank you for joining us today.
We'd like to also ask if you would go to our Patreon page at the Newbie and the Doobie. A little bit of payment every month will allow us to keep this show not only going, but growing, which is what we want to do. And so you're also going to be on there, though, if you support us in that way. Full interviews of the people we've been talking to will be on there, as well as extra I guess it's just extra content is on there as well. So please consider supporting us on Patreon. That would be great.
And if you'd like to reach out, you can connect with us on Facebook and Instagram at the Newbie and the Doobie.
And of course, please subscribe to YouTube or to your favorite podcatcher. Continue to watch or listen to our content here and push those little notification buttons. Sometimes they're a little sneaky so that you make sure you don't miss any episodes.
Yep. And feel free to share our content with all of your friends, whether they're a newbie or a doobie.
And with this, I close. Please remember, our show is a weekly show. And so we will see you next week, hopefully. But until then,
don't forget to stay lifted
and keep on laughing. One day we will get the ending of this show correct. Cheers.
I'm like,
kill it.
Pulled it out of there somewhere.
Okay,
so
Shallon.
next day I saw him. I'm like, hey. He's like,
When you're done there,
it ain't more
putting
than
your
lights,
entries
it's
in,
juicy fruit. I
we
said,
got
I don't
number
know how
3
high
for
I
you.
went.
Alrighty.
Here we go.
Thank you.
It's in a
Skipping
case.
me?
Is that yours or hers?
We skipped you and Shallon because you guys were eating, so we went to Kent. Now we're going back to Shallon. We go to
Oh,
you.
okay.
We're on
I was
number
like, what
3
they
now.
do now?
You were having that sugar donut.
Yeah.
Oh,
The twisted sugar donut.
Yeah, I ate them
Oh,
all.
That looked good.
that's what we're
Burgers were
doing.
very
Yeah, I got to
Oh,
go to
yeah?
the restaurant. I
Yes.
feel my heart just going.
Yeah, I don't
I
know.
don't think you just
I don't
gotta
even know
do
how
the
many there
sugar.
was.
No, they're delicious. Cooked perfectly.
Yeah.
Nice and tender inside.
Oh.
Sirloin makes a difference.
Yeah.
As opposed
Yeah.
to
It's like the
burger.
burger
That wasn't
was,
burger.
yeah.
She got
Do
the
we have
good
the
one.
plates?
So yeah, we'll have to do a
Hey,
grow.
Al.
We'll have to do a grow up game tournament. Sit around the table like this. Have the thing on.
Yeah,
People
today would have been a perfect day for it.
exactly because people just only heard me talk about it or read about it,
Yeah.
including yourself,
Your money.
or even
Oops.
You go down.
Throwing them away.
on one of the memories
Hmm?
that I run
You're
out
throwing them away.
Yeah,
Just in case the dog was at my
exactly.
feet.
Perfect.
Okay.
You're a good drummer.
All right, so how does that look? We got 2 dubs again. Everything seems to be 2 dubs. Peel. How's it rolled? Paper. Filter.
No, she's cheating.
No, I'm going to
She's
answer
gonna
the
do dry. You're
questions.
gonna do the dry as well. And
Yeah.
probably it's a good idea. Maybe we should.
And then
consider
it'll
doing
go
that.
fast.
All right.
Yeah.
Good job.
By the time it gets back to me, it should
Yeah.
be it.
It's
It's not going to get back to you.
See,
We're going to
Yeah,
smoke
you
it
can
right
see-
here
you
between
see
us.
It's got the long tapered filter on it with just the fold in the middle. So it's not fiber or whatever that other filter stuff is. You can definitely tell it's a giant.
Is it like a
opposed to the
like
last
that
one.
last one seemed to me like
It'll be something if you swallow it.
I put that in the
hole.
comments. I put it as an ex-smoker. I'm not comfortable with the feel of smoking.
Yeah, well, there you go.
Oh, I'm not comfortable neither. I get out of my car and smoke it from the back.
Yeah.
All my stuff's in the back of my knapsack.
Right.
What little I've got in there.
Yeah.
Here we are in number 3.
Yeah. Oh, I see. We're cutting off the end in order to make it easier to draw on to do the dry haul.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that made a difference. Yeah, it's 2 now. 2 now.
They just do that so it doesn't fall out at the end in packaging and shipping and transportation.
Yeah, well, yeah, yeah. And normally,
So like a cigar where you cut off the tip, these you got to cut off the.
Yeah, it's too much work. You know, you think with the pre-roll everything be there ready for you to go, but it's too much work. You have to augment it. Sometimes you have to re-roll it.
you're hitting it with the lighter, right? So you're burning that paper right away.
Yeah.
So it would open it up.
It would.
Yep.
And like as you mentioned, it closes it off to keep
it fresh and in there.
it fresh and in there. Okay.
That'll work. That works.
So far, they've been in tubes with no moisture.
That works
control.
for me. Works for you too, doesn't it?
Are
Did
you,
you
are
tell it or
you
did I
finding?
steal it from you?
How are you finding the newbies? Are
Watch
they
now
hard?
over there, sucker on the thing. When are you going to pass that fucking
What's Al
thing?
saying?
Oh, you wait
How-
a minute. You didn't even light it.
No, you
How
got
are you
to-
finding the
try it?
doobies? Are they dry? Are they moist? Are they rubbery?
They're probably not.
There's a leak.
Humidity
There it
Yeah.
is. There's a leak.
They'd be
Yeah.
probably
40, maybe 30.
Pre-roll.
a little
all
drier than
Looks okay
Than
to
usual.
me.
yeah.
Number
You know,
3.
you gotta get
No,
them
yeah.
dry. Okay. So Shallon, you're lighting that.
Yeah.
Here is your
Okay.
return doobie. You pass that on.
Quality of roll.
Yeah. Put that
Where's
back
the
in the tube.
Yeah.
Yep.
So you don't put
Thank
the
you.
filter in.
Hey.
in your tube. You keep it up. It'll just all
Okay.
fall out of there.
Selection of rolling paper.
Hmm?
Selection of rolling paper.
Rolling paper. Yeah.
That smells really familiar from here.
Make sure we.
It is.
Yeah, it's the stuff that Al had, isn't it?
Yeah, but the smell, as soon as she lit that, I'm like, that's familiar.
So we'll have to.
Which number are you on now? 3. Selection of rolling paper.
quality roll.
Low quality, high quality.
I'll go
I'm
7
not
on that.
seeing any abuse.
Selection of
Bent
filter.
over.
All care for. I mean,
Yeah.
they're gonna
Selection
probably
of filter.
package them extra careful too. Because
Right.
You know, this whole presentation thing is part of it.
That's okay.
Yeah, and it's a paper filter. There's
Taste before it
zigzags
was
in
lit.
there.
The cardboard
The
paper.
taste before it was lit.
It's not the foam
What-
style, it's glass
What are
fiber.
you guys feeling about the papers that they're using?
The
And have
papers
you
that
smoked
they're
it yet?
using.
Hmm?
You haven't smoked it yet, have you?
Overall,
Haven't got any smoke.
I'm not.
Did you smoke it yet?
I'm not super.
He won't give it to
disappointed
me.
Oh, I
like
see.
that.
Okay. It'll
To
come.
me, when I smoke a raw paper, it just seems to turn black.
He didn't want to
Yeah.
smile, but he did.
Automatic for the raw paper for me.
I don't particularly like rye.
So I don't like where that happens.
You can tell a raw paper, be it a
Yeah,
pre-roll or a roll. You can tell a raw paper.
First one.
Very distinct smell and taste to them.
Yeah,
Right.
this is burning. This is burning really
Thank
good.
you.
There's no runs or anything. I can see a bit of resin on
You're
the
adding to
paper.
your plate.
Now, probably the disappointing thing is yet again, it's another one that's got black ash to it. Right?
So this is number what, Al?
Yeah. What's that?
What number is this?
3.
3.
We're on 3 hours and 35 minutes.
All right. Well, I'll be.
There's 4
We
more.
could have done a telethon, dude.
Yeah. I'll be doing some editing and releasing it in smaller. stuff.
Buddy has a question for you.
Number 7. Buddy Weed smoking 7 doobie. Way to go, buddy.
I'm 7.
Yeah.
And then this one 8, and then another 9. Yeah, I'm up there.
Okay, so how's that joint going?
None of your business.
Smoking pretty good.
Smoking, still smoking, still burning, hasn't gone out. Nobody has said no thanks.
Has nobody's had enough yet?
Hell no, you're tired.
Obviously, Deb has because she's gone inside.
Okay.
She's helping Gail with the food.
Does it taste like it smells?
Kind of, yeah.
Get some
Harsh
get some
to
bites.
smooth.
I was just reading the next question. Does the aroma translate to
Not bad at
Here
all.
it comes.
Ash color.
ash? Is
That was
very-
good, except no, I've had enough. Thank you.
No, I'm showing you the ash. Bob.
Oh,
Ding, 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 ding.
Give me a joint now.
Over that way.
Rob's got
Right.
a perma
Couple tokes still there.
all right. What's that again?
8 is ash color.
He usually has a beard like you.
Ash color. That was it was
Yeah.
4.
But he says, I thought I was catching up.
Effects pleasant or not pleasant or pleasant.
Oh,
we're good,
5
huh?
on that one, I guess. Let's do it.
So I just want to
Overall
thank Sarah
improvement.
Sunday for sending us these kits for
Would
us
you
to
buy
do
this?
this.
Yes.
Yes,
Yeah.
I
This
would.
is my absolute favorite time of the year, the Karma Cup. I miss the festival, but as I said at the beginning, I'm sure she's going to figure out a way to do something at some point.
Yeah. Yeah. I do have a concern about the research end of things where the lounges are that are operating or off right now, lit research.
Yep.
Their ability to do so might change. And that's something I'm only basing on stuff that I've read in the news.
So explain what you're talking about. They've found a loophole that allows a complex to be used as a research facility to test cannabis. And so when you go in there, I believe you sign a waiver, you go in, you use your cannabis, whatever, and it's open, and you have to actually do some paperwork. Is that correct, Al?
Yes. Yeah, there it was like that at a time.
I've not been to one of those.
Actually, I was to Vapor Central when it had its.
I've been to Vapor Central, but I stopped going to things because I was having a hard time walking. So I kind of missed out those kind of events, right?
But at one point it was thought that there were two states of consciousness, awake and asleep. Now there is a gamut of these states, but I still don't believe that the people who deal with consciousness realize how mutable consciousness really is. There is a prejudice against the use of drugs because there is an inherent dualism built into Western thought, where people value the experience if it is endogenously produced through ordeal or personality or dieting, but is undervalued if it comes from drugs. This has, in my opinion, held back the Western development of understanding consciousness, because quite simply these states I do not believe are accessible by any means other than drugs.
Ladies and gentlemen.
You're having a nightmare. What if it's true?
Ladies and gentlemen.
Alan, it's a possibility, isn't it?
The very word secrecy is repugnant.
Secrets.
In a free and open society. And we are, as a people, inherently and historically opposed to secret societies, to secret oaths, and to secret proceedings. We decided long ago that the dangers of excessive and unwarranted concealment of pertinent facts far outweighed the dangers,
constant, extreme danger,
which are cited to justify it. Even today, there is little value in opposing the threat of a closed society by imitating its arbitrary restrictions. Even today, there is little value in ensuring the survival of our nation if our traditions do not survive with it. And there is very grave danger.
Extreme danger.
That an announced need for increased security.
This is Conspiracy Queries with Alan Hart.
Will be seized upon by those anxious to expand its meaning to the very limits of official censorship and concealment. That I do not intend to permit to the extent that it's in my control.
You're crazy.
And no officious, high or low, civilian or military, should interpret my words here tonight as an excuse to censor the news, to stifle dissent, to cover up our mistakes.
Isn't the Pentagon suspicious that all the buildings would blow up?
Or to withhold from the press and the public
I think you're just looking at things for the first time.
the facts they deserve to know.
You've had your whole f***ing life to think things over. What good's a few minutes more gonna do you now?
The facts they deserve to know. They deserve to know. Deserve to know. Deserve to know. Facts they deserve to know.
Those who have achieved on the elevated existence, raise your fists.
Raising the fists. Got a lot of fist raising to do. Yeah. Welcome to Green Crush, episode number 56 and 128 of Conspiracy Queries. Did you miss us? I did not. I didn't miss this show at all. I missed a little bit of doing it. But really, there was all kinds of commentary, thoughts, input, punditry. Oh, I'd like to stop right now and say it is... Yeah, raise your fists. That's not why I wanted to stop. That ogre needs to go. I don't know, like his timing. But it's pundit. P-U-N-D-I-T. Stop putting an N in there. It's not a pundit. It's not a mint. Pundit. I can't believe how many people are, well, all the pundits are talking about Donald Trump, all these pundits. Oh, and what other word that doesn't exist is also talking about Donald Trump? Hey, anyway, so it's been a fantastic time for me to recharge my batteries. I have been, what is Green Crush? Green Crush, let's get back to that. Green Crush is, let's get back to that, okay. Green Crush is, green is cannabis, crush is what that did to my cancer a long time ago. Oh, it's boring now. Oh, yeah, it's all boring now. I'm okay now, so it doesn't matter now. I'm using cannabis oil. What I've done is I've taken this plant that grows outside and I fashioned an oil out of it. It's not hard to do either. It's complicated. It's illegal. Complicated in how it works. But it's not hard to do. And because I did it, I still get to sit here. They told me I was going to die. Anyway, I'm not dying. And the more I don't die, the less they want to talk to me. I figured Kathleen Wynne doesn't want to talk to me. Hey, folks, I know we're listening from all over the world, and I'm going all Canada on you. Sorry. See, that was a joke, like Canadians do. I went all Canada on you because this show does broadcast from Toronto, Canada. I'd love to change that. Got my finger in the breeze. We're trying to take it elsewhere in the world because this old Berg really fell off the friggin' horse. We were busy shining our light as one of the only countries in the world where cannabis was going to be this fantastic thing. You could get it legal and you could use it, and And no more going to jail, or so we were thinking, so we were told. We didn't realize at the time, and when I say we, I mean the general populace wasn't sure they were going to add more laws. What are they going to add more laws for? I thought they were making it more legal. They are making it more legal. You just don't know what more legal actually means. But think of it as an octopus with more tentacles. More padlocks, more keys, more chains, more cells with bars on them, more asking permission, more hall passes, teacher, mommy. That's what we've done here in Canada. So it's super friggin' disappointing to realize that, to have been building this show, what it was in the first place, Green Crush in the first place, was 2 points. Basically, it was, hey, I used this stuff myself when there was no medical option for my stage 4 cancer. You are going to die in about a year. So there was no option for me. And so then I found this option and I started to use it, but it was against the law. Oh, boy. So, of course, I don't care about that because I'm not an idiot, and I used it anyway. And then it got better and better, and I've had my travails. I've had some problems along the way with it. But that's what happens when you keep on living. When you keep on living, you have problems with life. So I've had problems with specifically the continuance of life in the way that it came. Haters, doubters, critics, all kinds of stuff. Bring it on, I say. It's all gravy for me. All gravy. Love to have a conversation with you about it. The more on the other side of the fence as possible, the better. Right, Bill Blair? This is the guy that put our little architecture of laws together. So before we get deep into episode 56, let me just say, listen, the cork's off, right? I'm not stopped talking yet. But this is what people said they wanted to hear. What's my take on what's going on with Legalize in Canada? So thanks for tuning in, the world. Thanks for tuning in to Canada. I've got lots of things to say about Legalize, and I will definitely do so with our guest today. We do have a guest, and Amanda Siebert is her name, and she's a writer. She's a cannabis-themed writer for, originally I believe she was writing at Georgia Straight, this fantastic Vancouver publication, alternative Vancouver publication. I don't know if it's alternative anymore. It's the staple of the town. When I moved there in the early 90s anyway, for 5 or 6 years. And anyway, so they have this thing now called the Straight Cannabis. And Georgia Straight is, the parent company, I guess how you'd phrase that. And Amanda has written a story about me last year, I think it was. I think she wrote it last year. And I had a couple of interviews last year, and Amanda's, I'll tell you about her. She's a journalist, okay, and the story that she wrote, I was a little bit skeptical in the first place, I'll admit it. I'm sure you've heard that cynical edge already if you're a regular listener to the show. So I wasn't too trusting of Amanda initially, not because of anything. She was just a person, a journalist, asking me a bunch of questions, going to turn it into a story. So based on that, I didn't trust her. No other reason. But I went for it anyway. Glad I did. She wrote a hell of a story, and it's such a great feeling to have a story come out that you're aware of and you know about it, and the person actually does a good job of it. So Amanda knows a lot of things about all things cannabis, and we will speak with her shortly. She's in Vancouver, so we'll get to that in a second. I wanted to just get a couple of things set up here, though. Like I said, the beginning of this show was about, hey, I had this medical problem, and I have remedied that to the point where I get to keep living. And you're going to be told this can't be done by all kinds of people, and I'm here to tell you that it can be done. And it did happen for me. And that was the point of the show. And of course, the other point was to show you that this stuff can help you, and that you need to help smash the laws that are in the way of doing that if need be. That's what the 2 points of the crush were. Crushing the cancer that was threatening my life, and crushing the laws that prevent my access, anyone's access, if they want it, to it. So that was the 2-point attack. You know, here's how it works. Here's why it worked for me. Here's how I can talk about it with you and try to have you also improve your life or extend it using this substance. Got a lot of tricks up my sleeve now, as you can well imagine, sitting here 4 years beyond my funeral. So I know a couple of things, and I can help out people, and I do. If you're listening to this, consider it an invitation to reach me at any point. I can't talk now because I'm recording the show right now, so not even, if you're really in a pickle, I'm not going to interrupt the show with talking to you right now. But hey, send me an email, alancomic1 at the numeral 1, alancomic, ALANCOMIC 1 at gmail.com. I will personally answer your question that may or may not have to do with anything to do with cannabis or cancer, how I used it, in my own field of awareness. I'm not an across-the-board expert. I'm just aware that there are those. I don't pretend the knowledge doesn't exist. And that's how you can tell I'm not a legislator. Never could be. In CBC world, this is a company in Canada that tells the news. They like to tell Canadian stories, so they tell the news with a particular Canadian bent, the way you might have heard the BBC of Britain, British broadcasters. So the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation has been fascinating throughout this entire journey towards what has become legalized. So it's super difficult for me to tell you that, yes, although that was the first point of the show, hey, this cannabis can help your medical situation, and hey, you need to smash the laws that prevent your access to getting it. I mean, I didn't listen to all the shows I recorded in the off time, but I know a lot of things that I have said should still be at the top of your mind. Like how this particular medicinal substance, which is also a nutritional substance, which is also what they like to call a drug, which is also part of your immune system stimulant. It actually stimulates your immune system itself. Yeah. So by using it properly, you can maybe perhaps get yourself to a place where you're not dying like they're going to tell you are. So that's what I was trying to do, was bring news to the listeners about how well this can work and how well and how important it is for us to make sure that we continue and improve the access to this substance. And I don't think that's what happened with Legalize, which I'm spelling, by the way, Legal. Next word, Lies. Legalize. Okay, that's what has happened to cannabis in this country. And the thing that really bugs me about CBC, this broadcaster, is they've not really been on top of one of their most intrepid secret agent reporters on this whole matter, which is basically me. I mean, I used to work there, and they won't talk to me now. I've got some, we're going to have some fun with reporter Greg Ross, a couple other reporters there. We've had a few contacts with people, and that they just dry up. The closer it gets to Legalize, the closer it gets to so many things that I said that were accurate, that I said. And it's not even genius work. I wish it were. It's just reading things and having experienced the cannabis on a medicinal level as I did, and self-administering it as I did, and paying attention to what's going on. But man, did I nail it. But they won't talk to me about it. They don't like hearing me nail it. They don't want to hear this guy that's, doesn't respect the people who rolled out the plan to say what he has to say, because there has to be some measure of decorum. You have to be decent to Bill Blair. You have to be decent to him. I have blown my credibility when it comes to attacking the man's character. Ad hominem attacks. You're not supposed to use those. If you're having an argument with someone, you should say you're having an argument with someone, not you're having an argument with this piece of shit. Because as soon as you point out that you're having an argument with a fucking piece of shit, you can often lose that argument right there just by even pointing out the fact that this person that you have tried already so many times to have a decent conversation with, who never listens and just plows ahead with a bunch of bullshit that's based on fantasy and ignorance and pretending things aren't there that are, and pretending things aren't there that aren't there. It's not okay. And so I'm at the point now where a man who gets to reconstruct the legal means of how cannabis is distributed to the people of a nation based on lies and omissions of truth and science, I say, okay, I'm ready to spend that ad hominem money on Bill Blair. I'm not a reporter. I'm not a journalist on CBC where if I was, I would have to now double back and say, oh, sorry, no, it's actually untrue that it makes you stupid. We said that earlier, but now we're going to recant that. Why don't you just go to some of the experts in the first place? And I consider myself an expert on my particular narrow field. If you don't think so, then you don't know my backstory. That's okay. But I was calling it, and I was calling it well, and I was calling it with the research and help of other people who were also calling it. Mark Emery was calling it. Russell Barth was calling it. Dana Larson was calling it. Jody Emery was calling it. A lot of people were calling it to the T. And yet we are stuck with this mess. Okay? This is what's so funny to me. When the cops, when Bill Blair, when these people who claim to know what we're supposed to do with our bodies when it comes to health. I mean, just take a look at this guy, right? When Bill Blair says you shouldn't do this and you should do that because it's healthy or not healthy to do it. I mean, look at this guy. Just Google up a picture of him and take a look at him. Look at his eyes, look at him up and down, and you tell me if this is a guy that should be telling you health tips. Okay? He's good at, like, if he's giving you pension tips, he's been a police officer, they get a pension. He's been a cop, he's been a chief, they get a separate pension. He's been in the OPP, he's an MPP of Parliament, he's going to get 4 pensions at least. And all the money invested into this repressive, oppressive mistake of the way they have buggered up the legalization. This legalization is so buggered, I challenge a lot of people to come up with something as buggered if they were trying to sit down and bugger it up. That is how bad it is. Like, you literally had to try to get it this bad. And I was saying that and not being listened to constantly on this show. Oh, well, I'm sure we'll just have to do it. We'll just do it and we'll let them get it done. And they'll just have to roll it out. It'll be okay. No, that's so stupid. I can't believe how many people I've heard say, well, it's a new thing. They just have to try it out and see. Have you ever said that with a skyscraper? Or anything that depends on the integrity of the structure underneath to maintain it for a healthy existence? This isn't some genius work here. This is the problem that's freaking me out. I'm not the smartest guy in the room. I just read a couple of things because I had a gun to my head vis-a-vis the health points necessary at hand. I have to keep up on this stuff. I have to know about it. So when I say it's a friggin' mess, when I say it's just a series of building materials dumped off being called a house and we'll build it over time, and then I'm being told, oh, well, that's a bit irrational. That's, you're not giving the government much of a break. I don't know why people defend the government at this point, unless they're deeply invested into their folly. But anyway, never mind what I said. Just because I was calling, it's because a lot of other people on the show and the guests and the people that I have found my way to associate myself with, such as our guest who'll be coming on shortly. So let's go to Gerald Thomas. He's a doctor. And he was telling a Vancouver cannabis conference that officials are scrambling to get the policy right. The BC government's expert on keeping people safe. in the consumption of recreational cannabis says getting ready for legalization on October 17th is still very much a work in progress. Now, this is obviously from before legalized. This is from September 29th, but we had some problems with the show and getting it done and getting it out there. But this is great because this is what we were being told in the run-up. Like a couple of weeks before legalize, you've got the government telling us, well, you know, we're getting ready for it. On the other hand, they've also been telling us they will be ready. On the other hand, they've also been telling us they are ready. On the other hand, they've also been telling us if there's a problem, we'll have to roll out Plan B. On the other hand, we've been seeing that there have been tons of problems and there has been no Plan B. From these idiots, these liars. Then you get Bill Blair saying things like, well, it's illegal now and you can only get it this way and that's the way it is and that's all. They constantly criticize us, the users of cannabis, because of the brain damage we might do, because we're having stupid thoughts that don't make sense. You, sir, are completely out of touch with reality. If you think you can tell an entire country of people who already know where to get good weed, who don't have to line up for it, who don't have to wait for it weeks. Oh, by the way, order some new cannabis from the OCS store now. Ontario Cannabis Store, selling cannabis. Order now to be able to get your delivery on time for Christmas 2019. It's so terrible how badly they have fucked it up. And you don't get to say, well, it's new, well, you know, you don't get to say that because at every turn, they turn down the advice of so many people who predicted where the mistakes would be, where the flaws would be, where the problems and the improprieties and the indiscretions and the imbalances of rights would be. But you knew it was going to be great. You knew it was going to be fantastic. You knew you were ready. Well, you are a liar, Bill Blair. You are a liar. The people that have rolled this fucking mess out are liars. You stole the job from people who know how it goes under the two auspices. Number one, we need to make sure we displace the criminal element that's selling cannabis in this country of Canada. We need to stop that right away. Number two, we need to take care of the kids and make sure that the children don't succumb to this demon weed. Well, you're a liar, Bill Blair, because number one, the only thing you guys managed to kind of do is set up the commerce a little bit so you've got the drip feed going into your personal accounts. You knew where to invest. You knew where not to invest. You know what to enforce. You knew who was going to be advancing. You knew who wasn't going to be advancing. So we understand that you know the system very well, and you have arrived at a system that has failed miserably at protecting the children. There's been no protection for the children enhanced. None. Just as easy to get weed now as it was before. What did you do to change things? Fucking nothing. Oh, you changed things, but you didn't achieve your goal. You've not made the children any safer from it. Putting millions of dollars into shitty pieces of paper and flyers that you can hand around to communities so some printer is happy, some printing house is thrilled to get the gig, but to fill it up with your propaganda bullshit about how cannabis is dangerous and we can only use it for this and we know you're going to use it, we don't want you to use it, it's bad for you to use it, don't use it, but if you're going to use it, use ours. Is so full of shit. It's so cynical, Billy. So cynical. The children are no better protected. It's on you to prove that they are. Oh yeah, you won't be able to do that. So there goes that goal out the window. Not ready. Fucking liar. Not ready. I'll just give it some time. No! You were given the time. You kept dilly-dallying the date you were going to do this. You said you were going to be ready. You're wrong. You said people can't get cannabis anywhere else. You're wrong. You said you were going to shut down the criminal element. You're wrong. You've basically become the criminal element. You've replaced a lot of those folks. You've displaced it, but you've not eliminated it. And you knew that was going to happen when you put it together. You can't have $11, $12, $18 grams expect people not to go to the black market. Where's your brain at? You've got no business telling people who use cannabis that their brains are fucked up and destroyed when you sit there tippling away at that scotch for how many decades now and come up with a rollout that says fucked up as it has been. Holy shit, you've buggered it. You have shit the bed so bad, you smug little face. Next thing I got to see is you're standing there with the Mexican representative. Had a nice little meeting with her. I'll bet. Didn't say in the little tweet on your page what the meeting was about, but I think it's about getting cheap grams, don't you? How deep are your fucking pockets anyway, Billy? Make me sick. So yeah, that part's out of the window. I can't talk about Bill Blair and not go ad hominem anymore. So if that weakens my argument with some people, that's fine. That's fine. The people that understand and get it, we're done. You know, I don't have to keep being polite to the priest that's buggering my son, right? Like once you catch the guy doing it, you don't have to be nice to him anymore. Because most people haven't understood the scope and the damage and the oppression that this series of policing has caused is a gigantic mistake. It's a huge mistake. I'm right about that, just like I was right about how it was going to fuck up. All right? I mean, it's unbelievable. Here we go. What we've been saying for the past 8 months is that we are building the plane as we are flying it, said Gerald Thomas, the director of alcohol, tobacco, and cannabis and gambling prevention and the policy for the Ministry of Health. How are they going to stop? What kind of plan is that? What we have been saying for the past 8 months is that we are building the plane as we are flying it. Why does anyone think that's a good idea? For legalize. How does a cop that takes what's supposed to be illegal and making sure we don't have the criminal elements and making sure the kids don't have it, those are your two biggest things on the thing. On the only thing you've made sure of is you're going to be richer. How did you do that? By people not paying attention? By people deferring to you as having some kind of power of authority? The only power you got is still being able to evade any kind of price paid for your role in the G20. 8.5 years ago now. A rights-abusing performance. So now your series of lies and failures and inabilities to think have led to one of the most clumsy rollouts of any kind of thing ever from the government. So why would you want to build a plane while you're flying it? Who else would like to do that? Do they do that in the aviation industry? Bill? What we've been saying for the past 8 months is that we're building the rocket while we're, Oh, okay. It's really not a good plan, Bill. The group has discussed several topics concerning upcoming legalization, such as how different provinces have developed laws around recreational cannabis, like in Saskatchewan, where you're able to go and buy it, but you can't drive it home in your car, because if you get pulled over, you got a new car, it can be a problem. This is what they have thought of. These are the sober minds. So let's see what if we can get a friend on the phone. We have Amanda Siebert, hopefully. Ring on the phone. So Amanda's in Vancouver, and sometimes it takes a while for the old Scarberoni to get across there. Ringity dingity. Oh, I thought this was going to be easy to do. Are you there, Amanda? Oh, yes, I am. I can actually see you. But don't worry about it. It's okay. We can actually see you, but I can only see you. But how are you today?
I'm great. How are you?
Good. So, Amanda, tell us. I told everybody that you are a journalist, and that the strange thing about you that I noticed was that the time when I had my experience with you having a long interview on the phone, and then seeing the article you wrote, it was incredible how well you wrote it. So.
Oh, awesome. Well, thanks so much. That was such a fun experience. I mean, being able to share your story, like being a comedian and going through all of that, and I don't know, it's just so wonderful. And I'm so grateful that I was able to shared a second time in my book. So
Well,
very
that is
cool.
amazing. So that is the thing. Is I wanted to talk about just to get it straight, because I used to live in Vancouver. So you had the Georgia Straight forever, and then the Cannabis Straight was a new publication of theirs. They decided to get going. So were you writing for the Georgia Straight prior to that?
Yeah, so more or less, Straight Cannabis was just like a separate website where we just like featured out most of our cannabis stuff. But it wasn't necessarily like a separate print publication. But yes, I did start at the Straight sort of as a generalist. I did like a little bit of everything, like music, art, all sorts of like different things. I wrote about beer a lot. And within that, I sort of wrote about cannabis too. And then that sort of just blossomed, I guess, into focusing specifically on cannabis, and it is a lot of fun.
And did you say you wrote about fear? Is that what you said, or did I mishear you?
No, beer.
Oh,
sorry.
beer. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Beer.
So, and now you are exclusively writing for Straight Cannabis, and you've written a book.
No, sorry, not for Straight Cannabis. I'm writing actually as a freelance journalist, but I am writing strictly about marijuana, weed, pot.
Right. Okay.
What have you. And so, I worked actually at the Georgia Straight until about May, and then I decided to head out on my own, and it's been kind of fun to do sort of work about cannabis, but different kind of writing. I'm doing some copywriting and some article work and all sorts of different stuff. So it's lots of fun to be focusing on cannabis.
That is good. So, I'm sorry I missed you in Toronto, but why were you here? And were you promoting your book?
Yes, I was actually in Toronto just for a couple of days over the Remembrance Day long weekend. And it was because I had a little event at the Hot Box with Abby Roach. Really cool of her to sort of host me. It was just a really simple event. I think I just read like part of my introduction. It's not really a book that you would do a reading from per se. It was really neat to just be in that environment. It was actually my first time in Toronto, and I feel like such a child saying that because I feel like it's like, a place that everyone goes to when they're in high school or something. I don't know. For some reason, I just hadn't been there, and it was really cool to like explore the city, and everyone was super friendly, and I managed to find cannabis despite the whole OCS thing. So it was really exciting.
Can you share with us? So let's set this up for the listeners around the world and the different provinces. This is what's so fun and so ridiculous about Canada's new system. So we have 10 provinces and some territories, and I believe they all have different laws and rules, which are interpretations of the federal government's laws and rules, none of which are soundly based on facts and scientific awareness of what we all brought them to make laws out of. But tell us exactly, like, what are you doing as a person coming from BC? Just the notion that you would need to come to Toronto and find yourself some weed when you're coming from BC in the first place, on its face is ridiculous. You're a crazy person right there.
Well, to be fair, I guess I did bring a little bit with me because you can do that now.
Yeah. Okay.
Which is exciting, but I just found that I guess being part of the community, people were just willing to be really generous, and there were some people that have their home grows that they were sharing with me, and it was just really cool because I've never really been exposed to East Coast strains, I guess, in that way, and it was just kind of neat. And
so where did you say you were getting this cannabis from when you came here? The stuff that was given to you. Who gave that to you?
Like
Nobody
friends.
named.
It was just like through friends. It was just like gifted. People were like, "Oh, you want some shatter? You want some flour?" I was like, "Yes, yes, yes." Happy to share. There were some trades happening. It was just sort of cool. Like, yeah. I mean, definitely access-wise, I think I was staying in Kensington for part of the trip, and I found that there was maybe one dispensary still open there, and then I had heard that there was maybe one or two other ones.
Well, they are getting shut down, but they are getting shut down the mainstream. But we do have basically a black market, gray market that continues to exist. The folks who know what's going on are still using them, and we're losing some mainstream. But we knew that was going to happen. And but basically still using it anyway. And I'm going to put it to you, Amanda. I don't want to shock you or anything, but there's a very good chance that the cannabis that you partook was not really legal cannabis, because they might not, if they ordered it from our official retailer, which is only available online. There's a very good chance they didn't even get it sent to them yet. So I don't know what you were smoking.
Totally. Well, I actually was lucky enough to be hanging out with someone who did receive a package, and we did try some government cannabis.
What did you think of it? What did you get?
Well, the stuff that we tried was from 7 Acres, and I was actually surprised. I thought it was really good. Well, not surprised. I mean, I've heard really good things about their cannabis, and it was pretty good. But there were other things that I saw that were like just flattened out, like really like not like what we're used to in British Columbia, I guess. And I'm sure stuff that you're used to finding on the unregulated market in Ontario. I mean, the quality for the most part, I find. I've seen a bunch of it, a bunch of government weed, at least here in BC, and I don't know, that it leaves much to be desired at times, but there are definitely people that are working towards creating better products, and so I don't know. I hope that it gets better.
Yeah, well, I guess they're going to need the time they say they're going to need, but I just really resent the fact that they, insisted they were going to be ready. Like, you don't get to say it's early and, we're not sure when you said you were going to be ready. You should have been saying, I don't know if we can do this. I really don't know if we're going to. That at least it would have been on top of things. It would have been truthful.
Yeah, I mean, there were some issues in BC with, like, some of the biggest companies, biggest LPs who had promised, like, a certain amount of product. And I think I saw this, I forget what news site it was on, but, they had failed to deliver. They obviously didn't name which ones they were, but someone from the wholesaler here had said, like,
right.
Well, they're promising us X amount, but that's not what we're getting.
Okay, so help us out a little bit, because I don't know all these things. I mean, I can't keep track of every single provincial deal. So you're from BC. It says that the BC Liquor Distribution Branch, that's where you buy your booze mostly? Is that where you get it?
Yeah. So I know in Ontario you have like the beer store and LCBO.
Right.
In British Columbia, it's just like one store. It's the BC Liquor Store. You go there for your spirits, your beer, your wine, whatever. Yeah.
Okay, so they also have, do they have other places you can get it, like wine stores and stuff like that?
Yeah, you can definitely go to like a private wine or beer store or wherever where you'll pay a little bit more, but they also have like the same kind of selection. It's not separated by like varieties of alcohol.
Right.
And so that, like the liquor distribution branch is also now running British Columbia's public cannabis branch, if you will. So they have like one store in Kamloops, a physical store that you can go to and buy product from the government, or you can buy it online. And apparently it ships in like 3 to 4 days, which I hear is a lot better than Ontario. But I don't know. I haven't tried it out yet, so I'm not sure.
In Ontario, it takes 3 or 4 days of waiting on hold to find out they don't know where your order is. So it's a little bit better where you guys are at. Yeah, it's unbelievable. I mean, I know someone that has they made 3 orders on the day. They made an order right after midnight, an order in the wee hours of the 17th, and then another one before noon. And the second two have shown up, but they are still waiting for even confirmation on the first one or anything about it. So, but then you're buying stuff from people that you don't really know who it is. You can't even really try it out. And I have to say, like, it's very strange for me to think that you're not able to look at this stuff or try it or sample it or anything. And like when you go to your friend's place who used to sell it, and they might even twist one up and say, "Hey, try this." You could smell it. Go, "Oh, that smells nice. Give me a bit of extra of that one." And you can't do this with the. But I really don't understand it. But I heard some things. I don't know if you heard this at all. But on the way to legalize, let's say back as far as around, 6-8 months ago, maybe. I heard this from the States. But I think it was also. I just want to get your take on it. That there were official needs and requests. I wish I had this better filed in my head right now, but basically they wanted to make sure that people working in this industry weren't all that experienced. They didn't really want people who are experienced, because I think the thinking was, if you're experienced, then you know what you're doing. If you know what you're doing, you were doing this before legalized. If you're doing it before legalized, you're a criminal. If you're a criminal, we can't trust you.
I see.
Okay. So now we can't hire a person that knows what's up. Now I got to hire this other person over here who has just as much chance of turning out a snow cone at Dairy Queen as they do of properly sealing up my eighth. So I think that there's this, I really do think that there is a mindset in the growers, not the growers, but the regulators, the governmental bodies. They don't want a lot of people knowing how it works, how well it works, what to do about it. They don't want people with skills. And this is obviously turned up, and they've done a great job of finding people without skills. We can't even find out how many there are in this province. I mean, it's really messed up. What do you think about all that? Have you heard things to that effect?
I haven't heard about the American stuff, but that doesn't surprise me. I know that, like, within some government bodies, like at the provincial level in BC, there's not, there is actually an interest in working with people that know what they're doing, only because I would say that the people that are running this are well aware of British Columbia's history with cannabis, and they can't really afford to negate all of that. So I think rather than doing that, they're trying a little bit in the very limited way that they can to bring some people in. That's just things that I've heard from people. I also know that with other or I don't know actually, but I'd be curious to know what's happening with other provincial bodies in terms of whether or not they're hiring people within the industry. I know that several LPs are actually into hiring people that have some of that knowledge, but I'm not totally sure. Like I said, it wouldn't surprise me if there's an appetite for equity, I guess, so that I'm struggling to explain it, but I think what that made me think of was all this medical cannabis knowledge that people have built up over the years, and now a recreational market, are they still allowed to speak about those same things? If someone comes into a recreational store and says, oh well, I can't sleep, what should I use? Will they be able to get information anymore? I'm gonna guess probably not. So
they're saying no to that, because the people are saying things like, you can't even talk about, this is what by the way, fully resist this 100%. You can't talk about it in the benefit aspect. So this is what the government has done. It's illegal to even talk about it in a benefits enhancement kind of way, and I think the government has already hysterically taken care of harm reduction. That's what they say, harm reduction. We have to make sure. But the thing that is painfully obvious to me is that if you're going to promote harm reduction, the only way you can really do that properly is to have studied the subject or the topic so well that you understand where the problems are for harm reduction. And if you have studied the topic that well, you must have also found the positives and the benefits. And so why are they only focusing on harm reduction when there is also benefits enhancement? And I really think we're getting close to lawsuit time, because these people are deliberately sitting on that knowledge. 100%.
Totally. I mean, that what you've said just there is precisely the reason I wrote my book, because I was we hear all this stuff about how cannabis. Can I swear on the show? Is that okay?
Yes, you can swear on the show.
Okay, cool.
Is laughing
well, we
now.
hear all this shit, if you will.
Yeah.
That cannabis is just this terrible thing, and it's so bad for us, and it's gonna make us the thing I always think of is that commercial with the egg frying in the pan, and this is your drugs. No, man. I don't know. So with the book, really what I wanted to do there was explain that there are benefits to cannabis use, and obviously explaining them with scientific information and talking to experts. But it's totally unfair that the government doesn't want to talk about this or want to discuss it. Like, we have 300,000 signups in the medical cannabis program in Canada. I know there are so many more people outside of that, but just that number alone, like, doesn't that, I mean, to me, that's like that's a pretty large number of people who are experiencing, profound benefit from this plant.
Yeah.
Why are we not talking about them? I don't know.
It's amazing. They're getting away with it because they will say, to answer your question, because I've been one of these people. I am one of these people, so I know it. I know it intimately. To answer your question, the answer is, yeah, it's just anecdotal. It's not really solid evidence. So basically, your article that you wrote about me is just anecdotal, and it is. It is anecdotal, but they don't seem to care that there are thousands and thousands and thousands of anecdotes, all similar, and they don't seem to want to get on it. But they will put an anecdote story out. So there was a story a few weeks ago. I mean, they're so embarrassing to me. I don't know who I hate more, the government or the press at this point. But they put a story out a few weeks ago, the CBC again, about a man in, I think it's Yellowknife, and forgive me if I'm wrong. It might be Whitehorse, but it's one of those places up north and freezing cold. But anyway, he was concerned. And they went up there to interview this guy. Jeez, talk about anecdotal. They went up to talk to this guy about the fact that with legalization coming soon, he is greatly concerned because he's allergic to cannabis smoke. I mean, this guy lives in Yellowknife. One guy is allergic to cannabis smoke, and I mean, even if he's telling the truth, buddy, don't stand near people smoking weed? I don't know, I guess. But how much more anecdotal is one guy saying, it's like the peanut allergy almost. Like, oh yeah, no, I can't eat that stuff. So one guy is saying he can't have cannabis smoke around him, and this is a big story. The CBC can cover that. That's interesting. That's a Canadian angle. They can't cover my aspect of the story though. It's pretty funny to me what they call anecdotal and what they don't. And why that even matters. Like, if 1,000 people are telling you the same anecdote, maybe listen.
Yeah, that's such a good, I mean, that's crazy, that story. It's so funny. I was at this event a few weeks ago, and it wasn't a cannabis event. It was like a health conference, and there's a woman there talking to me. She was asking me a bunch of questions, and she said, I'm so afraid of the smell, and it really irritates me. And her idea was that everyone who smokes cannabis should have to purchase this like spray and use it after they consume because it irritates people's. And I was like, okay, well, yeah, I don't know how well that's gonna fly.
Yeah, it's not gonna fly.
It's kind of interesting that people think that that's a thing. I don't know. I mean, it's yes, I'm sure there are people with allergies to cannabis, but it's interesting that the media decided that was they would fly there. And
yeah, I used to really get tired of cigarette smoke, and so what I would do, I mean, call me radical, people already do. What I used to do is I used to leave the bar where the smoking was going on. When I realized, I can't do this anymore. And of course, they don't have that anymore. But at the time, it was like, when it got to the point where it's too much smoke in the bar, I remember this at the Town Pump in Vancouver, and you'd have to just leave and go outside for a little bit before you could go back in. But, and then there's a garbage truck rolling by in the middle of August that stinks like you can't believe. Then there's a guy with the purple cherry grape, vaping clouds. Then there's an Indian restaurant. They got cumin going through the heating vent. Like, there's smells in the society, so you can't really complain about one of them.
Yeah.
So
fair enough.
I just don't understand why that's an anecdote that we can tell, and these other ones that might save our life and have saved our life cannot be told or bragged about. But I'd like to thank you for writing your book, because what you're trying to do is you're trying to tip the light against it. Like, I don't want any more hassle in my life based on everything that's happened over the last 5 or 6 years. I really don't. But on the other hand, I kind of wouldn't mind getting arrested and going to court and having to talk about all this stuff on the witness stand and have to be covered by the friggin' news. You know what I mean? So I'm kind of be careful what you wish for type of thing. I'd really like someone else to go through it. But if I am in that position, they're not going to be too thrilled with my time on the stand.
No, I'm sure you articulate all that very well. Yeah, it's unfortunate that there's just this like skewed perspective when it comes to cannabis. I mean, I kind of just wanted to flip the narrative, and I hope that more people are like, they say with legalization, you'll be finding out who in your community or who in your friend group is consuming, because people will be coming out of the woodwork. Well, I hope that that's true, because it's really the stigma is what's holding us all back from it. And like, it's, even though we've like legalized it, that doesn't mean that everyone's mind has just like collectively changed on October 17th. Like, people are still so like, I don't know, working in cannabis, sometimes you're in this like little bubble where everyone's talking about it and it's totally fine. And then you realize that there's still so many people out there that are like, oh, it's the devil's lettuce, and like totally still using those words. And I'm like, this is insanity. Like, I don't know.
I think the devil, personally, my take on the devil is, like, in his bag of tricks, he's not using lettuce. Anyway, so those people are paranoid to me. So before we, I just want to get to your book and stuff like that. But I just wanted to ask you a couple of things. So I'm coming from the perspective of an Ontarian. Apparently, we had somewhere around 40,000 transactions available, made at the online weed store, the OCS in Ontario, around the time when they said they had lost control of things or something like that. And then anyway, now they think there was like 100,000 or so transactions made, a lot of which have not been completed properly. But basically, so what I'm saying is, the day before that, no one was buying weed from the government. So the day that they did start to buy weed from the government, fascinating to me that the day before was a big stock dump. Those guys knew it wasn't going to go the way that it should. But on the day that they actually started trading, and they made like 100,000 exchanges of 100,000 purchases, and that's probably like if I bought 10 grams. They're all different. So that's 10 purchases per person, kind of thing. And so the thing I was kind of interested in is Ontario got about 100,000. BC had something like 5 or 7,000 people only.
Yeah, because everybody, I know, right? And people laugh, but I'm kind of like, well, that's
what's the story on that? How did
in BC, well, I mean, in Vancouver, many of the dispensaries, or not many of them, but there's still a bunch of them that are open. A lot of them, there's. Before October 17th, there were, I want to say, close to 100, probably, maybe just under, maybe closer to 80 that were still operating. And then I think a lot of them did close on the 17th, but a bunch of them are still running.
Yeah.
So that's one reason,
Okay.
especially in Vancouver. And reason number two is in areas outside of like big cities like Vancouver or Victoria, where you might still have dispensaries. Everyone just has like a guy who you can call, and he'll come to your door with a couple different kinds of weed, and you don't have to wait 3 days for it to be shipped, and you can look at it and smell it and do all these things. And I think a lot of people are like, government weed, like, no thanks, I already got my connection, and I'm just sticking with it. And I think that has a lot to do with it. Like, for a lot of people, nothing has really changed. It's a huge part of the culture here, especially in areas like the Kootenays, and so I think like those populations are sort of like, no, we're just going to keep doing what we do until, the government either makes it of better quality or of, prices that maybe are more preferable for people. But yeah, I think it's going to be like this for a little while. That's my personal take.
Okay, well, I would agree with that wholeheartedly. I was more proud for the reasons you said. I thought, well, that's BC. They still have they've still got dispensaries. They're not going to rush into the arms of the government, to be able to purchase this. And I thought it was very funny how small that number was for the official sales.
It is funny.
But so and then they tell you, like, over time it's just going to have to be this way, and you're just going to have to do it this way, and it's so not realistic. I said just before you came on that the folks that designed this whole system are like, well, it's the law and it's the rule and this is the way it has to go, and it's just not really going that way. Like, these are the people that don't perceive properly, not us.
Yep, I know. It's definitely, I think, going to be a bit of a challenge
Yeah.
to win people over with this. Yeah. for
Okay, so you've decided though that part of the challenge to win people over, I suppose, is writing a book. So good for you for doing it and finding the time to do it. I'm
Oh, sorry.
trying to become that same thing myself. It's so hard to find pockets of time where it's feasible to write a book, and everything I've written before has been deliberately trying to be funny as opposed to a book. So it's it's a whole monster for me. But so hats off for you doing it in the first place.
Cheers. Well,
Tell us how you got started though in the weed in the first place before we even hear about your book. Like little Amanda is a young girl. She's never even tried it before. Why did you get involved with it?
Okay, well, the first time I ever smoked pot, I was 14. I was at a punk rock show in Richmond, BC, which is my hometown, and I was selling merch
wow.
for a band. And I just tried it, like, a little bit from a pipe, and nothing really happened. And I didn't really use it a lot in high school. It wasn't until I was, like, in university, really, that I, like, started using it more consistently. And when I did, I noticed that, like, I would drink a lot less, like, I would not be hungover in the morning, I would be more focused when I was taking time to work or when I was working on stuff in school. Just, like, these kind of little benefits, like I was sleeping better, things like that. And then, I guess that was probably, 10 years ago or so. So I've been kind of consistently a cannabis consumer for a little while. And I guess writing sort of started when I was working at the Straight, and I had written a few things about cannabis, and there was like a piece that I had written. I think it was a story about Tommy Chong. It was an interview I had done with him, and he was like, "Okay, we're gonna talk for 15 minutes," but then we ended up talking for like 45.
Oh, that's
and it was
good.
the coolest thing ever. The guy just gave me like all these insane stories about him growing up in Vancouver, and I was like, "This is so cool! I just want to write about cannabis." And then like the next week, my editor sat me down and they were like, "Do you want to focus on marijuana?" And I was like, "Absolutely." And so here I am. I guess it's that was about a year and a half or 2 years ago, and it's pretty wonderful, pretty exciting.
It's nice to know that you've got a passionate interest that apparently is paying for your way to get through the world, right? I mean, that's pretty neat.
I guess so, a little bit, yeah. I never expected to be writing about cannabis. Truly, like it's cool. I'm not taking it for granted. I think it's every day I'm like, wow, like what's going on? This is wild. I'm just kind of blown away by all of it. But it's really interesting to think that something that was so vilified when I was like a kid, when the first time I used it, even like.
Yeah.
I don't know. Still something that my dad is like, every time my dad sees like a piece of paraphernalia, he's like, if I don't know, he he has great dad jokes like, "Oh, do you want me to put that in the recycling for you?" Or, "Oh, do you want me to smash that bong with a hammer for you?" Like, very like anti-cannabis. So coming from that, and now like it's part of my career. It's a trip.
Yeah.
It's
Well, this is going to be anecdotal, and this is going to be a bit probing, but just bear with me. And if you don't want to answer, that's fine.
Cool.
You have broken a cardinal sin. It's okay. So have I. Lots of people have. Don't worry. I'm not beating up on you. You've broken a cardinal sin in that you have used cannabis before you are 25 years old. And so in this, I can now understand that your brain doesn't work properly. You're not getting anything done in your life, and you're a bit of a loser, and your brain has been damaged. Would you plead guilty to any of those counts?
I would say no.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that whole notion has a lot to do with stigma, has a lot to do with fear. I mean, almost every like cannabis user that I know, perhaps not consistently when they were in high school, but at least like the first time they consumed was definitely before the age of 25.
Yeah.
Certainly before the age of 18 for a lot of them, and so I think it's hard for people to grasp that sort of notion that like being under 25 and consuming cannabis is just inherently so bad for you.
Yeah.
When so many people who have done that are, like doing well for themselves. Maybe some of them are CEOs of some of these LPs. And so I wonder how young people look at that and what they make of that.
Well, I still say it's a tool, and I still say it should be used properly. But it sounds like a lot of the people that I know who have used it prior to the time that you say you can use it are not drooling idiots like we're told they're going to be. And the thing that I really hate about it is that you see these logical fallacies everywhere in cannabis. I mean, I've noticed it for a long time in government, period, and that's why there's a conspiracy angle to this show as well. But I've noticed it in cannabis is that there's a particular series of facts about this stuff that they always want to avoid. And one of them is that if you're going to tell me that this thing is so dangerous that you don't like what it does to people's brains and you don't think it's fair and you don't think it's safe for people to use this substance that fucks up their brain the way they say it does, I don't know why there's one soldier going to war who's less than 26 years old. I really don't see the sensibility in that. And we've had some military folks on the show, and we've got some folks and former military folks listening, and they know what I'm talking about. I'm not making fun of them at all. I'm saying that you don't have any business sending off a 17, and they've done it, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25-year-old people. Think of how many people we have done that to in Canada, in the United States, oftentimes based on a lie. And they don't have any trouble sending these people in there. And then when they come back, they don't even care about their PTSD. But I mean, in the first place, you're going to say, oh, no, we can't do this because of the brain. They don't say that about going to war. Isn't that funny?
That's very, I've never thought of that, but that's definitely something I'm going to be thinking about. Wow.
There's a lot of these little things.
Totally. I won't get super into it, but one for me is this whole thing with advertising. We see and I don't like to compare alcohol to cannabis, but I don't like that we have ads for vodka on a bus station, all of this stuff. Every young person I know has been consuming alcohol since well before the age of 18 or 19 or whatever the rule is in their province. That I think is something that we should be addressing too. But anyway.
It's a bit of a drag. This whole I wanted to talk about that on the show earlier today, so let me just talk about it with you. With this whole topic of making sure it's safe for kids and making sure the criminal element doesn't get involved. I mean, none of that makes sense when you even think about candy or soda pop. And now you've got this Aurora is talking with Coca-Cola about making some kind of cannabis-infused sickly sweet treat, and we're going to hear how terrible that shit is, and not because of the 10 tablespoons of sugar that are in it, because of the 1/10 of 1 nanogram of weed that they're probably going to put in this thing. But I don't understand how we can live in a series of, credibly live in a series of laws and rules laid out by people who say, oh, we're so worried about the kids, and we totally fucked that up. Oh, and by the way, pretty soon candies and Coca-Cola are going to have weed in it, but we think it's dangerous. They don't make any sense. There's no credibility from any of their positions, I guess that's why I don't follow any of their advice, I suppose.
Contradicting stuff for sure.
But what are we going to do now? They're going straight into, I don't even know if this Coca-Cola with cannabis is going to be a booze-laden thing. We've heard about booze companies are going to put some weed in their alcoholic beverages, and we've got pop companies are going to put weed in. Are they also... is the Coca-Cola also going to be a boozy Coca-Cola or just a weed? But anyway, this is all way too soon for me. This is all, you don't even have the kids thing figured out as the government. You don't have any of that figured out. You got people in Ontario who literally, legally can't even have the weed they're legally able to get because it hasn't been legally delivered to their legal house yet. You know what I mean? This whole thing is so badly planned. I can't understand why we're going down here with Coca-Cola now.
Yeah.
Jeez.
It's definitely, that's too quick of a step for sure.
Too quick of a step. Well, tell us about your book. What's the name of your book?
Totally. My book is called The Little Book of Cannabis: How Marijuana Can Improve Your Life. And so yeah, that's basically. I mean, the title is just quite telling.
It sounds illegal to me. Are you even allowed to have that?
It's a little bit rebellious, and I've actually, there are some people who have gone on Amazon and just totally, like, based on the title alone, given me like shite reviews. So if you have read my book and enjoyed it, I'd ask you to go give me some love.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, it's basically what I do is I tackle 10 different ways that cannabis can be used to improve your life. I start with sleep, and then I move on to stress and anxiety. There's a chapter on mood and creativity. There's some like sort of fun chapters. There's even a chapter on sex, and then there's some chapters on some more medicinal uses like pain management. There's a chapter on support for cancer treatment. You're in that one.
Yeah, sure, because we also talk for the book, yeah.
Totally. And then a chapter on sort of the exit drugs, so the idea that using cannabis can sort of help you reduce your use of opioids and other prescription drugs. So not just them, but there's 10 in total. Everything's kind of backed up with lots of science. I have like 10 or 20 pages of citations in the back, interviewed lots of experts, kind of created my own little case studies for each chapter. So yeah, it's like a total labor of love, and I'm so happy that it's not just a PDF on my computer anymore.
Oh yeah, I guess. This is the book. It's The Little Book of Cannabis: How Marijuana Can Improve Your Life. Amanda Siebert. The foreword by Dr. Ray Ivker. Is that right?
Yeah.
And so that's there's another book called The Little Black Book of Marijuana. That's another fella, but I'm sure that's also interesting. But Amanda's book is this. So let's get into. Let's have some fun here. With your book. Sounds like you got a bit of a problem with, let's see. Okay, let's see here. Let's double load today. Hang on a second. All right, it says here that you got a bunch of good reviews on here. You got 6 reviews on the Canadian Amazon. And let's go to Jamie Lanny. I think that's the name of the person.
That is the one, I believe.
November 3rd. I love the way your book came out on Legalized Day, October 17th. That's so cool. Did you plan that?
No, well, we rushed it a little bit. It was going to come out on the 30th, and then my publisher was like, well, when they announced the date, we kind of decided we would rush it a little bit. So.
Oh, okay. Well, this is nice. You've got a lot of great things. This guy, High Marks, he says, want to know practically everything about the benefits of cannabis? Accomplished journalist, and I have to back him up on that one. I have to back him up there. Amanda Siebert has the answers in this remarkable little book, etc., etc. Thoughtful and honest guide to the positive aspects of cannabis. Because, like I said, we've already got the government telling us about harm reduction. We need people like Amanda Siebert writing a book and telling us the good stuff. This person didn't buy it on Amazon, says they met you at an event, found you to be passionate and knowledgeable on the subject, which obviously so have I, etc., and everything else. Cute and concise guide to cannabis, etc., etc. Now listen to this one. I love these. This is, people say don't read the bad reviews. I love the bad reviews. I don't get enough of those. Cannabis or marijuana is not something that can improve your life. Categorically, out of the box, demonstrably untrue, Jamie. So, before you even got to your first comma, you're incorrect. But anyway, go on. Due to the fact there are no studies that show its efficacy as a medicine. What the fuck? I can't even count.
Yeah, right?
I can't.
Zero. Okay.
One second here. I can't even understand why this is even happening. Somebody calling me from somewhere. I don't know what that means. Anyway, listen to this. GW says, there are no studies that show its efficacy as a medicine. I mean, I don't even have the time to sit here and cite them all. I can think of 24 right off the top of my head that I was just reading over the weekend. And that's just recent, like over the past 5 years. Never mind all the stuff from before. And this is why legalization is important. Sorry to get off on a jag here, but honest to God, like the stuff you're doing in your book, the stuff I'm trying to get out on this podcast and other people that I'm trying to bring the news, the truth of it to, is because once they made it illegal in 1937 in the States and before that in Canada, 1937 and 1947, that's 10 years gone right there. And then in 1947, it got really serious. And then around 15, 18 years later, then they decide, oh yeah, there's got THC and some other healthful stuff. They figure that out in Israel. And then like another, what was it, 10 or 12 years later, then Dr. Grinspoon comes out with his thing and for Harvard, and he nails it, and that's good news. But that was in the 70s. And they don't do anything, and they make it harder to get. And then all of a sudden it's 1999, and in Britain they're saying, oh yeah, this stuff is great now. It's not even an anecdote anymore. And now they're just finally changing it to legal. So this is why we can't have mistakes now. This is why I can't wait for Bill Blair to figure it out. This is why we can't let people go, oh, well, let's just see how it goes. At least it's legal. No, I'm not waiting 5, 10, 20 years again. No, you are fucking it up. If you were putting your teepee together upside down up on the reservation, I would tell you could probably got it backwards. You got it upside down. If you're putting the wheels on before you've actually built the body of the car, you're not getting anywhere, right? Like, so these people. So this guy says GW Pharmaceuticals aside, who have come up with a derivative for a rare and very serious form of childhood epilepsy. This person doesn't know what they're talking about. Yeah, GW Pharmaceuticals came up with CBDs for $33,000 a year, and you can get it a lot cheaper than that, okay? The Canadian government's health watchdog says no one should use the marijuana cannabis for any reason, including for a medical condition, if they are under the age of 25. Have a history of substance use disorder, are a man who wants to start a family, are a woman who is pregnant, thinking of becoming pregnant or breastfeeding, add to that the risk of addiction or suicide or a mental psychotic break, which this letter sounds like to the T, of car accidents, of cognitive damage, heart and stroke and risk, and you get the picture. Cannabis cannot improve your life, but it sure can ruin it or the lives of those you share your life with, who see you go down this path. Serious stuff, and this book should not be on the shelf. Give it a pass and do yourself and your loved ones a favor.
Good.
I mean, this is like a person who's at the top of a hill with a giant sign that says, I don't really know anything, and I want to make sure everybody knows this. But thank God for writing it, Jamie. I don't know where you got all that stuff, but my goodness, what a, and you know, this is going to be a person who has not sullied their mind with cannabis, and there's a whole bunch of sentences there that didn't quite work out. Anyway, so I'm really stunned about it. What does American, what's the thing in the States? Have you been able to release your book in America, or what's your story with them?
Yeah, so you can get it on Amazon.com and Barnes & Noble, and I think that same person is just like going around to every site and just whatever, but that's fine. I don't know. There's definitely an air of similarity to some of the reviews, but I'm trying to just like
The negative reviews, yeah.
Because like I don't know. I mean, I think that there are going to be people with these perspectives, and my hope is that like I'm not asking anyone to change their mind per se. They're not into it right away. That's fine, but maybe just like suspend your disbelief just for a bit, like while you're reading this or whatever. Not even my book, like I don't care, something else. Read. There's tons of literature out there, and when people say like no study, I'm like, well then what the fuck did I use in all of my citations? Like were those just like nursery rhymes? I don't know anyway, so yeah, it's irritating, but it just kind of shows you the spectrum of people that are out there. And
I had a conversation with a friend a while ago. He said, well, there's no studies of any of that kind of nature in Canada at all. And I said, well, actually, there are in Canada. But even if they weren't, the fact that I learned how to boil water at 212 degrees in Bulgaria doesn't mean it's not going to happen in New York, right? So it's 212 degrees. That's just a fact. You don't need to check that anywhere else. That's it. We're done. And it's the same with a lot of the cannabis science. It's like, don't tell me there's nothing. This is the problem. These people have come up. These people, I sound like Seinfeld. These people have been coming together, putting together rules and laws based on going into foreign countries and invading them for wars based on a lie. They've already been doing that. And now at home, they are drafting punitive and repressive legislation and access legislations that make it more difficult without any, again, they're using an omission of the truth and a denial of facts to be able to do this. Like just the very thought of saying, you can't say anything good about cannabis or that's illegal, okay? What about the fact that it does actually have positive values? What am I supposed to do with that fact?
Yeah, totally. I don't know. Write about it. That's what you should do.
I know, I'm trying. I mean,
I think you're going to do a great job. I'm very excited to read that.
Now, I'm a little disappointed that I found out, from your book and being in the book, I'm a bit disappointed that you only asked me about the cancer aspect and not about the sexual aspect. I mean, who are you talking to for that?
Maybe it'll be a second book, and I'll put you on the list for reference here if you're interested in talking about that. That was actually a really fun chapter to read or to write.
I'll bet it is to read it. Yeah. So let's spend a bit of time on it. Everybody loves sex. Sex sells. Let's put a sex conversation near the end of our podcast today. We're coming close to the end. I have to thank you so much for your time, Amanda, and setting it aside and getting this information out here, because I already know so much about this. If I just sit here and say this, it sounds like an idiot talking all day, right? So it's great to have a person who's actually found the time, who's not an idiot, who could put a book together like I need to do. But how do you how do you feel like things are going to go for you if you try to cross the border? I mean, it's across the American border.
Honestly, I'm a little bit terrified. Living in Vancouver, I'm so close to the border. Before I was writing about cannabis, I would go to like Trader Joe's and shopping or whatever, really quick over the border. But I haven't done that in a while, and I feel like even if I left my phone at home and did all the things that people say you're supposed to do, I mean, my name is next to like how cannabis can improve your life on the everywhere, and so I feel like.
How do you even think about it? Like, how do you plan that? Are you going to just not go there?
I mean, I'm going to probably, if I do, I would like test by going to maybe driving across. I would be a little bit afraid to fly. I don't know. I would have to talk to people. But what I hear from people who are like working in the industry is that they're fine, but then those people are also like not as kind of face forward, doing media about cannabis maybe as I am. And so, but I also look at the States right now, the political climate there, and I'm like, well, I got no reason to go there.
Right. Yeah, I said that before. I go, right now we have less option to go to that place than ever before, but it's happening at a time where you got less reason to want to go.
Exactly. So I don't know. My idea is I think eventually the states are going to have to legalize cannabis at the federal level. I think it's maybe quicker than we expect, and when that happens, then maybe I will feel more confident traveling to the States.
Well, I sure hope we get that going on. I really do. It turns out that in Rolling Stone magazine, which is a global mind control tactic that must be stopped. But anyway, the Trump administration has okayed a deal to import cannabis from Canada. The deal provides researchers in California with capsules that contain CBD and THC, and it comes after U.S. officials suggested barring Canadians involved with cannabis from entering the country. So this has been a bit scary for all kinds of people, but that's what they're saying now in the United States. And of course, there's all kinds of trouble in the United States, regardless of what side of the fence you're on, with the volatility of American politics. So who knows where they're going to go with this, but I sure hope with Jeff Sessions gone, they got this other guy now, but whatever. I hope that they get that this is federally in the states. Come on, most of the states can sell this and use it. I don't see how the feds can not use it or criminalize people who want to come across with something that's legal where they got it and legal where they're going. It doesn't really make sense to me to be anything else other than on board with it.
Yeah, I think it's coming. I think this medical deal where the DEA approved the first importation of cannabis from Canada, I think that's huge. Yeah. And I think that's really gonna if we look back at how other countries have sort of approached implementing a medical cannabis program, a lot of it started with increased research. And I think that once this deal goes down, this study happens, I think there was even a motion put forward or something. I'm not sure how far it's gone through the American government yet, but this idea that there would be more places created in the United States where people could obtain cannabis. Right now, researchers who want to research weed in the States have to go through NIDA, and the product is crap. That's the National Institute of Drug Abuse, I think, or something. And basically, the cannabis that they get is just garbage. And so, so they're hoping to create more places where they would obtain cannabis. So I think just by that, by the cannabis coming in from Canada, that it's something that will happen sooner than we think. Hopefully.
We'll see. But seriously though, this whole sexual aspect, like, how do you find it manifest? What do you do? Like, when you consume it, you just get a little more sensual, or what do you figure is happening there?
Totally. So there's a couple of different things that are happening based on the information that I got from the experts that I spoke with. So one of them was Lisa Mamakind Kirkman. She's in Calgary. She's awesome. She's written her own book called Sex Pot, and it's literally about sex and pot. And so what she sort of explained to me in her experience, cannabis, when she was, consuming it, she sort of felt more confident when she was out on evenings with friends. She felt more approachable, and the way that she sort of explains it, I mean, like, before she would initiate sex with somebody, I mean, you have to meet them, you have to talk to them, you have to connect with them on some level. And the way she explained it to me, I'll quote her here. She said, smoking cannabis, you're usually standing in a circle doing something illegal, and it forces everybody together into a little group. It's a very intimate experience in and of itself. And so I love the way she describes that. I mean, like, the way cannabis can sort of be like a gateway to meeting people, but also, like, even if you're in a relationship or what have you, if there's that potential for it to sort of be an aphrodisiac, maybe you suffer from chronic pain, or maybe sometimes your mind goes different places during sex.
Yeah.
Some people have found that cannabis can actually sort of center them, help them keep their minds focused. Lisa told me that, it makes her more aware of what her partner wants, but also more aware of what she wants. So all these things that, like, people often struggle with sex. So yeah, I thought
just rolls it out. Yeah.
Really fun chapter to write.
So now we're at this juncture where we're pretty much getting close to say goodbye. But I just wanted to say, so the mystique, the magic of what we've just been talking about with the sexual. I'm not trying to be like a little kid, but I do know that there is a it's hard to even describe it, but I noticed it when I was very, very sick, and for some time I had been, not to get too graphic, but I had been, sort of unable and or uninterested, given my certain situation, but I found that the cannabis was actually changing that in these little brief bursts, like, just like even the thought of it was you could tell planted there by the plant itself, as opposed to I was sitting there thinking this, and it has definitely added to a sensual awareness. But this is the question that I wanted to leave you with, and in the sexual way, in a research way, in a punch-up way, when I write something, I don't know about you, but I know I got this from George Carlin directly, punch-up time. He doesn't use cannabis to write comedy, but he uses it to punch up comedy once he's written it later on. So I don't know how you were with writing your book and stuff, but then you have people saying how it helps their sleep, and then you have people like myself talking about their cancer and all these other maladies and all these other social conditions, etc., and getting off of opioids. What do you think? We are sitting here, you're writing books about it, we are talking about a plant that can so do all of these things, and we are always so regularly told it's crazy to think that just one plant could do all that stuff. You guys are nuts. But we're really in a place where that thing really does so much stuff. And it's just a matter of you accept this and you read the research or you don't.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very interesting place to be. I think the thing for me that has always like allowed me to, or enabled me to sort of shift my perspective on an issue is like when I have, and I think it is for many people, for everyone maybe, when you have a personal experience with something, or when you see something firsthand. And so I'll like get a little bit personal here. My parents have been like super anti-cannabis for a long time, but my mother is slowly coming around. I have her, you know, on topicals and things. She hasn't consumed or ingested anything just yet, but and you know, no pressure. If she wants to, that's cool. But she actually, like, because of my experience with it, I write about it in the book a little bit. This past winter, I guess like about a year ago, I was diagnosed with PTSD, and she sort of saw how it kind of normalized me. It leveled me out. It really takes care of all of my symptoms in a way that like no pill or whatever really has been able to do. And so her seeing that has allowed her to sort of realize like, oh yeah, this like does have a place, and she's like open to talking about it. I tell her, you know, other ways that people use it, and she's like slowly getting more interested, and I think that sort of experience is what's going to slowly start shifting people's minds about cannabis. It's just going to take people like talking about it a little bit more openly, I think.
Well, that sounds like a fair enough input. Well, I appreciate that. I like the way you know, you found me. It was great to be speaking with someone that doesn't you know, this was a bigger deal for me, and I've been through so many interviews, etc., through the course of my entertainment career and as a comedian, and you read the thing later and it's like, oh god, I never said that, you know, that's not what I meant, that's not what I said.
Yeah.
And it was, I just committed to the process. You and I spoke for over an hour, and then you came out with this piece that I was like, oh, I was almost dreading it, you know. Oh, here we go. There's going to be this, you know. and it was so, it's been so helpful, and I send it to people who, if they say they don't, you know, what's happened? I haven't seen you in 3 years or whatever it is. I'll send them that article.
Oh, cool.
And
awesome.
yeah, it's really nice of you to have written it. And I really thank you for contributing to the revelation of truth.
Oh, well, you're welcome. It's my pleasure. I really do enjoy it. And yeah, it's been lovely to converse with someone who also gets it.
Oh, that's yeah. Well, I could talk to you all day just on that fact alone, and even if we weren't doing a show. So, you know, a lot of the people that you'll speak with in your day, they don't, you can tell there's no one there, you know, I mean, they're not idiots, but they don't see this, they don't get it, and they don't believe it, and they do believe all the hype against it for the years. And you know, you could tell you're just dealing with two different kinds of people. Like, do you know this is a puppet show, or do you think those little things are really actors, you know? So, but anyway, Amanda Siebert, I'm so happy you were able to write a book, and thank you so much for asking me to be a part of it. Once again, you can get Amanda's book on the regular places. Can you get it anywhere else? And where else can we find you? We can get it on Amazon. And once again, give us the full title of your book.
Totally. It's The Little Book of Cannabis, How Marijuana Can Improve Your Life. You can find it on Amazon.ca, at Indigo, your local bookstores, pretty much wherever you buy books, that's where you'll be able to find it.
Amazing.
And you can find me at Amanda_Siebert, really challenging, on Twitter and Instagram. Yeah, that's where you can find me.
Okay, well, thank you so much, Amanda, for coming on Green Crush, and it's been really great getting to know you over the time, and I hope we can spend some more time together. You know, at one of these events. Maybe I'll be out there, maybe you'll be out here.
I would enjoy that.
We'll
Thanks
have
so
to
much.
see how it goes. You're welcome. Thank you very much, Amanda. We will speak with you again later. Take care. I was just speaking with Amanda Siebert on the old Skyperino. That's not what they call it. Maybe if I stopped calling it Skyperino, it would work better for me. Who knows? You know what? We're gonna do another one of these shows. I didn't really want to do them anymore. I thought, you know, here comes a bad bunch of laws. I'm gonna tell you why we don't need those laws. I'm gonna ask you to contact your government to come up with something better than that. And they didn't do it. Came up with a pile of shit. So I guess instead of telling you what might be coming and how we need to get around things, We're just going to deal with what is. Like when Health Canada asks 102 drug manufacturers and distributors to stop marketing opioids, and only 25 of them responded.
Everything's gonna be fine.
Okay, Wayne, you did the last of the
I
bud.
did.
I don't know.
So it'll be Bob's turn.
I can't even taste this stuff.
Just going to
What?
from
Hey, Bob.
Because you're next in line.
You're next in line.
You don't even have.
We're going around each person.
This can't be bigger.
All right. So, with these, okay, they have. Not only do these packages have child-proof labels on them or containers, but in some instances they are adult-proof as well. Here, Bob.
There's hair on mine.
Yeah, hair.
Yeah. Two of them rolled on the ground, and we have a dog.
Under the table.
Yeah, there's none inside the doobies.
Just gotta squeeze the two sides.
Well, you don't know that yet until you open it up.
Correct. There you go. Okay.
I was going to do that, but I left that.
Yeah, sure you were.
What do you want?
Okay, pull it out.
Oh, there's
There's two doobies in the container.
Yeah,
And
they're
they're
half
mine.
grams. They're 2.5 grams.
Are they half-gram doobies? Let's see them.
Yes.
Well, yeah. Put it here. Put it in it.
One looks like a 0.6 and one looks like a 0.4.
Okay, so what do we pass them around? And
Or 0.4 and
what we're
0.3.
looking at is how they look. This is number one. Okay, so the appeal. Overall visual appeal. Okay,
That's a doobie.
that's what you're looking at. Okay. This will speed things up. Doc, 'cause
I
you don't
didn't
have
think
to
you were
roll
going to
them.
give it to me.
What's that? Oh, do you want that back?
No.
Okay.
What do you want me to do with this?
Yeah.
Plate it?
Visual appeal. What do you think about the way it looks? Does it look good?
How do you people like it?
All right.
Looks like a doobie.
Okay, quality of the roll.
Right ahead.
Smells like weed.
Selection of the rolling papers. Selection of the filter.
Oh, we got to do this.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We're
yeah,
gonna do
yeah,
this
yeah.
again.
Yeah.
7 more times.
Yeah. Well, we're gonna
Okay, visual
we'll have to
appeal.
stop for something to eat here.
It kind of look good. That'll take it an 8.
Don't want people putting mustard on the doobies. Okay.
Good luck, you guys.
No,
All
how do you
right.
do that?
Overall peel. Yeah, they don't look too bad. Okay. Yeah.
Let's see on the camera there, Al.
Okay, we're bringing it up.
You got to lift it above me. There you go. No, yep. There you go. All right.
Oh, I didn't look at the filter.
Okay, hang on. I'm holding it by the paper up top. So you can see the two doobies. Right? Yeah, you wanted to see the filter, the paper. Okay. All right. You wanted to see that? Again? Anybody else want to see it?
Yeah, I haven't seen it yet.
Oh, sorry.
Well, I just kind of passed it.
You're right.
No,
You're
actually,
right,
I didn't
Bob
see it.
started.
I didn't see it.
Yeah.
Oh, no, thanks. I'm driving.
And who knows? Maybe we'll find that you might not. It might. The quality of the roll might look good right now, but when we go to smoke it, it might be hard to draw.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, got a late one.
Oh no. Okay, we have to go around.
A dry taste, yeah.
Inhale. I'm gonna suggest to use both joints. One go one way, one go the other way.
Here.
That way, it just help it make it stronger.
You take
Oh,
a
make
puff
it quick,
and
too.
pass it that way.
Puff and pass.
Look for some flavors. Or
Don't light it.
Give me my lighter then.
No, just, you gotta puff it dry.
Dry draw. Just
first.
Yeah.
No fire yet.
No fire. Dry
Oh.
inhale.
Yeah, you can just taste it.
Dry inhale.
Here.
Taste.
You just get the taste. The inhale.
Pretend you're smoking
Just
it.
pretend you're smoking it.
There should be something that you.
They're like trying to hide under the covers.
Maybe I'm gonna stuck on you.
Oh, okay. All right. Everybody's gonna go in to dress the burgers and stuff.
Put on that, Al.
Sorry.
No, it's not bad.
Oh, I still forgot. Deb, you better come and see how these are working out. Or someone can come and tell me if we're getting there. We're done or what.
Also store bought. But the rib, prime rib.
No, it
Prime
isn't.
rib.
You're
Not,
supposed,
not these ones.
you're supposed to light that
Well,
up.
that's what you showed me in
I'm
the.
supposed to light it?
Or whoever. I don't know.
Okay,
what
now
it is.
Yeah.
are we done? Everybody's done. We've all had a dry toke.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And been able to judge that. Okay, so let's move on. Let's
Yeah,
let's
so-
light it.
Number 5 was what you just did there with it not being lit.
I love the shit myself.
There you go.
I just fix it.
Okay, Bob.
Number
There's
6
what 2
is-
joints, right?
We're gonna be lit up for this one. You gotta light her up.
Okay.
Hey,
You gotta light her up.
What I'm going to suggest is that
Where'd it go?
Oh, Deb's got one. The other one's on the plate.
we only need the one joint.
Right.
Then the second
Oh.
joint goes to the person who opened the container.
He's lighting it.
He's lighting
Oh,
Sorry.
Dougie.
Not on this one. Bob decided to smoke his now.
all to himself.
He thought it was so good. He let this not go on.
That's cheating, Bob.
Oh,
Yeah,
Now he's going to start yelling at you.
Bit of a run.
Okay, so number 6, aroma to taste. Can you taste how it smells?
I'll give that a number.
And then the experience, harsh to smooth.
Yeah, he passed it. He passed it to me. Yeah. Yeah.
Ash color. Ash.
Ooh, there you go. There's the ash color. Anybody
Yeah.
want to take a look?
That's
Yeah.
awful.
Hey, dark gray.
Heavy, chunky. Yeah.
I think it's the darkest.
Effects and experience, pleasant to
Harsh.
not pleasant to pleasant.
Is it smooth?
Pleasant. I haven't had
No,
enough
I don't
yet.
find it harsh.
No, yeah, mine.
Overall enjoyment.
Okay, let's go to that.
I hear a lot of coughing now.
Let's choose to answer that when I get his drag off. Let's see if I can. You go ahead. I want to see you cough first.
Pleasant.
So we're not going yet.
Alan, how do you turn the barbecue off? I'm just doing this.
Oh, just turn the dials to the off button spot. I'm coming.
Oh, that's what I got for you, little girl.
Oh, they're all off.
Who took the ashtray?
Al did.
Al does that all the time. This you're giving to me.
All right, 10. Overall enjoyment. You go out.
Oh, good so far.
It's all yours.
Oh, it's all mine.
It's very smoky over there, guys. What are you doing?
Yeah, it is, eh?
You want to take
Would you buy this product?
the hamburgers in there and you take this?
Yeah, I guess. What? Oops. Or put a number in there, or yes?
Yes or no?
All right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Whoever
And
is,
then the rest isn't even there.
as soon as you're done, Justin,
That's it.
you
That's
can
it?
run in and grab your burgers. And don't forget, there are donuts over there on the
What? No cheese slices?
donut. Oh, there's a grinder over there for you too. Okay.
Oh, is there?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wonderful.
Grinders a compliment of Greenhouse Seed Company.
From 1994.
No idea. Guess the name brand of this product.
Yeah,
I think I have a couple of tubes
yeah.
still now.
Products, just so you know the name brands of the product. We'll review that again.
Sure.
And,
No, thanks.
everything that we've seen on here is
I got my cards right here.
know as a
Familiar
regular.
with it.
Yeah, I know like one or two because I go to cannabis events. But people like Bob who don't go to cannabis events, he wouldn't have a clue who these people are.
Yeah, and I don't know who these people are either.
Yeah, so they're growers, legacy growers. So that tells me that a lot of these were probably legacy growers that transcend
Yes.
into the legal market.
Oh, I know Castle Rock because Paul used to work there.
Oh, yeah.
In Jamaica. Yeah.
Yeah. There's probably 3, maybe 4 that I might know as I look at it.
I've heard
Okay,
of Freedom Cannabis,
okay.
but I don't know them.
Right here. There's. All right. Does anybody want any of this?
No.
No. Okay.
No,
If
no,
you want,
thank you.
go in and grab something to eat. People, they're gonna run.
Buddy
to
said
get
he's using the same grinder, Al.
burger. What's that?
Buddy is using the same grinder.
Is he?
Yeah, and I have a few too in my keepsake box.
Yeah. Hey, thanks for tuning in, staying in there, and tuning in all day. That everybody eats.
He's doing what we're doing, but not
yeah.
not with
Yeah.
Video duty here. I've got the camera on MJ for this broadcast, but she also wants her own video, so I've got this video right here. Look, there's her on my camera. Then we got to figure out how we're going to video this while I'm taking a photo of us with Tommy. I don't know how we're going to do all this. I know how we're going to do it because we're the newbie and the doobie. That's how we're going to do it.
You figure it out.
Here we go.
She's also
please.
she's also
Oh,
our
okay,
new
thanks,
high
promo.
So yeah.
They just jumped the line.
Uh-oh. See a winner?
That's what we did earlier to get in the building.
He's a
at the back of the line, and we're like, we're the newbie and the doobie, and next thing you know, here we are. We got no badge.
Okay.
That's the way we roll. All right, here she goes. It's exciting.
You know what? That's what you looked like the first time we met. It was about 3 a.m., February 2nd, 2018. You performed at Casino Rama up in Aurelia. It was just after Shelby's birthday in Ontario. 2018. Yes. And it was Shelby's birthday the day before. We had an interview where I gave you a present, you and Teach. You asked me a very important question, and I still brag about it. You asked me, do you suck or blow? And my response was, well, you got to suck before you blow. I'm glad it hits just as hard the second time around. With that, I'd like to present the newest version of the Shatterizer. It's called the Bubbler. So this is a Canadian company. They absolutely adore you, as I do as well. And we also have one for your son, because I know how hard he works to help keep you going. And there's the info on it. And I just want to say, I seen a movie the other day that I had never seen before that you did with your family. Far Out Man. Yeah. That fucking movie is so hilarious, and I love that you pulled the family in. It's great. I love it.
It got stuck away.
You know what? I found it on Tubi.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell everybody. I'm definitely telling everyone.
Yeah.
So this is my partner. When I first met him, he didn't know anybody that consumed cannabis at all. I told him bullshit. No, he doesn't do either. That's my job. But now we do a cannabis podcast together, and we educate other people. And actually, one of the first cinema reviews he did was on Evil Bong.
Oh.
Yeah. I've watched all of your stuff. My dad had me watch even the Corsican Brothers, which is, I will say, it's not my favorite, but it's still good. It's still good. No, and it's definitely no what is that? Up in smoke. Yeah, for sure. It's amazing. All right.
Mary Jane
Baker. I'm the doobie. That's the newbie. We have a podcast called The Newbie and the Doobie. Newbie and the doobie. Because he's a newbie. And I'm the doobie. All right. Do you want to get a selfie?
Yeah. Can we get a picture with you?
Okay.
How you doing? I'm Timmy. Nice to meet you. I'm the newbie.
Yeah, he's the newbie. All right. Do you want to flip it selfie-wise?
Yeah, I'm going to flip this.
Too many technology here, Tommy. Too much technology. Here, I'm going to set you down. Do you mind? Can I sneak over here? I'm really tiny. I promise I won't. Okay. We do this thing called the newbie and the doobie sandwich, and you're the meat. Okay? All right.
You mean head?
No, definitely not.
We've lost your video, by the way, guys.
Oh, did you? Oh, okay, I'll move back in there.
Yay! Newbie and
doobie.
Please tell Paris I said hello. I know he's you're busy. And this is our card here. That's us. Can you tell we like to have fun? It was so nice to meet you, Tommy, again. Oh, you're fine. I'm good. Thank you. I know. I've seen it. Thank you so much for your time. You've always been awesome. Thank you so much. Okay. All right. Those are for him. Yeah. Thank you so much. One's for Paris, though.
Okay.
All right. Let him know.
There they go.
Oh my God, I'm
got the Shatterizer in them.
Deadly spray and smoking on the man. And me got some cushion on my back.
So what are you doing? Nothing. Why not? Trying to get on this Lifestyle Radio website. Sounds like a cool website. Yeah, it's alright. Oh, wait, I might have it. You might have it.
You're listening to Lifestyle Radio.
The opinions expressed during this show are those of the individual participants and do not necessarily reflect the opinions of their associated organizations or Lifestyle Radio.
You like music, you like weed, well, we gonna be good friends indeed. This is not much I like more than smoking trees. They'll make you dance the do-si-do and teach you how the chiva grows. Smoke a bowl on the 420 radio show. On Lifestyle Radio.
All right, sing it, guys. Marcel's not here yet. He will be in. Hi, this is the 420 Radio Show. We are live at 420radio.ca and lifestyleradio.net. I'm gonna, Lori's here and Ross is here and Chris is here. Marcel will be in a few minutes. And the one, the only gentleman that everybody likes to call Dr. Bob, Dr. Robert Mallarmead is here with us. Hello, Dr. Bob. How are you?
Hello there.
It's a pleasure to hear your voice again. Sir, you have one of the most kindest voices I've ever heard speak.
I think a lot of people would disagree with that, especially my 3 ex-wives.
Oh, well, you know, when you're talking cannabinoids and cannabinoidal medicine, it's like music. It really is. And we've all been very, very excited about this week having a chat with you. I thought what I'd like to do is give you a minute to tell people who may not know who you are and why you're here.
Well, that's a tough question. Who am I and why am I here?
I have a tougher one for you later.
Figure that out. but actually, what I'm going to talk about will explain all of that from the point of view of what I really am. But for just the trivial sake, I'm retired PhD in molecular genetics and biochemistry. And what I really am is an old hippie that loves to get stoned. And I'm 69 years old now. I've been smoking and using cannabis for about 53 years pretty regularly lately. And for the past number of years, you know, constantly, basically. I like to eat it. So what I've done for my whole life is try to understand what life is. And thankfully, from my perspective, I think that I now understand what life is. And that's what I try to share with people, because once you understand what's really going on from the point of view of physics, in other words, I can describe physical phenomena that will take us up to the point where we understand what life is and how it works. And at that point, we can understand the very special, unique role of the endocannabinoid system in the life of all vertebrates, and especially man, and how that's going to contribute and how it has contributed to us being here, but how it's going to contribute to where we're going. So that's it in a nutshell. I was the chairman of the bio department at the University of Colorado, and before that I was research professor, assistant professor at University of Vermont and New York Medical College. So I was a lab geek for many, many years. I love lab experiments, and
I think it's safe. I think it's safe to say you know your shit, right?
I know a bit of science. I must say that I'm kind of mentally ill. What I do is I sit around stoned and read all the time.
I guess I do that too. I read the news all day. I sit here and I post news all day, so I'm reading all day. And I'm dyslexic.
Well, I'm ADD, so I watch television, old westerns,
ADHD here.
And everything else while I do all my work.
Netflix and Showbox for me. I have ADHD. I'm on disability for it, so we're totally on the same wavelength.
Oh, I'm very ADHD. I tell you, it's difficult often for me to read one sentence.
Well, you know, since we've brought up the ADHD, I know the guys will want to talk to you too, but they can shut up. I've been here longer. Since you brought up the ADHD, I have severe ADHD. I talk about it all the time. My life has been totally impacted by it. I'm on disability for it. I have a hard time with I have social phobias before it. I've had Dr. Behrman on the show. David Behrman was on the show, and he enlightened us onto why it works from a brain point of view. But I've always been interested in that whole, when you give a hyperactive person Ritalin, it calms them down. It works the same way, cannabis, for me anyways. The sativa does one thing and the indica will do another, but it's switched with some people. Can you explain why?
Yeah. I can't explain that all, but I can give you some general ideas.
Okay.
Actually, it's better if I talk about what life is first, because then the answer that I would give you would be more meaningful, because everything that I understand about biology and health springs forth from this underlying understanding of what life is.
You have the floor, sir. You go ahead.
Oh, I can go on forever. So shut me up whenever you want me to. Whenever you want to.
We're not going to shut you up.
So, you know, I studied molecular biology. I was still in undergraduate school when the genetic code was discovered back in the 60s.
Wow.
I was in undergraduate school back then as well. And what I searched for after learning a lot about molecular biology, at that time relatively simple compared to what we know now, but at that point the big discovery was what's called irreverently called the Holy Trinity: DNA, RNA, and protein synthesis. And it linked all of those together for all living forms. By discovering the code, you knew how the linear sequence of DNA could become the linear sequence of amino acids, which make proteins, okay? So I took a course in thermodynamics, trying to understand what made life. I mean, you can understand that we have DNA and genetics and all of that, but how did that come about? Where did that come from? So I took a course in thermodynamics. Thermodynamics is a branch of physical chemistry, and thermo, heat, energy, dynamics, flow. So flowing energy. Unfortunately, the classical thermodynamics is not about flowing energy. And it's about what's called equilibrium conditions. Conditions when things are already done, so they're not going to do anything else. So how can you look at life from that perspective? And in fact, from that perspective, life is statistically impossible. So that was kind of confusing and frustrating, especially since I'm a mathematical moron, and that course tormented the hell out of me because I'm a mathematical moron. However, along the way, I discovered the work of Ilya Prigogine, who got the Nobel Prize in 1977 for creating a new field of physics called far from equilibrium thermodynamics. And that is, in fact, what we are. We are far from equilibrium. You want to get closer to equilibrium, get sick and die. Or, wrap yourself up in a plastic bag and leave yourself rotting for 1 million years, and eventually nothing anymore will happen. So the difference between these two forms of physics, one says life is impossible, and the other basically says life must happen. So, of course, that makes a lot more sense. However, it wasn't for many years that Prigogine really kind of reached the apex of his understanding. And that came out in a book called The End of Certainty. And it's a very, very profound book. It's only, it's a short book, but my God, is it dense with, he's one of the smartest people that ever lived. No question about that. And what it basically tells you is that time is this constant change that only occurs when you're not at equilibrium. If you're at equilibrium, everything's randomized, and you can't tell. There is no time because there's no change. So with that perspective, we go back, we have a Big Bang. We don't have to worry about where the Big Bang came from or what's going on there. What we know is that we have this expanding universe, and that as things cooled and planets formed and they cooled, that at some point on our planet, life emerged. So that's where I would like to really now focus on what's going on. I'd like to give you a whole evolutionary history lesson.
Please do.
As to, pardon me?
Please do, but I have one question first. Before you get,
yes.
Do you mind if we smoke pot while you're speaking?
Yeah, you got to pass it to me and figure out how to do that.
All right.
Actually, I don't smoke very much. I'm an eater. I start my day by eating about 100 milligrams of high-quality oil.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and then I repeat that at least one more time during the day.
Wow.
I've got a lot of arthritic conditions, and when you understand what I'm talking about in this discussion today, you'll understand why I do that. Cannabis, the quick summary, the quick answer is that cannabis is an essential nutrient for modern man. Forget this drug bullshit. Yeah. It's a nutrient that if you want to live a healthy, long life, you've got to consume it regularly, period. So what I'd like to do now is explain why that's the case.
Okay,
all right?
Please do, please.
So, go ahead, sorry.
No, please continue. That's all I said.
Okay. sometimes these delays, scramble my brain a little.
Yeah, mine too.
All right, so about 4.5 billion years ago, the Earth condensed out of basically stardust, and it has a very hot core, so there's energy there, and it's constantly bombarded by sunlight, as well as all the electromagnetic radiation that we're constantly bathed in, as we move through the Milky Way, et cetera, et cetera. So what Prigogine discovered are these things called dissipative structures. And it's very important for us to understand what that is, because we are all dissipative structures. So it'd be nice to know what we are. And what it basically is saying is that we extract information and energy from our surroundings, and we use that energy to maintain our integrity. And we get rid of our waste to the environment. And from a scientific point of view, what that's saying is that the entropy of the universe increases by us actually forming a collection of molecules in which information is increased. Information is the opposite of entropy. And there's this law in the basic law of the way things work called the second law of thermodynamics that says entropy must increase. All right? Which is disorder. So that always led to the paradox. How are we here? How is life here if it's organization and if the natural tendency of the universe is to go to disorder? And what Prigogine showed is that as long as you have flowing energy, it can actually organize mass, which is then the mass is becoming more negative entropic. It's becoming organized. So this now adds a new twist to what everybody thought. See, before you thought, if I took all the molecules that made me up, for example, and I disassociated them so that they were individual molecules and atoms, and I put them in a big dye tumbler, and I threw out that dye tumbler, what's the likelihood of me coming out? Essentially zero. But I'm here. So how did I get here? So what Prigogine discovered by creating the physics and the supporting math for verifying observations that had been previously poo-pooed because it didn't make sense from the standard view. And what these were special chemical reactions that, in particular, there's one reaction where electrons flow from where they don't want to be to where they want to be. So now you have flow. It's basically electricity, right? Electrons flowing. So you have one chemical that has a lot of them and wants to get rid of them, and you have other chemicals that would like to have more, and as soon as you provide the appropriate channels, those electrons can flow and you can convert things, okay? So what Prigogine showed is that there are a number of circumstances where flowing energy organizes matter. And that's what we are. You see, as soon as you stop the flow of a living system, the living system becomes a dead system. If we stop eating, we stop shitting and pissing, we stop breathing, we are stopping the flow that maintains our organization. Now, I'm going to give you a very simple example of that in a different context, because flowing energy can take on many different forms. And flowing electrons is exactly what powers life, but there are other examples that we're all familiar with, and yet we don't think about them in the context that I'm trying to describe because we haven't been educated that way, because far from equilibrium thermodynamics, when it's taught, is typically in advanced physics courses and graduate courses, and it should be taught in kindergarten by giving people demonstrations of things so that they understand that what I'm going to describe to you is very special. So I'm going to give you a very simple explanation. We've all pulled the plug in our bathtub or flushed our toilet. What do you see? You see a whirlpool that forms. Well, that's a structure. The molecules are no longer random. So they're organized. And what's driving that organization is gravity. And once the toilet reaches the bottom, the water reaches the bottom, that spiral disappears. It's the same thing that accounts for tornadoes or hurricane weather patterns. When you look at those patterns, what you're seeing is a structure that's dependent on the flow of the wind and the heat to generate that structure, okay? So in that case, gravity or heat can be generating flow-dependent structures. In our case, it's the flow of electrons from chemicals that want to get rid of them, in particular hydrocarbons, the carbohydrates that we eat, the protein that we eat, the fats. They all are made out of carbon and hydrogen molecules. And in order to add those hydrogens onto the carbon, it requires energy. And that energy comes from the sunlight. And before life formed, what it did was it powered chemical reactions that formed these heterogeneities, these structures in liquids. You know, if you just pour a liquid and let it sit there, you're never going to see a whirlpool form. But as soon as you allow gravity to act on it, you can see the whirlpool forming. Okay, so flowing energy is the critical deal here. And so once life first emerged, well, let's go back. Before life emerged, you had these inorganic, meaning pre-life, chemical reactions that were forming in the prebiotic soup, the ocean. And as time went on, you had areas where the things were concentrated, and you had things coming and going, basically. Think of, you know, the sunlight's hitting it. We have daylight cycles, so you're going to change you're going to have heat gradients forming. All of these things lead to these concentrations that can eventually form these flow-dependent structures. So you had now the ability to generate prebiotic chemical organization before there was ever any life. And as that process continued, because the earth has kept getting hit by more sunlight, and you had the warmth of the earth, and you had different chemistry providing sources of flow. Eventually, things got complicated enough that out popped life. And then the same process kept happening. Life keeps taking in more energy, creating more complexity. Because what's really going on with all living systems is they're trying to survive. Well, you're trying to survive, but think about your life. Every instant is different, which means that you've got to constantly change to be alive. And what I'm trying to get at here is that change is a constant occurrence. As the universe unfolds, as the chemistry, the biochemistry and chemistry on the planet continues to evolve, powered by the sunlight, basically. And as a result, we keep having instabilities in this big chemistry set called the planet Earth. And those instabilities generate higher forms of organization. In the same way that life formed, according to what I'm telling you, which nobody else will tell you, as this chemistry keeps flowing, it gets agitated, and so much energy flows that the only solution is to get more organized and create a new regime. It's a non-linear change. You go from nothing to something in terms of organization. Okay, so the first organisms were bacteria. They were called prokaryotes because they had DNA, but they didn't have nucleus and a lot of other of the complexity that characterizes our cells, which are called eukaryotic cells. Eukaryote meaning true chromosome, as opposed to prokaryotic meaning early chromosome, essentially, okay? So for 1 billion years, sunlight and the chemistry from the heat of the earth allowed those microorganisms to reproduce and to thrive. But you got to look at what was going on back then. First of all, until they appeared, there was no organic matter. And, excuse me, as they lived and died, what you now did was you generated all of these hydrocarbon corpses from all 1 billion years of dying bacteria. And these bacteria, as they were using the sunlight to make themselves as a byproduct, as a waste product, they made something rather important for us, oxygen. And what that did was it ultimately changed the entire atmosphere of the planet, from one that had virtually no oxygen to one that had a lot of oxygen. So on the one hand, we now had oxygen, and on the other hand, we had hydrocarbons, where sunlight was used to force the hydrogen onto the carbon. So that means energy was in there. And now now you can burn that. All right? So that's how life evolved to a higher complexity to generate the kinds of cells that form us. So the first eukaryotic cells that were formed were protozoa. You know, amoeba and paramecium that you all saw in high school when you looked under the microscope. And those cells did not have endocannabinoid receptors. They didn't have a CB1 receptor or a CB2 receptor or a lot of the other receptors, but they did have receptors, so they have to communicate with their environment, because their environment is what keeps them alive. As you suck negative entropy, organization, and chemical potential out of your surroundings. So they kept getting more complicated as well. And we went from protozoa to sponges, which are pretty unsophisticated. A sponge is not very smart, you know. It doesn't really have a nervous system or a brain. It's got some cells that start to take on those functions. So look for a second at what your nervous system does. It takes information from outside of you, and it brings that information into you. Sight, sound, smells, taste, all those things are regulated and brought into the system, the collection of molecules that is you. And on the other hand, your immune system is monitoring all the mass that comes into the system. Those are the only things that can come in, energy or mass, right? So your nervous system deals with the energy, and your immune system deals with the mass, because you're eating things from outside, and you've got to be able to bring them into you in a way that's safe and harmonious. So if you look, for example, in humans, our gut is where 70% of our immune system is, because that's where you're taking in all that mass. But we're also taking it in through our lungs and through our skin. So we have a lot of monitoring devices there to make sure that we deal with the things that are coming in such a way that they don't kill us. So these prokaryotes evolved into multicellular organisms that kept getting more complex over time. And it's very important to understand what evolution selects for. It selects for survivability. It selects for adaptation. It doesn't select for strength. It doesn't select for intelligence. It selects for the ability to adapt so you can survive, period. So organisms kept getting more complex, but they had a limit in terms of how much they could adapt. And it was at that point that the chemistry set got complicated enough that it had before you have a major change in these far from equilibrium phase changes, as they're called, the system itself starts to go crazy. It's like what's happening today with our politics, with our weather, with our banking, with our finances, with our economies. All of these things that you're seeing today around us are the same kinds of things that always happen, because they're the product of this continuous unfolding. We are in a big chemistry set. It's called the planet Earth and the biosphere. It's a combination of the inorganic, the geosphere, along with the biosphere, and how they interact for the life to continuously survive. So what happened with the emergence of the vertebrates, see, these other organisms, your insects and your worms and your lobsters, they don't have the level of adaptability that we do. And our lineage emerged from when a new level of adaptability occurred. And that's when the vertebrates were formed. And quite amazing and mind-boggling is the following truth. Along with their emergence, also for the first time, you had a cannabinoid receptor. You had the CB1 receptor on nervous cells. Now remember, those protozoa had the biochemistry that produced endocannabinoids. You had anandamide in a protozoa, which is anandamide is one of your main endocannabinoids. But it didn't have receptors because they were part of these flowing biochemical structures that had not yet evolved the sophistication of communicating into a more complicated scenario, that of the vertebrate. So let me explain now what really is going on, because it's so simple. You see, it's just people don't understand because nobody says it other than me. So what happened is, think about your brain, think about your head. What's the big characteristic? If you put your hand on your head, what are you feeling? Heat. You're always going to be hot. Your head is the hottest part of your body, and your neck, right? They're always giving off a lot of heat. Why is that?
And that's why
your brain is.
That's where you experience most of your pain as well, right?
Yeah, but the point here is that flowing energy organizes matter. Your brain is the most complicated piece of biology on the planet.
Yes.
So it's got a tremendous amount of organization. It requires a tremendous amount of energy to maintain that. Because if we cut off your food supply and you die, your brain is going to decrease its complexity until it stops everything, right? So what we want to do is maintain our distance from equilibrium. We want to be charged up with life. And we want to be able to continuously adapt to our environment so that we, as a living entity, can continue to survive and thrive and grow. And with the emergence of that CB1 receptor, something very, very special happened. Again, this is only from my perspective. Everybody else will tell you that I'm nuts, but I can prove it all. And they don't even talk to me about it because their heads are so far embedded in their asses that they can't see any light.
There you go.
And I'm talking about doctors and professional scientists.
Hello. Is there anybody out there?
So what's going on is this. You couldn't develop a complicated brain with the existing biochemical machinery of the invertebrates because we generate energy in different ways. And the most efficient way that we generate energy happens to also be the most dangerous. So we have a series of chemical reactions within our mitochondria known as the electron transport system. And what that is a way of taking these electrons that are coming from the reduced hydrocarbons, the food that we eat, and passing them through the complexity of biology until they have no more energy. And what do we put out? CO2 and water, right? That's what you're breathing out, and we get rid of our water with our urine and along with our ammonium compounds, etc. And your feces is basically, 80-90% bacteria. We actually have more bacteria living on us and within that tube of our digestive system because they're much smaller cells. Remember, the prokaryotes are not as complicated. We actually have more bacteria living on us and part of us than we have our own cells. How's that for bizarreness, right? We tend to, it points up the stupidity.
That's scary,
of
actually.
sterile.
That's scary.
Well, no, it's not scary because we need them.
Oh, okay. So then it's not scary then. It sounds scary.
No, it's
though.
all symbiotic. Everything has to live in harmony with everything else so that everything keeps flowing.
Yes. Okay. I get you.
All right? And the bacteria in your gut regulate your state of health to a tremendous degree now. It's found more and more because the right bacteria live in harmony with you and the wrong bacteria don't.
Yeah,
and
well,
then they cause inflammation,
Yeah.
and you get all sorts of illnesses.
That was
So
the
we have
scary
to live
part
in
for me.
harmony
Yeah.
with our environment. And what you want, see that everything is so stupid because everything is driven by marketing. So every time some asshole comes up with an idea that might sell something more, the morons go and peddle shit, and we, the blind sheeple, go and buy the crap.
Yeah.
Let me give you a prime example, and the significance of this will become clearer later on.
Okay.
Today, what do we see as one of our major causes of health, disease, lack of health, is what's called metabolic syndrome. The overweight, the diabetes, the heart disease, all of these come from metabolic syndrome. Well, what is that? It's that we're eating the wrong foods and we're making too many free radicals. And it turns out that it's because we're eating too many sugars. So what has occurred over the past decades, peddled by the government and all the wise nutritionists and all the other morons, fat-free diets. Well, when you're on a fat-free diet, you're not burning any fat, you're only burning carbohydrates. And carbohydrates are very much enjoyed by this very efficient but dangerous pathway that I'm describing to you. The electron transport system that efficiently makes ATP. We break down most of our stuff ultimately to glucose, and then we funnel that glucose through a variety of pathways ultimately to make ATP, which is kind of like the dollar bill of biology. You know, it's used for everything. It's the energy source. Just the way a dollar can get you anything, ATP can get you anything, all right? So where are we here? We have living systems. We're making waste, which in the case of humans is we're eating hydrocarbons. Just the way you burn coal and gas, we eat our food, which are hydrocarbons, be they proteins, fats, or carbohydrates. They're still all hydrocarbons. And we burn them down to CO2 and water. And you know at that point we've taken everything out of those molecules because you can't do very much with CO2 and water without putting more energy back in. Matter of fact, we use CO2 and water as a fire extinguisher because it doesn't burn anymore. It's already lost its energy, okay? So where I'm going with this is the following. The CB1 receptor that gets you stoned has a very unique role in modulating energy flow in nerve cells. And what it basically does is it fine-tunes that efficient energy-producing machinery so that you can stay in the efficient mode longer than would otherwise be possible. What determines possibility is how many free radicals are being made.
Now, is it like a battery?
Back up again.
Like a battery?
Pardon me?
Like a battery?
Well, a battery is the energy flow.
Mm-hmm.
Period. You know, think of the charged battery as you eating your food.
Okay.
And the discharged battery is when you're spitting out your hydrocarbons. You know, your CO2 rather, and your water.
Your spent energy. Yeah. Yep.
So that's discharging your battery. By you being alive, you're discharging your battery.
Wow.
And there are two components to that. One is your physical self. You know, you got muscles and bones and all of that. But the other is the fact that you're flow dependent, and all of your chemistry is constantly flowing. And if it's not flowing harmoniously, you're making free radicals and you're aging yourself. So you reduce aging by having harmonious flow and reducing free radical production. Now I'm going to tell you something that's mind-blowing. But this is
my mind's already blown, man.
Mine's gone, man. Holy
My
crap.
mind blew like 15 minutes ago, Bob.
Keep going, though. Keep going.
I'm like, ooh.
Am I comprehensible? Are you guys
for sure.
listening?
I'm tripping into
All right,
existentialism here. So.
Please keep going, sir.
All right, so listen to this now. One single free radical molecule, all right? One single free radical. It could be an oxygen with an extra electron, or it could be an oxygen with a hydrogen with an extra electron. Free radicals have unpaired electrons. Electrons like to always exist in pairs. And as soon as you have an unpaired electron, it's looking to hold hands with something else, which makes it reactive, okay? So a single free radical molecule will react with all sorts of things depending on how strong that free radical is, all right? Some of them are really strong, and they react with anything as soon as they touch it. So a single free radical can interact with one of the bases in the DNA in one of your cells, and it can change that base. And if all of your homeostatic mechanisms don't prevent that, and then your DNA repair mechanisms can't fix it, and your immune system can't see the fact that you've created, for example, a cancer cell, that single molecule can amplify up through the organization of your biochemistry and kill you. cancer. Okay? One fucking molecule can kill you. Now, you've got about 15 trillion cells of your kind, eukaryotic cells, making up your body. And every day, every one of those cells gets about 20,000 of these damages caused by free radicals, where one in the wrong place can kill you. And yet we're here alive talking about it.
It's kind of like
Pretty
people.
wild.
It's kind of like people, eh? Some people are just bad for you.
Exactly. It all depends on where they are and what they're doing, right?
That's
you
right.
Put them in a jail and they can't kill anybody.
Well, but and those people that are bad for you can actually affect you. I mean, I know that I'm affected by my surroundings, and when there's what I call drama going on, it really affects me, because obviously I'm right there. I'm going to get drawn into it, but I really don't want to be there. And then when it's done, it's like I've been punched in the gut and I feel ill.
I know exactly what you're saying, having had 3 ex-wives. No, so back to where we were here. A single molecule can kill you. You've got 20 million. I mean, you've got 15 trillion of these cells, each getting 20,000 damages a day. What that should be telling you is that your biochemistry has to be very specifically designed, selected for, to survive free radical damage. And that's the heart of what I'm going to talk about. Because what I'm saying is that while I'm on the one hand saying free radicals are bad for you and they damage you, on the other hand, they are critical regulators of your homeostasis. Because what happens is the complexity of your biochemistry has evolved so that you can do things on the one hand, but doing things is always going to make free radicals. So you've got to be able to do things, and you've got to be able to deal with the free radicals. And that's what all of your biochemistry is about. Letting you do things and letting you not kill yourself with free radicals. So we are constantly exposed to them, but they are what allows us to actually exist. Because in the complexity of our biochemistry, what we've selected for is the ability to self-monitor ourselves. The same way cannabis gives you awareness, your biochemistry has evolved self-awareness in that there are countless biochemical entities that detect free radical changes in otherwise normal entities. So I'll give you an example. We said a free radical could damage your DNA. Well, you have enzymes coded for by genes in your DNA that constantly slide up and down your DNA to check out if there's any screw-ups in your DNA. And if there is, they chop them out and repair it. It's called the DNA repair system. That's actually what I got my degree in. Free radical damage caused by X-rays. But now we're talking about free radical damage caused by our metabolism, by our very essential metabolism. So what I'm telling you now is that free radicals have two roles. On the one hand, they are damaging, and on the other hand, we wouldn't be here without them, because they are the constant signals that tell us anytime there's any imbalance in our biochemical flow. Because anytime there's an imbalance, we wind up generating free radicals to an excess degree, which starts to label things. And eventually, our biochemistry gets so screwed up that we have to shift into a safer mode. That safer mode is fat burning. So when we are burning fat, what you're really doing is you're recycling your biological molecules that were labeled with free radical damage. And what that allows you, it's the same, everything is a fractal. Our society is a fractal. Think about our society. The smarter we got, the more capable we were of doing things, the more waste we made. And now we're choking in our waste, so we're getting some feedback that says, hey, if you can't breathe your air or drink your water, maybe you're doing something wrong and you better fix it. And if you are living on a planet and you're making so much CO2 that you're changing the atmosphere and it's going to destabilize our polar caps and they're going to melt and they're going to flood our shorelines. And by the way, what's going to also happen is we're going to melt the permafrost in Russia and release all that methane, and that's going to give us such an incredible, effect on our weather that the planet will turn into Mars, literally. Well, we hopefully have developed enough brains that we can say we better do something about this, all right? But your biochemistry has also developed those brains, and part of that is it turns on fat burning. So instead of making things to be more differentiated, more sophisticated, and more advanced, it backs up and it says it's time to recycle our shit, get rid of the garbage that we're choking on, and clean up our act. Well, think about it. If you're recycling your parts, you don't have to make everything because you got parts that you can use. So you're going to require less energy. So you're going to make less free radicals, and you can afford to be a little less efficient in making them. Now, let me backtrack to something that I didn't finish earlier. So here we have our brains, and let's go back to the point when we were invertebrates, and we couldn't really get a better brain because otherwise it would get too hot, and it wouldn't work anymore. And now we evolved the CB1 receptor, and what it's regulating are calcium channels. And calcium was critical when you go back before life occurred. You know, you had the cliffs of Dover, calcium carbonate, and depending on the acidity of the ocean, it'll either dissolve them or not. That's exactly what's happening in you with your bones. Your bones are either releasing calcium or pulling it out. And why is calcium so critical? Because all of those flow-dependent structures that are involved in you doing anything are always activated by calcium, probably because of the role calcium played in that prebiotic soup. So if you're looking at your muscles, your immune system, your nervous system, your endocrine system, production of insulin, everything is dependent on calcium. So what that's telling you is that calcium's got to be involved in energy activation and therefore free radical production. So once you fine-tune that with the cannabinoid receptor, it allowed for our brains to evolve more. So the early invertebrates had no ability to really fine-tune that way, so their brains were limited. Once we evolved with this new chemistry, we as vertebrates, our big deal is adaptability. Look at the difference between a vertebrate and an invertebrate. We've got that spinal cord with our nervous system, our Wi-Fi running through it, our broadband running through it, communicating from your brain to your big toe at an instant. And all of that requires energy, and all of that will generate free radicals. So we have things that will quench those free radicals, antioxidants, our vitamin C, our vitamin E, all of those goodies that we eat from our veggies, they will help negate the free radicals. But the more you do, the more you make, and eventually you make more than you can quench. So now you've got to shift your biochemistry so you don't make so much. And ultimately, the solution to doing that is to turn on fat burning. So when you turn on fat burning, you're making fewer free radicals, and it goes hand in hand with the recycling that I was talking about. In biological terms, it's known as autophagy, self-eating. You eat yourself. A cell that is damaged pieces eats its damaged pieces and recycles them so that the cell can live and do whatever it was doing or divide if that's what it needs to do.
So I guess the meaning,
Right?
there really is a meaning to the words "eat me."
Oh, yeah. So now what you have, let's jump now up the evolutionary scale. What you see is that as vertebrates kept developing more and more complexity, their brains grew in complexity, and what you see is always an increase in that CB1 receptor, to the point that the more evolutionarily advanced areas of the human brain, for example, have more receptors than a monkey or than a dog, or you go back, There's a constant increase in CB1 receptors in the most evolutionarily advanced areas of our brain. Hint, we need to get high. It's what keeps us alive. It's what allowed us to be here. Let me give you a very...
I'm gonna cut you off 1 second. Let's take a quick break. And then we're going to come back and let Dr. Bob finish, because I got to go to the can, and I don't want to miss a thing. And we need to play a thing.
My brain needs to process some of this shit.
That's right. We're going to take about a 10-minute break. We're going to listen to a song and Chris's news, and because I don't want to take another break, I just want to let Dr. Bob go. But Chris did some news for us. Is that all right with you, Dr. Bob?
Absolutely. Of
Awesome.
course. I adapt. That's what it's about.
There you go.
It's accepting change and working with it.
So now, as we're going forward and accepting change, I noticed this afternoon that you shared a song by a band named Pussy Riot. and I
listen to him laughing.
I heard it earlier, like really early in the evening last night, or like 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning, and then I saw you posted it. Now I've got it and I'm going to play it, but I would, if you wouldn't mind elaborating on what you posted, because I found it very interesting what you said, if you remember. He's looking.
You're asking who?
You. Do you remember? Do you remember what you said about the song when you posted it, the video?
No, I don't. What did I say?
I'm going to find it right now here. Just give me 1 second.
But see, I'm very interested in that because I'm very interested in freedom, And we hear all of the stuff about Russia, and Russians hear all of the stuff about us, because you're dealing with political people peddling their load basically to keep their shit together.
Exactly.
That's the group of the
Pussy Riot,
the musical group of women that were arrested for performing in a church, right?
Pussy Riot, they're called.
Yeah, they did 2 years in jail.
Yeah. I'm just.
So
you post a lot of stuff, man. I'm trying to find it on your wall now. Go on, continue while I'm looking, please.
Well, so I'm always very interested in politics and world affairs. Yeah. I guess in particular because I owe my life to Adolf Hitler and to Tojo, because my father was a GI in Germany and my mother was a young Fräulein, and I popped eye. Yeah. So, and then when I was growing up, this was in the early 50s.
Yep.
My father had come back from World War II. You didn't have very much TV, but what we did have on TV was Victory at Sea. So and my mom was German. So I always was involved with that whole consciousness of the war. So I think that made me very tuned in to history more so than otherwise. Plus, my birthday is December 7th.
What you said was, I've got it here, and then I'm going to play it, and we're going to all go and run to the bathroom real quick. We all need to remember where we came from. Stardust and neutral selection, with a little help from
I should have said natural selection.
Sorry, natural. I'm dyslexic. I did mention that. Natural selection with a little help from the endocannabinoid system. No, that was hard to say. Endocannabinoid.
We could tell you were struggling with it there.
Well, everything that I'm telling you now, that I've been telling you this past time, is exactly what that statement means.
Okay, well, we're going to listen to the song. Now, I will say some of you may be offended, so if you are, please don't leave. Just turn it down. We'll be back in about 10 minutes or so after Chris does his news. This is the 420 Radio Show. We are live with Dr. Robert Malamud, and we'll be right back.
You're listening to Lifestyle Radio.
Some of you may become somewhat uncomfortable as parts of this film unfold.
If you listen carefully, you will agree that the concepts will contribute to the rearing of a mature person who has a healthy, responsible attitude toward the sexual side of his life. This is how we all came into the world.
That's not all you go out with girls for, is it?
Going out with girls is fun.
Growing your own vegetables, flowers, or even medicinal plants can be a challenge without the right equipment and proper know-how. At BMA Hydroponics, not only are they your urban horticultural experts and suppliers, but their staff holds the customer's needs paramount to making a sale. Family-owned with decades of experience and knowledge, they offer free advice in person, by phone, or email. BMA Hydroponics wants to ensure you have the advice you need, which is why you'll find tips and tricks on different ways to grow, like wick, ebb and flow, drip, or aeroponic system, as well as other helpful links at bmahydroponics.com. If you can't find what you're looking for, just let them know, and they'll do everything they can to get what you're looking for. At BMA Hydroponics, each staff member also possesses a federal exemptee MMAR license, making their strong suit empathy, experience, and dedication to their customers. Because when you know how to grow, you'll have results that make you proud. BMA Hydroponics in Belleville, Ontario. Visit bmahydroponics.com.
I'm Coulter Wonkite. I'm already into the 420, damn it.
Welcome to the 420 Radio Show, and this is your 420 seconds of news with Chris Backer. Richard Bergman used to investigate people in BC for cannabis grow-ops in possession of pot as a sergeant in the RCMP. But now the retired officer is fighting the war on drugs as a civilian and concerned parent in the suburban Ottawa. He pleaded with Chief Charles Bordello at the Police Services Board meeting Monday to crack down on cannabis dispensaries, especially the two that have popped up in his Orleans neighborhood, one of which is just steps away from a kids' tutoring center and a martial arts club. Loving and caring parents cry disbelief when they walk their children to tutoring clinics and taekwondo studios that have a marijuana store right beside it. Speaking on behalf of parents who didn't have time to attend the board meeting Monday evening, Bergman called the lack of police enforcement a direct assault on our children. Police across Canada are faced with the challenge of enforcing the current laws that are poised to change with legalization of cannabis, as the new federal government has pledged to do. In Toronto, police have raided countless shops over the past few months, only to see some of them reopen the next day. Cracking down on them, Bordello said, is more complicated than just showing up at the front door with a police badge. There have been no such raids targeting the 16 known shops in Ottawa, but Ottawa's police chief confirmed there are active investigations into the businesses. We don't have at the Ottawa Police Service the ability to say you can't open, Bordello said. We don't have that legal authority. The chief also suggested that the city have a role in mitigating the proliferation of these businesses by strengthening licensing bylaws to prevent them from opening in the first place. Councillor Jody Middick, whose Innes ward has 2 cannabis dispensaries, said after the meeting Monday he has received hundreds of emails and phone calls from upset residents. While he said he will support recreational cannabis once it's legalized, he said he echoes his constituents' calls for police to take action now against the illegal pot shops. And now Shoppers Drug Mart wades into the cannabis market while Justin Trudeau stands around with cold feet. With the promise of legalization around the corner, the pharmacy has decided to take advantage of the burgeoning market. A public request by Shoppers to sell pot in its stores shows the pusher stigma has finally begun to fade. Shoppers is part of the Loblaws chain known across Canada for its family-friendly Canadian superstores and President's Choice brands. The move by Shoppers Drug Mart shows government inaction can't stop the evolving position of cannabis in Canadian society, but the longer Ottawa waits to make its rules, the more it loses control. Sky High Holistic of Santa Ana, California was involved in a controversial raid over the summer in which 3 police officers with the Santa Ana Police Department were caught on Sky High's surveillance camera eating cannabis edibles and playing darts. One officer can even be heard making jokes about wanting to kick Marla James, an amputee, in her quote-unquote fucking nub. The dispensary was now applied enough legal pressure that the city of Santa Ana has agreed to pay a settlement of $100,000, money that will be split between dispensary volunteers Marla and David James and a physician who lost the use of his utilities as a result of the raid. The city has also agreed to drop all charges. The 3 police officers responsible for embarrassing the entire Santa Ana police force had either resigned or been terminated at this point. This is because the Orange County District Attorney's Office went after them, slapping all 3 with a variety of charges ranging from misdemeanor theft to vandalism. They have since pled not guilty and are due back in court some point next month. Not long after being charged, the cops filed a lawsuit with the Orange County Superior Court in an attempt to get the video suppressed as evidence, claiming their privacy rights had been violated. However, the complaint was tossed out of court because the judge said cops should not expect privacy in their on-duty performance of an official function at a cannabis dispensary. The Bolivian government's Special Force for the Struggle Against Narco-Trafficking, FELCN, have seized 8 metric tons of cannabis across the region this October. Several Campesinos were arrested and crops burned in the fields at various locations. The Bolivian newspaper La Razón named the site of major raids. Both lie on the edge of the rainforest just where the plateau drops down into the Amazon. This transition zone is the country's key cocoa production area, but now more and more cocaliers, or cocoa leaf growers, are apparently turning to cannabis. According to the official reports by the Prensa Latina, from January to August, the FELCN seized 114 tons of drugs in 7,874 raids across the country. But unfortunately, they don't break the stats down by the drug. And British Sugar will be swapping tomato plants for cannabis seedlings after signing a long-term contract to supply this crop to the drug company GW Pharmaceuticals. The cannabis plants, which are of a non-psychoactive variety, will be grown in British Sugar's 18-hectare glasshouse in Wissington, Norfolk, where the company, a subsidiary of Associated British Foods, is currently cultivating tomatoes. The space is the equivalent of 23 football fields. Every year we try to work out the best commercial assets for the glass house. Paul Kenward, Managing Director of British Sugar. Our glass house is very well suited for growing that particular variety of cannabis plant family, and it's fair to say that the return will be better than on tomatoes. We're confident of decent yields. GW Pharmaceuticals, a UK biotech, has developed an experimental treatment called Epidiolex for severe forms of childhood epilepsy. It is derived from compounds in the cannabis plant that have achieved stellar results in the final stage trials. The glass house will provide enough raw crop a year to treat 40,000 children globally, making British Sugar a major supplier to GW. GW wanted a very professional grower, and we have that expertise. This is a crop that grows into medicines, and we need to be grown consistently and reliably, said Mr. Kenward. By growing this crop, we are indirectly helping sick children and doing something socially worthwhile. GW plans to file the drug with the U.S. regulators in the first half of 2017, and Chief Executive Justin Gover hopes that the treatment could be on the U.S. market by the end of next year, with the European launch following shortly thereafter. And the number of cannabis and hemp fairs in Italy has skyrocketed in recent years. The biggest in southern Italy, the Canepa in Mostra, was held in Naples this month under the shadow of Vesuvius, the region's 1,277-meter tall active volcano. Crowds flocked to the event for entertainment, dynamic conference speakers, and roughly 90 different exhibitors. Opening the fair, which ran from October 14th to 16th, was the charismatic mayor of Naples, Luigi de Magistris, who has signaled his openness to cannabis as an industrial resource, medicine, and source of inspiration. His support curried favor within the cannabis community, and organizers presented de Magistris with a 3D printed crown of hemp leaves embellished with a 22-karat gold hemp leaf. Hopes are high that de Magistris could help fuel a soft revolution in Naples. His approach is certainly different from the past. His predecessor, Rosa Russo Gervolino, was responsible for an anti-cannabis law during his time as Minister of Domestic Affairs. The law so disgusted the Italian people that the country passed a referendum in 1993 to fully decriminalize cannabis use. Italy's legal hemp economy is growing fast. The country is now Europe's third largest producer after France and Lithuania, with 2,070 hectares harvested in 2015. There are roughly 120 farms growing hemp in southern Italy, as well as dozens of paper manufacturers and other processors. Kinesis of Sicily produces bioplastics from hemp, and one of the bigger players, South Hemp Techno, opened a hemp processing plant in Crispiano, Tarentino in 2014 that is widely considered the best in Italy. Public opinion and media coverage are evolving along with the industry. 10 years ago, the Fumero cannabis shop was discredited by the media as a new shop where drug addicts could find replacement organs. These days, the same publications seem much more open to cannabis becoming part of the mainstream. All this is unfolding as Naples works to reinvent itself as an open, modern, and tolerant city. And that's been your news. Peace, love, and hippie shit. Back to you guys.
Tune into the Pace Radio Show and catch Kim Cooper, Debbie Stoll-Skiffin, or Allison Merlin, along with myself, Al Grant, as as we talk to Canadian and international cannabis advocates who are working hard to help patients and to end cannabis prohibition. Catch us live every Wednesday at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time here at lifestyleradio.ca.
You're listening to Lifestyle Radio.
You like music, you like weed, well, we gonna be good friends indeed. This is not much I like more than smoking trees. They'll make you dance the do-si-do and teach you how the chiba grows. Smoke a bowl on the 420 radio show. On Lifestyle Radio.
I'm feeling really good and very strong and very happy that I am now almost free of seizures and 48 for 48 days. So I feel so much stronger and better and much more better than I ever felt before in my whole entire life. This is like the best day ever. This is like a dream come true.
Tune in to the 420 Radio Show. Fridays at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. With Marcel, Lori, and Al. Along with their guests. Tunes. 420 seconds of news with Chris Backer. And weekly grow tips from Ross Middleton of BMA Hydroponics. Pull up your couch. Grab a coffee. Light up and join us right here on lifestyleradio.ca.
And we are back. This is the 420 Radio Show, probably one of the most stimulating shows I've had in a few years. We're talking with Dr. Robert Malamute, or as we in the community lovingly call him as Dr. Bob. And
Dr. Bob, paging Dr. Bob.
Your bong is ready, sir.
Jason's here too. Dr. Bob wanted to continue where he left off, so we're going to let him. So enjoy.
All right, so we were talking about complexity and how evolution continues to generate more complexity, and how with the emergence of the vertebrates, something new happened. We had the CB1 receptor, that gets you high. And what I want to explain now is how, by virtue of that modulating efficient energy production, it led to the human brain. And how, as you look up the evolutionary scale, you keep seeing more and more CB1 receptors in the most evolutionarily advanced areas of our brain. And by the way, our endocannabinoid system is the most abundant neurotransmitter system in your brain, and we don't teach it in medical school. Your endocannabinoid system in general homeostatically regulates everything in your body because it regulates free radicals, which regulate everything in your body. So we don't teach the most fundamental reality of life in our medical school. So now I want to explain this, the kind of the proof of that, in a sense, in one particular aspect.
Please do.
Your brain is 5% of your body weight, and it uses 20% of your energy. And you feel your head, it's always hot. Well, it's hot when you're making energy efficiently, which is why you need to make energy efficiently, otherwise it would be too hot. And as you know, brain and the head is very susceptible to injury. There's a fundamental reason for that. The reason is that it's always in that sugar-burning mode, in that electron transport system mode for making energy efficiently, and therefore always susceptible to any free radicals that would be made as a consequence of any kind of backup in the flow. There's an interesting little visual for this that I'd like to try out on you guys. Imagine you have a hose, and it's got a turn on one end and a shut off on the other end, and that the hose has a bunch of pinholes in it. Now, if the hose is open and you turn on the faucet, those pinholes don't leak and the water comes out the end. That's energy flowing through your electron transport system. And the water that comes out the end is used to make your ATP, your energy, okay, in this little visual here. But now imagine you either turn the faucet up really, really high, or you turn down the outflow, so that pressure builds up in the hose. Now you're going to start to have leaks. Think of those leaks as your free radicals. So that's what goes on. As soon as too much goes in, like you're eating too much, or not enough is going out because you're not exercising and using the fuel, then you wind up making extra free radicals. But because these free radicals, remember, one molecule can kill you, and you're making this incredible number in all of your cells, what I'm saying is that most of your biochemistry is simply designed to keep the energy flowing and to keep you keep the cells from self-destroying with too many free radicals. In other words, apoptosis or necrosis, which are the two general forms of cell death. Apoptosis is kind of a slow unbubbling. It forms little balls that are membrane bound, and they can be eaten up by your immune system, as opposed to if you poke open a cell and it bursts all its guts out, because then it's extremely inflammatory. Because all of the things in the cell, so you got to remember, everything is talking to everything else. All of those chemicals that we're dealing with here are parts of flow and parts of harmony, and it's like an LSD trip where you're watching all of these visuals interacting and flowing with fluidity. That's what's going on in your biochemistry. And for things to be activated, your mitochondria, the energy factories, they open up little holes and they let calcium in, which then activates the electron transport system, so you make all this ATP. But if there's any impairment in the flow, then you make more free radicals, which then homeostatically tell the system to do something differently, because otherwise you're going to make too many free radicals and the cell will die. And ultimately an organism will die if enough cells die. So anyway, 20% of your energy usage comes from your brain, which is only 5%, which is why your brain has to be in that energy efficient mode, which is why it's so susceptible to damage. In contrast, you look at your heart, 70% of its energy production, 60-70% comes from burning fat. So that means it's in the recycling mode. So, your heart goes through a burst where it needs a lot of energy, makes electron transport system, makes free radicals, damages things, and then it goes back to fat burning, recycles the problem, and everything is cool, except if you're eating the wrong foods. And for example, all that fat that clogs up people's arteries, it's not because they're eating fat, because they're eating carbohydrates. The carbohydrates are turned into saturated fats. You cannot make unsaturated fats. They are essential nutrients. We get them out of fish and seed oils, things like that. And they happen to have the ability to turn down inflammation. How do they do that? They turn on fat burning. So there's a lot of nutraceuticals that are very good for you. Vitamin D turns on fat burning. Resveratrol, that comes from red wine, turns on fat burning. Your polyunsaturated fatty acids, your omega-3s. Again, the stupidity of the medical industry. Every doctor will tell you, eat fish oil and polyunsaturated fatty acids. They're good for you. Take in your omega-3s. And then they'll turn around and they'll say, marijuana is no good for you. We don't know what it does. We know what it does, but they don't know what it does because they don't read the literature. Those fish oils are how your body makes pot. That's why it's good for you. Those same doctors don't understand that every time they get hungry, it's because their brain made some pot and they gave themselves the munchies. They don't understand that your endocannabinoid system regulates everything in your body from conception until death. Your immune system, digestive system, endocrine system, cardiovascular system, nervous system, digestive system, reproductive system, muscle, skin, bones, everything in your body is regulated and kept in balance by the pot that you make and the pot that you eat. If you don't have pain, chronic pain, your body makes enough pot. If you are in chronic pain, you need to take in some more, and you need to change your diet so you're not screwing yourself by what you're eating. And that goes back again to the insanity that's been perpetrated on the public with fat-free diets. Just think, use simple little logic here. You think your arteries are going to clog up with fat if you're burning fat or if you're making fat? It's that simple. And that simplicity holds everywhere. For example, let's look at diabetes quick. Here you have either insulin-resistant diabetes or you have type 1 where you don't make any insulin at all. All right? Well, let's look what's going on. You're eating all these carbohydrates. You're making all these free radicals. Your sugar levels in your blood goes up. That alone, for physiological reasons, is not good. Too much sugar changes the osmotic activity of your blood. It's not healthy, okay? So your pancreas senses that and makes insulin. And what's that insulin do? It binds to receptors on cells throughout your body and tells them to take up the sugar and burn it. Well, what if they've been burning too much and they've been making too many free radicals and the cell has said, too many free radicals, shift pathways, do not burn any more sugar? Well, guess what? That's what's called type 2 diabetes, insulin-resistant diabetes. And what is it? It's simply your cells saying, stop killing me. I don't want any more sugar. But being stupid as we are, we ignore that, and we keep giving them the shitty diet until the pancreas is burnt out making insulin. Because it keeps trying to make insulin because the sugar levels are too high in your blood, but the cells are saying, I ain't going to help you anymore because you're killing me. And then finally the cells stop producing any insulin because they undergo apoptosis because they made too many free radicals trying. It's crazy. And if you have type 1 diabetes or if you're insulin dependent, I have many friends now who no longer use insulin. Why? Because they go on a ketogenic diet. A ketogenic diet, you make ketone bodies when you burn fat. And if you make enough of them, then it shows up in your blood. So it's a big fad right now, a ketogenic diet. Why? Because guess what? You lose weight when you're burning fat. So my one friend who's like 300 pounds, he just lost 20. He hasn't been taking insulin for about 3 months now. His sugar levels are normal because he uses oil every day, which turns on fat burner. You see what's going on. I didn't get into the CB2 receptor yet. Let me back up and try to dissect this further. Your CB1 receptor regulates your calcium channels so that you can stay in the sugar burning mode and make energy efficiently so that you can have a brain. In contrast, and it evolved later, your CB2 receptor turns on fat burning. Now, the more your brain is advanced, the more, those early vertebrates were able to run around, which means they were exposed to more things, which meant that they needed to develop their immune system in order to survive the greater levels of exposure by being more alive because they were using the CB1 receptor, okay? So, because remember, your immune system is monitoring mass that comes into the system. Well, it turns out that CB2 was first discovered in the immune system. It was called the peripheral receptor or the immune receptor. But after all this time, and I've been talking about this for years, the scientific literature never really talks about what I'm telling you. CB2 turns on fat burning. It turns on autophagy, self-eating, okay? Now, let's look at what goes on with viruses. Let's look at HIV, okay? HIV developed in a differentiated environment. It's developed, in humans, and we have this very complicated system of everything, us, and yet this virus has evolved the ability to kill us. Well, that virus evolved, all of its adaptability evolved in the differentiated sugar-burning mode of our cells, of our immune cells, that for the most part, when they're making antibodies or doing these other things, they have to turn on sugar burning, all right? Because they need to make the energy efficiently. So HIV has evolved and lives in a world of sugar burning, where cells are communicating with each other because they're differentiated and sophisticated because they make energy efficiently. Well, guess what happens if you turn on fat burning by eating lots of cannabis and taking nutrients like I've described that turn on fat burning? You control HIV. So I've got one friend who's had HIV for 26 years. When I first met him about 5 years ago, he was fully drug resistant and had full-blown HIV. He had HIV count in the millions, had no T cells, had dyslipidemia from all the years of using the antiretrovirals. And we were in Washington, D.C. lobbying for a biotech bill because he needed new drugs. This guy's a piece of work. And he comes down with a Kaposi sarcoma. These, this is what killed everybody back in the day before the antiretrovirals. You'd see people with HIV with purple blotches all over them. It's basically a blood cancer. It looks like a skin cancer, but it's really blood vessels that are growing cancerously. And eventually it hits your organs inside and you die. There's no cure. It's all bullshit. The doctors say, oh, we can treat it. Yeah, they pick off a couple of your scabs and then you die. That's treatment. I mean, how ridiculous can you be? This is the #1 cancer in Africa.
Wow.
Because you got so much untreated AIDS. Okay. Yeah. And they just let the people die horrible, painful deaths. All right. So my friend comes down with one. We're in Washington, D.C., in Congress. And I pull out my jar of oil. I say, here, put this on. And he was hesitant because this guy's a character in his own right. But I don't want to go off into that right now. I go back to Colorado. He goes back to New York. 3 days later, I get a phone call. He goes, Bob, what the fuck is going on here? I'm holding a Kaposi sarcoma in my hand. They're not supposed to fall off. So now it's 5 years later. He's got undetectable viral load, even with a spinal tap. He has normal levels of T cells, although they're not all functional. And he got rid of the dyslipidemia on his back. You should already know what's going on here. You're not going to deposit fat on your back or in your gut, in your organs. If you're burning fat, you're not storing fat. You're only storing fat when you're eating all those carbohydrates and burning all those sugars. All of that fat is there because your body is trying to protect your cells from you killing them with all the sugar. So we can control viral infections. We can control cancers. It's all the same kind of a story. You see, when you're always in the sugar burning mode, that's normal for us because we eat too many sugars. 100 years ago, we ate much more fat, and that's why the ketogenic diets are so healthy for people. So we're able to promote health by reducing free radical production. And again, free radicals are the heart of aging. They're the heart of all age-related illnesses. So whether you're talking about cognitive dysfunction, Alzheimer's, or you're talking about autoimmunity, multiple sclerosis, you're talking about heart disease, cancer, all of these things tend to start, for the most part, as sugar-burning cells, making too many free radicals, and now I'll tell you some very radical things now that nobody in the scientific world believes except for me, but they don't even know it because they don't want to hear it. The metabolism that changes between fat and sugar burning changes by virtue of chromosomal architecture. You've got every one of your cells has 1 yard's worth of DNA in it. That's crazy. When you think you can't even see the cell and it's got a yard's worth of DNA, and it's got to duplicate that and then partition it into dividing cells. That's just insane. It's beyond comprehension to visualize that. Anyway, where was I going? I forgot where I was going.
While you're thinking, I have a question, actually.
Yes.
Al Graham of the Pace Radio Show here on Wednesday nights asks, are autoimmune conditions... Oh, Al... he asked me something else. I got to find it again here. 1 second here. Sorry. Are autoimmune conditions related cannabinoid deficiencies?
Yes, because they're related to free radical excess.
Okay. I hope that answered your question. Did you remember what you were saying?
No, of course not. I don't remember what else. I don't remember saying anything.
Marcel, maybe we should take a second here. Marcel, why don't we were talking off break about the fact that Marcel had MS. Why don't you elaborate, Marcel?
Oh, actually, that's a perfect thing to talk about here.
What was that?
So that's a perfect thing to talk about. MS is an autoimmune disease, and it winds up basically destroying the myelin sheaths, which is basically insulation over your wires, your nerves. And without that insulation, your nerves don't conduct properly. And as a result of not conducting properly, they make more free radicals and they eventually die. So that's why you progress from bad to worse, typically. So when you take enough cannabis, you turn on fat burning, and your nerves can burn fats as well. They just normally are not doing that. But when you burn fat, you produce ketones, and ketosis, can serve as a replacement for glucose in your brain. And it turns on the recycling, but the other thing that it does is it turns on stem cells. Think about it. Stem cells are cells that can replace your other cells when they're aged and damaged. So, for example, in your brain, your cannabinoid receptors, your CB1 receptor, is responsible for neurogenesis, making new neurons. Okay? What does it make new neurons from? Stem cells. So you want to have enough stem cells that you can make enough neurons to replace the ones that are dying. Okay? Now, you take the high doses of cannabis, the neurons that are dying are going to stop dying because they're going to not be making as many free radicals because they're going to be burning fat. And you're going to be expanding your stem cells because stem cells divide by burning fat. Stem cells have two different modes of division. They can do what's called symmetrical division, where they make one stem cell turns into two stem cells, turns into four stem cells, and you're only making stem cells. That's all driven by fat burning. That's all driven by the CB2 receptor. We know that that hemopoiesis, the production of new blood cells, is promoted by cannabis. We know that in the nervous system, you generate new nerves, neurogenesis, and you make new connections, plasticity, driven by the CB1 receptor. But what you need to be able to do as you turn on sugar burning in the fat burning stem cells is you need to have enough stem cells. So the fat burning expands the stem cells, and then the CB1 differentiates them, and that's why you've overcome your neurological deficiencies. Now, there is a school of thought, and this may be the situation where we're seeing different people essentially curing themselves of MS. Because I've seen that as well now with people who've taken the high doses. And what I think is going on is the high doses are expanding your stem cells, and because you're using cannabis, your CB1 are then differentiating them. And I think there's probably a lot of different ways, a lot of insults that could trigger the immune response that leads to MS. And there is a whole school of thought that MS is caused by things like Lyme disease, Burgdorfia, the bacteria that causes Lyme disease, or other viruses or bacteria that wind up promoting this neurological deterioration as a result of immune cells acting on inflamed and in an inflammatory situation. So taking the high doses of cannabis could have actually killed whatever pathogens were leading to the immune response that led to the MS. So that would be my take on what's going on there.
Right. Chlamydia pneumoniae is the one in the lungs that's been associated with MS, and that was back in the 1800s. So
no, there's a variety of things that have been implicated, but and I know of one doctor that I haven't spoken with him for 20, 30 years, but he was out in Tennessee there. I forgot the university, Vanderbilt, and he believed that all MS came from different kinds of pathological infections, and he was using PCR, which is a very sensitive technique to amplify DNA or RNA, if you're looking at an RNA virus, for example, so that you could detect things that you couldn't detect by other means. It's extremely sensitive. So this has been going around for a while here, and I was actually on the phone the other day with an alternative physician friend of mine who hasn't drank the pharmaceutical Kool-Aid, and she was saying as well that a lot of this MS is again just a variant on certain types of infection. So it's out there, and that would certainly be an easy way of explaining how cannabis was able to reverse it.
Oh, I figured that out a long time ago.
Oh, no, that's awesome. Yeah, but you didn't explain it like that, Marcel.
No, but see, here was my take on
You've
MS,
never really no.
I was told that it was an autoimmune disorder. I was told that it was by, of course, neurologists.
No, but it is autoimmune because your immune cell system is doing it on your cells. But the question is why.
But then the other aspects were the vascular aspects, and this is why the CCSVI treatment is so successful for so many, because they actually get some blood flow out of their brain. And then, of course, the fungal one, which was the chlamydia, the pneumonia chlamydia. I looked at cannabis as well. It works and is patented as a neuroprotectant. So if it's neurological, then I'll use cannabis. Antifungal and antibacterial, cannabis does that, so I could cover that base. And cannabis is a vasodilator, so it would cover the vascular issue. So no matter what they threw at me of this is the reason of MS, cannabis was already proven to be able to correct all of those conditions.
So again, remember, everything in life is holistic. So if you're healthy holistic. If you're ill holistic. And cannabis regulates everything. So it's the ultimate modulator of your holistic biochemistry, being able to drive you through either safely through sugar burning or by protecting you and turning you into the fat burning. It's just amazing because it will promote, from what I'm believing, your stem cell regeneration of your organisms. Of your organs, rather. Your organisms.
That'd be nice, though.
You know, I'm 69 years old. I have all sorts of nasty inflammatory crap because of my genetics. And cannabis has kept me, you know, quite remarkably well, through having gone through a variety of nasties. You know, I've got what's called HLA-B27. It's one of your immune genes that tends to promote pro-inflammatory stuff. In particular, something called ankylosing spondylitis, which is basically arthritis of your back and spine, as well as psoriasis. And well, I've got psoriasis. I don't have the ankylosing because I've used cannabis my whole life. Doctors are quite surprised. I've got a variety of arthritic conditions. You know, at times, like 1 year ago, every joint in my body hurt. I was in so much pain. I had gout on top of all of that, and I was recovering from heart failure from having AFib for 12 years. So what I wound up doing is just significantly increasing my already high doses of cannabis and doubling or quadrupling all of the fat burning and antioxidants that I consume. And now, a year later, you know, I haven't had gout for a year. And that, in conjunction with going to a chiropractor regularly, so that to help with the sciatica, all of these things come together, and I'm feeling pretty remarkably good. You know, I run regularly. I go to the gym. I should have been there tonight, but I'm on the phone with you guys. I forgot.
You could have done it running.
You could have done it from the gym.
Yeah, you could have been on running and working out on your phone.
No, I don't run in gyms. I can't stand treadmills. I run outside. I go to the gym and I use the weight machines, you know, workout machines.
So
I've exercised my whole life. You know, when I was in high school, I was on the gymnastics team, and when I went to college, I started out as a chemistry major, but my second year in school, I used to like explosives. And I played with explosives and blew myself up and wound up in the hospital. So I dropped out of being a chemistry major. When I was 16, two things happened. I started college and I started smoking dope, and then I blew myself up at 17. And so I changed my attitude towards schooling and everything else, because I was, even though I started young, I'm not a very good student because I'm basically very ADD. I have trouble reading a sentence.
Yeah, me too.
So I jump around. And jumping around is great because that means I read a little bit of everything.
That's right.
And that's why I know so much.
They taught me in public school, they taught me how to scan because I have ADHD and I'm dyslexic. So they taught me how to scan. And that helped me a little bit. But what really helped me was the screen right in front of my face. I mean, I get an exam and I freeze up. I have a hard time. I forget everything. I fail automatically. But you give me a practical exam, a hands-on exam, and 90s.
Yep.
Right. The computer screen has helped me. I sit in front of 3 computer screens all the time. I read news. I won't say for a living because I don't make a living at this, but I read the news 99% of the day. And I was never able to do that as a kid. I don't think I've ever read through a book completely in my life.
Yeah, I don't read books either. I can't.
Movies, yeah.
And I don't read whole scientific articles either, because I can't. It's plus at this point I know everything they say. As soon as I read the beginning, I know where they're going, and as long as I know the techniques, I understand it all.
You see, but it
allows me to just jump around.
You take it from a different perspective, though. You take it. Your brain works science all the time. Like it's you're always thinking about a solution, yep. Right? So, I mean, from a learning point, the absorption, how you retain all of that information, you must have either a huge penis or a big brain, one of the two, because you're storing it somewhere.
Well, you know what? It's flow dependent. It's a different kind of learning. Let me tell you how I taught my classes, and you'll understand what I do. So, my advanced classes, which included endocannabinoids and medical marijuana, aging, and DNA repair, those were the 3 advanced classes that I really loved. And I don't give any exams. And the first 2 weeks of the classes, no matter which class I taught, advanced or non-advanced, would be about the far from equilibrium thermodynamics, so that people would understand that we're all part of this constant creative flow.
Yes.
And then I would take attendance, and I would give the students credit for asking me questions or answering my question. And I made them sure they understood that my class was a joint research project between them and me, trying to show whether the things I'm talking about, which are the things I've talked about tonight, are real or not. Their job is to question me and show me where something is wrong, or let's work together and show that something is right.
So now
at the end of the year,
here comes the skill testing question. There's going to be an exam after this, people. I hope you've been taking notes.
No, it's the exact opposite. Came the end of and I told them right in the beginning, there's no exams.
Okay.
At the end of the year, they have to write out. I give them their grades based on their attendance and the questions. I give them a number, and I show what the numbers, different people in the class had their numbers.
Yeah.
Okay? And then what they have to do is they have to give themselves a grade and write a 1-page justifying the grade they gave themselves. Because the whole design of the class is not to be stressed. Because listen, everything I'm telling you about, health is distance from equilibrium. You can go further from equilibrium by developing your muscles or your mind. So it's natural for us to be healthy by learning more. Yeah. And that's all part of what I teach them. And the responses I got were that students learned more in my class than any of their other classes. It was the only class they would go home and talk to their family and friends about. and they loved it.
And that makes sense to me because, back in the 60s, I would go to history and we would walk in, and I can't even remember his name. He was that memorable. We would walk in and he would be writing on the board, and there would be 6 boards full of his writing. And he would say, write that down. It's going to be on a test at the end of the week. Then I would go to my next class, which was music. And then I'd be out back smoking a doobie with the music teacher, and then we'd go in and we'd make some awesome fucking music. I'd blow the trumpet for the band and all that shit. Like totally different teaching styles. You can't get away with that now. I'm the son of a doctor and a vice principal / teacher. So both things are done totally differently now.
Well, I know that it worked for me because the stuff that I've learned and that I explain to you people is because my students have asked me the hard questions. You see, we spent years with teaching those classes so that they verified it all with me. It really was a joint, no pun intended, the research development project in all of my classes. I wasn't there to teach them. Yeah. We were there to learn together.
And at the top of the show, I don't remember if I actually said it, but I know I was joking with everybody just before we started the show. The one question I wanted to ask you was, why? And you explained why. You really did. I mean, I got it.
Why what?
Why does it work?
Oh, yeah, because it's the essence of our life.
Do you think that cannabis could be considered the tree of life?
Absolutely. I work, my friends, I work with people all over the world. I have a lot of crazy friends. And in Jamaica, my friends are the Ethiopian Zion Coptic Church, leaders of the church. I'm involved in a $350 million project there because they're reorienting the entire economy of the country. It's a whole deal. But anyway, for them, cannabis is the sacrament. And for me, scientifically, they are correct.
I have to agree.
Doctor, here in Canada, I don't know if you're aware, Health Canada is taking it upon themselves to think that 3 to 5 grams is the maximum amount that any patient really would need in the way of cannabis. And I'm thinking you probably disagree with that, huh?
Well, let's see, if they had 5 grams and you had an efficient extraction, that would give you, a tenth, let's say. So you'd get 1/5 of a gram of oil. That's not nearly enough for most people who need it for serious health reasons. So that's ridiculous.
Yeah, beautiful. That's what I thought you'd say.
Especially when at one point I was using 5 grams a day.
Yes. Is that the person who had MS?
Yeah. That was 5 grams of oil per day.
Yep. So you don't need to take that anymore, 5 grams, do you?
No. Actually, I'm taking.
How long did you take it for before things got fixed?
I was researching it and changing formulations to find better way to work, and that didn't happen until about 2012. So from 2012 is when I figured it out. 2013 is when I started implementing it, and I started cutting back on my dosage in 2015 because the neurological damage was already repaired, and I was starting to get high. And what I found is my body was repairing. I was starting to get high where I was never high before. Now I'm taking maybe 1/50th of a gram a day.
Oh,
in
20
a different
milligrams
formulation.
A day. Very little.
Yeah, I'm taking an extremely small amount.
You also smoke a lot too, right?
But I smoke a lot.
Well?
Microdosing now.
Yeah, I microdose now and for me, it's more. I stay completely pain-free. I stay completely symptom-free, and I don't get high, so I'll just leave it at that dose.
Oh, nice.
But let's also remind people that even though that works for Marcel,
it doesn't necessarily going to work for everybody else.
That's right. But there may be a combination of what Marcel is doing and what another patient is doing.
That's why
that's one of the
doing
things
our own clinical trials
I always
now.
emphasize. You know, we as individuals, even if you took twins, the biochemistry of two twins is not the same. No way in one cell is it the same, let alone in 15 trillion cells. So we are all completely different. Even if we have the same genetics, our biochemistry is completely different. And the cannabis plant is so unique in its ability, not just with THC and CBD and the other cannabinoids, but all the other terpenes that are in there are all profoundly important in terms of modifying these biochemical pathways. Something that I've come to realize, and I now absolutely am convinced it's true, is that when you look at other herbal medicines, when you look at all of the Chinese medicines, almost every medicine you look at, when you look at what the active ingredient is, you will find that that active ingredient turns on fat burning and hence is anti-inflammatory. And all of these terpenes that we can get out of all of these different fruits and vegetables are in cannabis. So different strains emphasize different cannabinoids, different terpenes, and different other things. And the key is to match up the plant with the person. There's no way to do that up front. People should just get out there, get stoned, use different ones, find what works, and then, live a happy life.
I'm glad you said that.
Amen. Amen. Hear, hear.
If I had a hand clapping machine right now, it would be going off.
Everybody's saying, what's the ratio of that's bullshit. There's no magic ratio.
How much do I take is the question that I get. How much do I take every day?
Yeah, that's becoming stupid like the FDA. The FDA is the biggest farce. The fact that these assholes talk about the double-blind standard as the golden standard, the double-blind control. Think of what they're doing. They take some poison pill and they figure out that you can take certain amount of this and not die, and that they can demonstrate some statistically significant change in some parameter that may be so insignificant as to have nothing to do with your health, but it was still statistically significant.
It makes it justifiable.
And it's just insane. Yeah. They're going to test it in some subset of people, and then magically, you take this quantity, this amount of times every day. We don't care if you're man, woman, young, old. We don't care what your diet is. None of that matters because we did the triple blind. What a bunch of fucking idiots.
But
there we go.
I'll jump in here on this one.
Here we go.
We kind of have no choice but to do those types of studies to appease government like Health Canada. So we're doing double-blind studies using a cannabis product.
We're doing what fucking Health Canada should be doing.
Right, and we're getting astounding results, and we're starting our PTSD trial this week.
Sweet. Well, you know what? Listen to this. This is what's going on, and this is what's going to happen if Canada's as stupid as the U.S. But looking at what's happening in the U.S., it's actually beautiful because they're the idiots, the blips, the backward-looking cannabinoid-deficient people are committing suicide, and they don't even know it. So it's my contention that backward-looking cannabinoid-deficient people run the world. That's why the world's so screwed up. And what we're experiencing right now is a phase change and an evolutionary change. Remember, I told you that cannabinoid levels have always been selected for increased levels. So we now know that, and we are experiencing it by using more. We don't have to wait to evolve more cannabinoids like has always happened. We can do it ourselves because we're smart enough to know that we can use the plant. So what's happening in the United States is you're going to have the backward-looking people adhering to the big pharma model, going to the doctors, wasting their money, getting sick and poisoned, and you're going to have the people who are operating on state-level medical systems going to their dispensaries, and we've already seen it happen now in Colorado and other states where it's legal. A dramatic reduction in Medicare costs, Medicaid costs, because people would rather spend money out of their own pocket and feel better than take free poison.
We've actually been proving that in Canada for quite some time.
Well, this is now an epidemiological experiment because within the next few years, it's going to be completely apparent that the one side does better. We already know, for example, that cannabis users have thinner waists, that they have lower levels of diabetes, that they have lower levels of bladder cancer. We know that it inhibits Alzheimer's. There's going to be so much Alzheimer's in the United States that it's going to bankrupt the healthcare system, which is already bankrupt, but totally by the year 50, they estimated it. Well, who's going to be the ones who get Alzheimer's? The people who are using pharmaceuticals, who are eating the shit diets, the GMOs, and all the other crap. And what you're seeing now, we're in the middle of an evolutionary change. You see, one of the things I haven't talked about today, and this is really, I believe, to be extremely profoundly important science. The metabolism, as I told you, the fat-burning cells have a unique architecture. They close up the genes that burn sugar, and the genes that are burning fat are exposed. You can change the architecture by what's called epigenetics. You modify not the sequence of the DNA, but either the bases or the sugars and other things so that the architecture changes, all right? You acetylate your histones, and that opens them up. You deacetylate the histones, and it closes them up, all right? But when they're open and expressed, that's also when they're more susceptible to genetic change, to DNA damages. A stalled transcription fork will cause strand breaks in the DNA. Strand breaks in the DNA are recombinogenic, and they promote changes and duplications, which is how you wind up evolving genes. So what I'm telling you is that metabolism becomes epigenetics, and then epigenetics becomes genetics. This is totally against everything that everybody in the standard scientific world believes. And I am quite certain that I'm correct.
I think you're
it's
correct.
Targeted mutagenesis for a targeted evolution.
Wow.
Wow is
It's
right.
very wow.
Wow. They really can't.
You see,
really
so let me
say
give you
that.
some examples of what this means, all right? You take a person with breast cancer, and they have a hormone-responsive breast cancer. So what do the doctors do? They give you some anti-estrogen, tamoxifen, or they have newer ones. It doesn't matter. It's the same point. What they're going to do is they're going to block some of the roadways, all right? You're on one side of town, and you want to get to the other side of town. Well, there's the highways, there's the back ways, et cetera, okay? And as soon as one area clogs up, the traffic goes someplace else. Well, that's what happens with your biochemical pathways. So when you're in the differentiated mode, when cells are talking with their neighbors and they're working together, even if they're working together bad, they're still talking to one another, okay? And when you have a cancer, they're working together bad and they're promoting a solution for the cell to survive. Guess what that solution is? Cell division. They're dividing to live. And when you have drug-resistant cancers and you treat them with chemo or radiation, guess what? They grow faster because that's how they're surviving. Instead of just burning and making the free radicals, they're shifting synthesis. So that they're making more. There's always a balance between synthesis and degradation and energy use and energy burning. And if they're not appropriately harmonious, that's when you make too many free radicals. So cells select different roadways, All right, let me back up and give you another story here.
Okay.
All of these different roadways are used at different times. So one of the characteristics of cancer cells is what's called the Warburg effect. Everybody hears that cancer cells like sugar and cancer cells are acidic. Well, they're acidic because they're burning sugar, but they're not burning sugar down to CO2. They only burn them down to make lactic acid, which is acidic, okay? Because by doing that, they're bypassing the electron transport system. They're making energy inefficiently but safely, all right? So I forgot where I was going with this.
Now there's one downfall.
I know where.
That's the one downfall. Memory.
Well, but, that's actually a good thing. Because if you didn't forget, you would be hardwired. If you're hardwired, you don't have creation.
Fair enough.
Stuck.
I get that.
It's anti-life.
There
you have
you
to
go.
learn. You have to remember and forget, because it's only by forgetting that you have creation.
So kids, remember when your dad is telling you fucked up, he's telling you he loves you.
Yeah.
It depends on the dad.
I guess, eh?
Yeah, I suppose.
I guess so, yeah.
You see, I've one of my sons is very normal and linear and remembers and knows everything. My other one is as big of an airhead as I am. And it's only by the grace of God, so to speak, that I survived in the world and succeeded, because I'm such an airhead, you know? I was suspended in 6th grade. And then they skipped me, so I never did the 8th grade. I always felt stupid, though, because people would learn things. You know, you had to learn a song. They'd come back the next day. They'd know songs and poems. I could never do that. Crazy. So anyway, I hope I've given you a lot of stuff to think about.
Certainly have. It's been really mind-bending. Just following along and trying to comprehend everything that you're saying is just... It's been a challenge, but it's been so informative and has led to a lot of deep thought for me. That's for sure.
I've got about 80, almost 90 YouTubes out there that explain all of the basis of what I've talked about in more detail. You know, so you can look at individual
I watched 2 of them
things.
today.
I've watched a few of them over the last little while too.
So where I was going a minute ago is that this Warburg effect that so characterizes all cancers is also part of our normal cell cycle. Because think about it, everything's obvious when you see the with clarity. You know, when that yard of DNA has to replicate inside of that little teeny cell, you don't want to expose it to free radicals, because when it's replicating, it's not protected with histones and other proteins. It's not all wrapped up. It's out there naked and exposed to free radicals. So guess what? Cells don't use the electron transport system when they're replicating their DNA. They use aerobic glycolysis, the Warburg effect. So it's a normal part of our cell fluidity. The problem comes when you select for the wrong stuff in the wrong place. Just the same way that you don't want free radicals to be produced when cells are dividing like that. You don't want a virus doesn't want you to produce too many, because then the cell will die, and yet the virus is telling the cell to turn it into a factory for making viruses. So they have to have ways of controlling this free radical production. And it's the same thing. The cells, if you have enough cells that are existing in all of these different states, because they're in different states of replication and other challenges, you know, they're in all of these different adapted states. And now you go and you hit them with chemo. Well, some of those cells will die, and some of those cells will be in a state that allows them to survive. Their metabolic pattern at that time allows them to survive. They have an epigenetic platform that is consistent with their survival. And that epigenetic platform over time will mutate and turn that platform into the future genetics. That's why you see cancer cells. Like if you look at a breast cancer tumor, it's got like 100 different mutations in it. Well, those mutations came because you selected different roadways as you tried to block with tamoxifen. You see, you tried to block that end. So all you're doing with all of these therapies is selecting for drug resistance, the ones that you can't kill. And cannabis kills best, from what I'm gathering, when you have a sugar-burning cell that hasn't been treated with chemo or radiation, and you give it a lot of cannabis, and it forces it into fat burning, and they don't have the machine. They can't do the switch. It's like putting diesel fuel in a gasoline car. It doesn't work, and they die. However, if some of them survive, because they're in a metabolic state that allows for survival, then you got to deal with that. But now they already know how to go back and forth between these different metabolic platforms. And what seems to be working, and it's speculative, but it makes sense, and there's a whole lot behind what I'm saying, but intravenous high doses of vitamin C. Vitamin C in high doses doesn't act as an antioxidant the way it does when you eat a little bit of it, or even if you eat a lot of it. When you inject it into the blood, it interacts with the iron and generates free radicals. So cells like cancer cells or virally infected cells or bacterial cells, infected cells, they have all dealt with different ways of protecting themselves from the excess free radicals that occurred from the perturbation. So you've got to be able to screw that up. And when you add the vitamin C intravenously, when it interacts with the iron and generates all of these free radicals, that causes the drug-resistant cells to overload and kills them.
We're all in the gaze of your listening.
The hell took a bong hit sideways.
Yeah.
So that's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
What a story. Wow. Holy smokes.
Yeah, I've given you a lot of stuff, you know, and you won't find it in any books anywhere. And if you tell it to doctors, they'll tell you you're crazy. But you know what? Stoners right away know it's true. That's how I knew it was true, you know, as I figured it all out. It's obvious.
It makes sense the way you explain it. It makes sense.
If you take a minute and actually listen to what you're saying, it makes sense. And like Chris said earlier, when I'm listening to it, you know, I'm drifting off. Oh, butterfly. Oh, wait, what is he saying? And you just come right back the way you're going. It's very smooth. I really enjoyed listening to you, sir.
Well, I'm glad it was enjoyable, and hopefully it's some use, and hopefully some of your listeners. You know, I put all this stuff on my Facebook page too, but I'm saturated, and I have to set up a fan page or something. But I'm just, it takes me time to get anything done because I'm so nuts. You know,
of course.
Please, I feel smarter already. So
please tell people where they can find you, though. Tell people where they can find you, where your website is.
Well, if you go to Facebook, you know, I got a Facebook page. I will set up a fan page so I can mirror things to that. I just am lame. And I've got about, I think it's very close to 90 YouTubes out there. And some of them are extremely, I believe, educational with novel thinking, like the stuff that I've, you know, told you tonight. There's more details on all of that stuff, be it HIV, metabolic plasticity, you know, breast cancer, estrogen receptors, blah, 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 blah. You know, I've got tons of stuff out there because, you know, what I do is as I think about stuff, I put it out there so I can get feedback and so people can utilize it. And, you know, it works. It does work for all of the things.
I think that we could be here all night if we wanted to, getting high and listening to Dr. Bob. But 2 hours has gone by. I wanted to make sure that people know we already did the where they can find you. You just did that, didn't you?
Yep. Did you tape this? I hope.
Oh God, yes. The podcast is ready. You know, it goes out about 10 minutes after we've done it. So,
okay. So if you could send me that link, I'd
absolutely.
Like that, and I'll post that on my site.
Oh, we'd appreciate that.
I also have I set up a foundation, a nonprofit foundation to try and help people like Shona, where, you know, the law is fucking sick people.
Yeah, and we didn't even get to talk to her about that.
Pardon me?
We didn't even get to that conversation. That'll have to be a whole other conversation.
Well, we can do this again sometime. But there's a lot. What I want to do is I want to go to the World Court and charge the various governments and agencies with crimes against humanity. And I lay out my arguments for that, which is based on all the stuff that we talked about tonight.
Wow. And how is Shauna doing?
She had surgery on Monday. I didn't speak with her today. Yesterday, she was looking better and feeling a bit better. A number of people have volunteered to bring her medicine. Hopefully they have. So we'll see. But at least she's feeling better. You know, she has all these adhesions from various surgeries in the past, and the doctors tried to tell her that, you know, she's a hypochondriac. And I mean, you're just dealing with idiots out there. I'm telling you, the medical profession really is criminally insane.
I agree. Totally. 100%. I know more crazy doctors than you can shake a stick at. And ones that just plug their ears and go, nah, 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 when you try to tell them the truth.
It took me 5 years to talk my doctor into signing me for 3 grams. And he just kept, I know nothing about doses. I know nothing about doses. So between conversations with me and other patients slowly started coming in, by the time I actually asked him, I waited a year, and he said, well, you never brought me the papers.
You know,
So.
the only thing a doctor has to really know is that there's no lethal dose.
Yeah.
And to verify that, my friend who I told you about with HIV, he also happens to have a PhD in molecular epidemiology. And when he went to South Africa to the HIV conference earlier this year, he didn't take any medicine for 2 weeks. If he doesn't take his medicine, he comes down with Kaposi's. He came back from there sick as a dog. He had, I think, 16 Kaposi's popping up on his body. This guy is a real piece of work, let me tell you. It's a story, and you can have a show just about him.
No.
But in any event, he took, and this is the second time he's done this, about 50 grams of high concentrated oil orally in one day.
Wow. That's a lot.
He goes into a cannabis coma for a few days and comes back and the Kaposi's gone.
I you know, unfortunately, I never gotten over that hump, you know, that get rid of the high and just feel better point, because I don't have enough. It's a constant roller coaster of having some, don't having some.
There's no 50 gram hump, Al.
No, of course not.
No. Well, that's the crime. That's the crimes against humanity, right there. That's the whole point. This is an essential nutrient. If we don't consume enough of it, we die younger, and we suffer along the way to a greater degree with all of the age-related illnesses. And this is the condition our government wants us in. Fuck them. That's all I got to say. Fuck them.
On that note,
fuck them for sure.
Dr. Bob, it has been a complete pleasure talking to you, and I hope you'll come back and do it again.
All right, guys. You be well.
We're going to
Yes, thank you, Doctor.
say goodbye.
Thank you very much.
I got one Halloween song we're going to listen to before we leave, and then we'll be back next week. I don't know what's going on. Does anybody else? I don't know. We'll figure it out.
Not next week. I got the week after that.
I don't know. We'll figure it out. This is the 420 Radio Show. Again, thank you very much, Dr. Bob, for spending the last couple of hours enlightening us. The podcast.
Thank you for having me.
The podcast will be literally up when I push the button. And we'll be back next week. Thanks for listening.
Have fun, guys. Take care.
Good night, everybody.
Peace.
Yep.
This is Bubbles from the trailer park, and they're playing some fucking excellent music on lifestyleradio.ca. I hope I didn't sound too nervous there.
Please hang up and try again.
You're listening to Lifestyle Radio.
I was working in the lab late one night when I heard the gurgle of a water pipe. So I turned to see my monster in a cloud of smoke, who said, "This shit ain't bad. Here, have a toke."
We smoked some hash.
We smoked some monster hash.
Some monster hash.
It was his personal stash.
We smoked some hash.
We got completely trashed.
On monster hash.
We smoked some monster hash as we partied in the castle with the living dead. Mouths were dry and eyes were red. The ghouls and goblins shrieked and screamed. Won't somebody please pass the Visine?
They smoked some hash.
They smoked some monster hash.
Some monster hash.
From Frankie's personal
We
stash.
smoked some hash.
And they all were smashed.
On monster hash.
They smoked some monster hash. The mummy was toking on a ball.
Take a toke.
Wolfman said, don't bogart that, pass it along. The swamp thing was toasted, rolling on the floor, laughing hysterically and pleading for more. The scene was rocking as the werewolves moved to the undead reggae band's dance hall grooves. Meanwhile in the kitchen, Frankenstein baked some Alice beat hopeless brownies and cakes.
We ate some hash.
We ate some monster hash.
Some monster hash.
It had the graveyard
We
smash.
ate some hash.
And we all got
On
trashed.
monster hash.
We ate some monster hash. The party would have gone on till we all passed out. But just then we heard a blood-curdling shout. Watch out! Beware! Cover your necks! Dracula's got the munchies and he's totally wrecked.
He smoked some hash.
He smoked some monster
Some
hash.
monster hash.
He was completely
He
smashed.
smoked some hash.
That Transylvanian's
On
trash.
monster hash.
He smoked some monster hash. Now every night the dead rise up from the grave to partake in a happening THC rave. For you, the living, this hash was meant to. When you get to my door, just say the toys sent you.
We smoked some hash.
We'll smoke some monster
Some
hash,
monster hash.
and we'll all get
We
trashed
smoked some hash.
from my personal
On
stash.
monster hash.
We'll smoke some monster hash.
Monster hash.
Easy boy, save some for daddy. This is good.
Tune into the Pace Radio Show and catch Kim Cooper, Debbie Stoll-Skiffin, or Allison Murden, along with myself, Al Grant, as we talk to Canadian and international cannabis advocates who are working hard to help patients and to end cannabis prohibition. Catch us live every Wednesday at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time here at lifestyleradio.ca.
You're listening to Lifestyle Radio.
You like music, you like weed, well, we gonna be good friends indeed. This is how much I like more than smoking trees. They'll make you dance the do-si-do and teach you how the chiba grows. Smoke a bowl on the 420 radio show. On Lifestyle Radio.
So what are you doing? Nothing. Why not?
You're watching the 420 Pace Network, found at 420radio.ca and paceradio.net. You're watching the 420 Pace Network, found at 420radio.ca and paceradio.net.
You're watching The Three High Guys with Al, MJ, and the other Al on the 420 Pace.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Still jamming.
Hi,
Good morning.
welcome to
Good
the
morning.
first episode of what we're calling the second season, even though there really wasn't a first season. And I'm Al Rapp, and I am the founder of 420radio.ca and the host of the 420 Radio Show, which I do with Miss Mary Jane.
That's me. My name is Mary Jane Baker. I'm also one half of a podcast called The Newbie and the Doobie. I'm the Doobie. Thus, I'm going to spark up and pass it on up to Al.
All right. Hey, I'm Al. I'm the other Al. Yeah, Al Graham, paceradio.net is where you'll find me and all the broadcasting that we do there. And, I'm the founder of it, and always appreciate all the work that our hosts do for the network.
Yeah, we're going to spend this show getting to know you. For some of you, you know us. Some of you, you don't. Some of us, you won't get to know us because you'll leave.
And in which case, peace.
Good. But, as far as, to get to know us a little bit more, Al, we're all patients, right?
We are. Yes, we all are. I have some mental health issues that I use cannabis for, as well as those little tiny golden looking things that sprout out of your grass and look at you.
I didn't think they had eyes.
Have you got shrooms growing out in the field yet, Al?
No, I think they came and went.
Yeah, they were here when I got here. My lawn was full of them, but now I cut my lawn. So
I thought you were going to say I ate them all.
no, you know what? I've looked at a lot of books and stuff like that, but I don't know how to identify them, and I'm scared, quite frankly.
Isn't that funny? Because back in the day, I used to just go to the guy in grade 12 and be like, "Psst, hey, can you get me some mushrooms?" I was never worried then.
Yeah, I know. But there's a lot of there are a lot of strains out there in the woods that will kill you.
Well,
yeah, you should know what you're eating, right?
I'm like, let's just not even talk about poisonous mushrooms. Let's just talk about
exactly.
like psychedelic mushrooms, because if you want to talk about something like penis envy, that won't kill you, but it sure will fuck
mushrooms,
me
right?
up.
Psilocybin is a poison, though. You have to remember that, Mary Jane. Psilocybin as a whole, magic mushrooms, is a poison. You're introducing a poison into your body.
Wow.
After you ingest that poison, it's a miracle at what happens. I mean, for me, I don't take any depressants anymore. I only take stuff for my diabetes and my cholesterol and stuff like that, and so that I can still pee in the morning.
Right.
Which I will probably try and cut back once I have my own oil supply. When you don't have your own oil supply, you can't start and then stop. You have to, have enough to do the treatment.
Shall we continue with the intro?
Sure.
Yeah.
Mary Jane.
Oh, me next? Okay.
Yeah.
I am also a cannabis patient. Let's see, I've been using it for, I don't want to tell you how many years, because then you'll know how old I am. But I'll just say most of my life. And yes, I look good for my age, just so you know. And
she's a fucking sunshine girl. Give me a break.
Well, it's early. It's still early. I will say that I do also dabbled, like Al, with magic mushrooms.
I wasn't gonna ask you that because I wasn't sure.
Well, I do. So I suffer. I'm not shy about this, because I learned through talking about this that there are more women that have this that don't actually know that they have this, because they just chalk it up to premenstrual syndrome. But there's something called premenstrual dysphoria disorder, PMDD for short. And it's almost unbearable to manage, because it's kind of like depression and psychosis combined, but for like 3-4 days. So you can't treat it with traditional antidepressants or antipsychosis medication, because that's, like Al saying, you got to stay on a regimen. It's like every day you got to take this thing, and I only need it 4 days a month. So that's where psilocybin really comes in and helps me. It's the only thing that I've been brave enough to dabble in. Like, I've heard that ketamine might actually be beneficial.
Yeah,
so I'm currently trying to get a physician to actually walk me through the process of, because obviously if it's not what I need, I don't want to take it. And I know psilocybin works, but we're talking in like 0.01 doses.
Yeah, well, I only do 1.5 to 2, so
Yeah,
0.1.
see, that's not a microdose. Anything lower than a 0.2 is a microdose, and I take a microdose.
Yes, yeah, but people are starting to microdose with cannabis greens and stuff as well. So,
Oh yeah, yeah,
Microgreens as well. So
yeah. Well, they say juicing cannabis has like
oh
some
God, no,
extreme awesome
no,
benefits.
thank you. That's
it's
something you have to like to do.
Oh, it's
No,
disgusting, but I
yeah.
mean, if you can take a shot of wheatgrass, you can take a shot of cannabis juice.
Kelly
Just saying.
keeps telling me to take a shot of castor liver oil, and I'm like, yeah, no.
I do that oil of oregano. That shit
No, that would
burns.
give me instant heartburn. Yeah.
Yeah, but it works.
So
I
Al,
don't have any sinus problems.
as far as myself, I have Crohn's disease. I've had it for over 20 years now. Been using cannabis all the way along, and because of my cannabis use, I have only had prescriptions for opiate drugs while I was hospitalized. I am surgery free. Mind you, I have been taking biological drugs in order to help with my Crohn's disease. I did have a period there of a couple of years where I didn't take them, and I was just relying on the cannabis. But unfortunately, I ended up getting hospitalized. So one thing leads to another. And I'm also a cancer survivor as well. It's something I don't usually talk about too often. It's just, it came and it went. I used cannabis oil on it up until my surgery date. I was trying to, if it got to a point where the spot was reduced significantly or anything visually like that, I would have, talked to my surgeon and see if we could delay things. While I saw changes in the appearance, I did not see anything get smaller. But the good news is that it did not get into my lymph nodes. So there's a good possibility that maybe the cannabis oil slowed it down. And, so because it never got into my lymph nodes, I'm presently a 9-year survivor of melanoma. So
That's awesome. I'm glad you're still here.
yeah, same here.
And I feel like this would be a good time to mention this because I'm very proud that you're able to sit there and say, like cannabis has been able to take me away from a lot of pharmaceuticals. And I just want to say to those people, because I know I've dealt with a lot of patients in the past, and some of them feel really, really down when they have to take any sort of pharmaceutical. Like when you said, I went into the hospital and I had to take it. I just wanted to tell those people, like, if you need pharmaceuticals and you're a strong, like cannabis is my everything, there's no shame in needing any sort of
no, exactly.
It's because cannabis is a medicine, just like Tums will help you with heartburn. Do you know what I mean? Cannabis won't help you with heartburn, so take the Tums.
Yeah. The it's I have no problem saying that I'm also having to take prescription drugs, but I can tell you that the cannabis has significantly reduced the costs when it comes to because we were on the government funded on the prescription end of things because my costs are too much. But I've been able to save the healthcare system because I've been willing to grow my own cannabis.
You can't, one of the things that most people don't know is if you are a legal medical cannabis patient in Canada, you can claim that on your taxes as you would your prescriptions from the pharmacy. But only from a legal pharmacy.
Correct.
That's right. Yeah.
It has to be from the legal market, and you can get a percentage of your tax back.
That's right. Well, just like you do if you pay for your pills and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But I will say, don't try and submit a reservation cannabis business because they won't accept it.
I'm curious. They probably wouldn't even take a recreational store receipt. This is what I'm curious because it has to be from your medical provider.
If you are licensed, then yes, it has to be a legal entity. So that's the only place that you can purchase cannabis legally.
Not medically,
unless you're going through the medical system.
That's where that's the one.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like if you're a medical patient and you go to the recreational store and buy drinks or edibles and stuff, that does not count towards your tax reduction. You have to order it through your medical provider.
Where it's prescribed. Yeah.
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 The what can people expect today? What can people? We've done our intros. What can people expect today on the broadcast?
Oh.
Well, I got my first high five list.
Okay, so you got a high five list.
High five.
Yeah, and Mary Jane, what's coming out of you today? We're going to be
discussing. I've got some tips for you for life and to make you feel just a little better, more rested in the morning, and upcoming events. Yes, I'm super excited. Some really good ones.
And I'm going to be covering some sports news, cannabis sports news.
Sports shorts.
Yeah. Exactly. And
later on, all in the 70s, Daisy Dukes.
Daisy Dukes. Okay. And later on, we're also going to, I got some recipes as well.
Ooh.
Yeah. And it's something I think is probably great for the summer within that recipe.
Yeah. And I can do a little movie review. I kind of sort of saw Deadpool versus Wolverine the other day.
Me too.
So good. We can bounce on that. And,
all right.
And other than that, we're just going to,
if anybody wants to add a comment, whatever, get involved in the conversation out there in social media land, by all means, get involved in the conversation.
And
we'll also be answering questions.
Yeah. If you have questions. That's what I like doing this mostly, is that when people ask us questions, one of us will know the answer, and if we don't, somebody will find it.
Yeah, exactly. Google's not that far away, right?
No.
So, alrighty.
Should we do our first little commercial?
Do our first commercial, and we'll come back with the health end of the broadcast.
Alrighty.
Alrighty.
We'll right back. The health end. Do we have a thing for the health end? No, we don't have one yet.
Well, it's into the entertainment one.
I will make an intro for next week for the segment.
All right. Well, I'll just play the entertainment one then.
I was excited for the entertainment. I'm sorry.
Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace re-rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
All right. Sorry.
Bam. And we're back. We are back with the morning. It's funny, it said entertainment and events, but instead we're going to do the morning health and wellness segment. I'd like to start it this morning. I thought it was very fitting to do a phrase or a statement, motivational quote, if you will. Fitting that it's our first show. So the phrase is, you don't have to be perfect when you start, but you need to start if you ever expect to be perfect. So we don't expect this show to go perfectly, but we started it. So that is the quote for the day. If there's something that you've been thinking about doing and things are just not perfect, you don't have all the T's crossed and the I's dotted, just go and do it. Just start, and believe me, everything will fall into place. And if it doesn't, you'll deal with it then. If you don't do anything, you don't go anywhere. Okay.
Well, you can travel on Google Maps very easily. So that's not completely
Yes. Well, the theory is if you have a boat in the ocean and it's going straight, you're going to end up here. But if you deviate, even ever so slightly, that small change is going to end up drifting you so far away from where you were intending on going that if this is where you want to go, just make that small shift. And even a small shift will be huge in the end, is what I'm saying.
Be significant in the end.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
And my health tip for the day actually was something I researched for myself, because you guys said, let's do a morning podcast. And I was like, okay, I'm not coming and doing it before 10 a.m. because there's no way I'm going to be up and ready before that, because I stay up way too late. I'm always tired. Even when I get like 10 hours sleep, I wake up tired. I take naps all the time. Like, I don't understand what's wrong with me. And then I figured it out. I'm not following the 10, 3, 2, 1, 0 rule. And I know it's a big rule, but there's a reason why they call it the 10, 3, 2, 1, 0 rule, is because 10 hours before bed, no more caffeine. 3 hours before bed, no more eating or drinking. 2 hours before bed, no more work. And this is the one that I guarantee you we all don't listen to. And I'm struggling with this because 1 hour before bed, no more technology, no more screen time.
No.
And the zero is the number of times you hit the snooze on the alarm in the morning. Yeah.
I need
If
to
you
get up
follow
working.
those, apparently you're not supposed to feel tired. It's supposed to help you get rest.
Oh.
So
The only thing I've done out of that list is I've tried to stop taking my cell phone to bed with me. I leave it in the living room, but I'm usually up at 4 or 5 in the morning, and of course, the first thing I do is go get my phone.
do you have a TV in your room?
No,
Yeah. See, I watch
the only thing I
television
have in
up
my
until
room,
bed, drinking
the
a
only thing I
tea.
have in my room is
TV's
Mr.
electronic.
Google. I have my Google speaker, and
Yeah.
I almost the literally, you've heard me say this before, Mary Jane. The last thing you will hear me say on any given night before I go to bed is, "Hey Google, play white noise," and then I'm out.
Yeah.
I don't hear a thing. When I have guests here, I don't hear them peeing and pooping because I'm right beside the bathroom. And the dog doesn't hear other dogs barking at night or anything rustling outside, because if she hears a bear, she's like, "Oh."
Yeah.
You have a dog, Al. You know.
Yeah. I know.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah. Of course, like I know all of the things where it's like remove the technology from the bedroom, you know, like
But isn't TV technology?
absolutely, you shouldn't have a TV in your bedroom.
Yeah, 'cause
They
you can
say
watch
if you need like
yeah.
lights from your alarm clocks and stuff, you should, like, I sleep with a sleep mask over
No.
my eyes, and I play rain sounds too because I can't, because I literally, like I said, up until bedtime, I'm watching TV, drinking my tea, playing Angry Birds. No wonder why I don't sleep or well.
I have a trouble with my ADHD. I have trouble shutting things off, and so the from the white noise,
It's great.
kind of stops it. But sometimes I have to literally tell myself to shut the fuck up. I don't have a TV in my room because it's in my guest room.
Yeah.
But it's I can't have just nothing because I'll start listening for birds or rustling outside or
Scary noises.
Yeah, I
Mysterious
know.
noises.
Scary
From
noises. They're
researching,
not so mysterious. I know
You
what
can
they
hear the
are.
birds now, can't you?
Yes.
I know from researching, is it tinnitus or tinnitus,
Tinnitus.
whatever that
Yeah.
ring is in your ears?
Right.
Because my friend during COVID, when she got sick, she had that for like a month and a half, a ringing in
Oh,
her
yeah.
ears. And that's what they say to do, is to listen to a white noise, to not sit in a quiet room, because the white noise will actually help drown out.
It does.
The
Yeah, but it helps
stimulation.
drown it out, but you can still hear it.
Yeah.
I've gone to a hearing specialist too.
In the living room, I
what
can
I do.
hear. I usually have the fan on in the living room, and I don't have AC. So what I do is I turn the fans on in the bathroom and the kitchen, and it takes all the hot air out. Right, so that muffles. I've always used fans as a shut off from my head.
Yeah.
Right.
All right. And before we deviate from health and wellness, just want to say it is National 80s Month with the holiday coming up on the 8th because it's 0808. Thus the 80s workout gear. So if you're going to look for a workout today, go and look up an 80s workout. Go look for aerobics. I guarantee you're going to have fun. It's going to be a laugh and the music's awesome. So.
God. There we go. All righty. Al, you're up.
You look very, very Olympic-y.
Olympic-y.
I need my list. I have my first 5 hive list, and I'm going to just get it here. And what we're going to be talking about, I will tell you after I play this.
It's certainly high on the list.
Oh, it was so nice. I wanted to play it twice because I'm certainly high on this list. Being in Northern Ontario, I'm finding it rather hard for, where am I here, Al? Can you help me?
You're above that top line.
You're above the red line.
You're above you're above that red line.
Up there. I'm up here. Yeah, man.
Yeah.
So it's been hard. It's been a struggle. Last year I didn't do too well because I had a little mail issues. Those fucking guys just walked in and just took over. And then this year I had a hard time getting seeds started because of where we are. I am at the very northern tip of Lake Superior now, not in Toronto. And you can call me officially Northern Ontario Al. Why? Because I'm more northerner than you.
NOA.
Coming to a network near you. So
I don't know why that's so funny.
Oh, it's fucking hilarious. Thank you for that. I'm not going to get into what's written here, but what I'm going to get into is there's 6 strains here that they suggest that work up here in Canada, and we'll talk a little bit about why. And the reason is getting to know the area. We have a very short grow season, to the point where I had to invest in a greenhouse. So that I can go in, I can literally go into December now.
What was the temperature this morning?
8 degrees.
All right. Okay.
Yeah.
Ridiculous. Send that this way.
August 6th, and it was 8 degrees, and it's only going up to 20 today. It's right now it's 18 in the house.
20 is good for outdoor growing,
outside, 17 downstairs, and 17 in the grow room. Or in the what do you call it? The greenhouse. So some of the suggestions that I have here, and this is from one of my favorite magazines, Treating Yourself, which Al has written in many, many, many times.
I have an article in that magazine,
and has the honor of kind of continuing on, with things. So some of the strains that they suggest. Above the 50th parallel, where I am, which is a September 20th to 25th, is Bonkers. I've never heard of that strain. And now I can see. I have a glow about me. I'm not sure if this is it doesn't say if it's a sativa or a dominant. No, it doesn't say.
It doesn't tell you.
But anyways, I've tried Bonkers before. Do you know anything about it, Al?
I have heard of it. I have smoked it, but I've never grown it. So that's about it. I can't recall lots about it.
It's an early riser, you could say, right? Then you've got things like Grapefruit Haze, which is in October. Up here, down in the 40th parallel where you guys are. When do you crop out, Al? Like,
Usually Thanksgiving.
Really, you go that far?
Yeah, anytime around there.
Avalon is another one which I haven't heard of before. That will do good up here. It's got a middle of September harvest. And Grape God I've tried. That's October. These all go really late, didn't they? October, September.
Well, yeah, like could you even grow to that time of the year there?
Yeah, because of my greenhouse.
If you experience
not out, just leaving it out now. Like even now it might be a little too cold for the guys that are just outside.
Yeah.
Right. But it just so people know, the 50th parallel is Vancouver, Winnipeg, Newfoundland, London, Berlin. And and then you go down to the 40th parallel, which is most of Northern Ontario, North America. I can hardly even read these things. I need glasses. Istanbul, Tokyo, and Northern Afghanistan.
Northern Afghanistan sounds like a good spot to grow.
I was just going to say northern yeah. Afghanistan would be a good place to grow, I would think. And then another one, which is actually one I really enjoy, is Time Warp. They suggest. These and Island Sweet Skunk.
Tuxedo Time Warp.
Is that the original name?
Yeah, I believe that was the original name, or it was somebody grew Time Warp there and called it that. One or the other.
This says this is one of British Columbia's most popular outdoor strains.
Correct. BC.
It's famous because of the easy clone abilities, mold resistance, early flowering, great yields, and last but not least, a great taste, effect, and smell. Everything a serious outdoor cannabis farmer needs to know. Now, Al, you're the experienced grower here between the three of us.
Mm-hmm.
Mary Jane has grown as well, but not like Al does. I mean, I've been in Al's grow room. Okay. I'm doing some of the same things. You've had a tent, correct, Mary Jane?
Yeah, I've had a couple. I literally used to tell people I could do a whole segment or series on how to almost kill your plants, but not really. Just kidding. Haha.
Hey, I'm so.
You know what? I'm not even going to finish that sentence because it'll jinx myself. Because somebody at the beginning of the season opened up her mouth and tried to throw shame at me in my growing abilities and said that my one plant wasn't going to make it. They bet on it.
I said 3 pounds off this
You
plant.
said I was going to kill it.
I said 3 ounces. And they said, there's no way that, listen to me.
Do I need to pull up the clip?
You can pull it up.
I haven't
exactly
heard
what I'm saying. So I said 3 ounces, and they said there's no way he's going to get that off an auto flower. And I said, wait. I said, wait, it's an auto flower? Yeah. So this, well, no, this was what they said. They said there's no way he's going to get 3 ounces off an auto flower. And this was while we had a grower on the show, and the grower said, Al, you better change that auto. It was in an auto pot where it like automatically waters or whatever. And he said, you better change that quickly into the bigger pot, because if they reach the bottom of the pot, it'll flower before it's ready. And I looked at it, and it literally looked like it was like this tall, like it was stretched, like it was going to fall over at any minute. So I said, oh, wait. I take it back. I say 0, just to like argue with everybody and say, like, I actually don't think
she likes to argue.
I thought,
girl.
I always pick the opposite thing. Even when my dad and I used to watch hockey and he was cheering for the Leafs, I would cheer for whatever team they were playing against, just because you got to have some competition.
Right? Oh yeah, I had 10-cent bets with my dad back in the 60s when the Leafs were winning the cup.
Yeah. So yeah, like I was like, dude, I'll tell you right now, Al, I'm wrong, 100% wrong, because you've already passed the point that I assumed was going to fall over because I've done that.
3 feet high and got
okay. So we've
this big now.
So now I go back to my 3 ounces.
Yeah, let's get back to the. So did you get the 3 ounces off the plant, off the autoflower?
It's not done yet.
Oh,
it's still growing.
And none.
There's no ending to the story.
Originally, I had thought that I had autoflowers.
Yeah, and you don't.
And then by looking them up, the strains and where I got them and all that, because I got everything I got from OCS. I thought was autoflower, but they weren't. But they were femmes, so which is even better. Right?
So you can't even take my answer of 0 because you didn't even give us the proper information.
Okay, if you want to say it that way.
See, woman. Oh wait, I got to remember, I can't do that. This is the 3 High Guys podcast.
Yeah, she's one of the guys.
Sorry,
she's one of the guys.
Whatever.
We discussed that in an earlier broadcast.
All right.
So you were going to ask a question there on your strains or something there to finish off your list.
I was.
Yeah. And then we got into this plant that has the 3 ounces.
I don't remember any questions.
I thought you were going to ask a question.
Maybe.
I was waiting for it.
I will say
you were going to, because you said since you grow, Al.
Yeah. Okay. I can ask a question. What strains over your growing outside have you found that work better than not? Is there anything specific?
Out of all my strains that I've grown, there's some that work better outside than
others. Do you have like a staple strain that you grow
I have one particular strain that I've been growing for 14 years.
Okay.
I'm smoking a joint of it right now, and it's called Grape Escape. I've grown it indoors. I've grown it outdoors.
I like that.
So it grows great outdoors then.
I've gotten 2 pounds easily as an average off of these when they're outside.
And when you harvest, do you let them go a little bit more amber to have like the indica feel, like the more sedative feel, or do you mix it?
I go a little bit into the amber and then yank them. Yeah, and I have I've trimmed in the snow.
Yeah, I've heard you. I've seen pictures of you doing that.
Crazy.
So,
it's I've had it tested over the years. People talk about.
Have you?
Yeah. People talk about plants, as they get older and you clone off. I'm like, I got this as a clone off of the breeder.
So you have a mother of the Great Babes?
No.
You just start fresh from seed.
Perpetual gut. No. It started as a clone, and it's just been keep it going with cloning.
You're just take one, pass it along.
Just keep it going. That's right. Just keep it going.
So you just clone off the clones.
Yeah.
That's what I used to do when it would get a little bit too tall. I'd chop off the top and I'd make babies, and then I'd flower. As soon as I'd wait for roots. As soon as I seen roots on the cuttings, I was like, okay, then I can flower you.
For anybody who's growing outside that wants to bring them inside, if you haven't already cloned your plants, should get them done, because plants are stretching and they're starting to go into into bloom.
Yeah, you can't.
Flower.
Is this true? You can't clone
a
flowering plant?
You can up to a certain point, but
no. Something that
I don't push it much more than a week or two, but I have.
Something that Marcel mentioned was you can clone a flowering plant that is just started, and then you put it back under the lights and shut it off, kind of like what I did there. So with my Northern Lights, I didn't go down for a couple of days, and then I went down and they were already flowering. So I just picked it up and stuck it in the. I'm not going to stop it. it'll stop itself outside because it's not ready outside yet. The other plants are not flowering yet, right?
I ended up basically, I've already cloned for my 2025 harvest.
Wow.
Because you got to, in order to keep those strains going, you got to have them through the winter. You got to keep them alive all winter long in order to be able to bring them out in the spring. So the ones that cloned in 2024, right?
Yeah.
Summer of 2024, they have to live through the winter of 2024, 2025. They're planted outside in the spring.
So you'll bring them in and then leave them for the winter and then take them out in the spring.
Correct. Yeah. But I clone often throughout the winter. Otherwise, I'd have a massive plant. Yeah, bring them in. You know, if you bring them in, you got a small bloom room or something. You can throw them in there when they get to a certain age. Clone off of it. Throw that plant in your little bloom room. Get your other one growing, right? While it's growing, your other one is blooming. You harvest that. You got fresh meds for the winter, and you take that plant that was vegging and you move it into the bloom room and you clone off of it.
Yeah.
That's all you got to do. Perpetual
a
garden.
lot of up and down the stairs with plants.
So it just depends on your numbers, size you want to do your room, so on and so forth. So
well,
if you don't have a bloom room, otherwise, unfortunately, it took me a long time to, if you have to. Sometimes, unfortunately, you do have to kill them off.
So my last question, and then we'll move on to our next segment. I found out when I moved up here that I could legally transport 4 plants that were not in flower.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So with this 4 plant rule, is it 4 plants in flower, or is it 4 plants period?
4 plants in total.
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter if they're in flower or not.
Do you mean for transport?
No, I mean just to have.
Just 4 plants.
To growing.
Yeah.
Yeah, growing is 4 plants per household.
No, I know that, but you can't. I can't
specific
going and start new ones.
No, if you take cuttings off those 4 plants, you now have more than 4 plants.
Yeah,
exactly.
That's what I'm getting at. Yeah, and you see, and that's the part that sucks. So what I am doing is I'm doing 4, and then 4, and then 4.
Well, this is why a lot of people with their medical licenses request a little bit over, so that way they know that if they need
on
to.
mine, but, my doctor's retired, so
Well, I mean, and you also get your 4 plants recreational grow on top of whatever your medical grow.
And your carrying allowance as well.
Yeah, I could put 9 out.
Session.
Out, and so that's 5 plus 4, right? Yeah. But you know what? I found when I got here, I had 4 and then a couple more, and it was too much for me to take care of. I mean, really. So I'm doing 4 at a time, and I will either clone some before they flower, or I will just start from seed. And to be honest, I think I'm just going to start my next round from seed, because then I'll get a different selection. I'm also trying to choose my strains.
So, can I make one suggestion?
Yes.
This is something that I failed to do. This is learning from my mistake. I did what you're talking about doing, and I flowered out the entire strain, and I'd never tried that strain before. And when I tried the flower, I was like,
and then you
fuck me. Always keep one plant, just one, just in case. If you have to flower it out after, it's fine. But man, I wish I would have kept one of those.
Yeah. I know what you mean. I've had some, but then you just get sometimes the numbers. The numbers are a situation, and you can only keep so many, right?
I've taken out full plants because they didn't. Yeah.
if you've got room to have moms and all that, that's one thing. But when you don't, you got to do a perpetual garden or whatever. Then
I actually liked growing indoors
I
in the perpetual garden in small batches because you didn't
Mm.
have to trim as much. Like you
That's
guys
right.
in your outdoor grows at the end of the season, by the fuck, y'all are looking for friends. You're like, hey, you want to come help me trim?
oh, I was sick of it by Christmas.
Dude, I went to my one friend's house for Thanksgiving. Like you said, I went for Thanksgiving
Yeah.
and she handed me a bouquet of flowers of like just long stems. And she's like, here, I don't want to trim anymore.
Mhm.
Yeah. That's how
Yeah.
I got to the point when at the farm, I brought everything in. I was worried about molding and stuff, right? So I pulled everything and I brought everything in and I had it hanging in my bedroom, in the bathroom, in the living room, in the kitchen. And
your whole house.
well, it was the trailer at the farm, so it didn't matter. But I got so sick of it. One day I said, fuck this. I packed up the fucking dog and the cat and I went home for 3 weeks. Came back, everything was dry, trimmed it all up. I was just so sick of it.
Yeah.
So sick of it. Right?
Alrighty. Shall we go on to the next segment?
Sure. What are we doing next?
Next on the list is sports.
Question. When is commercial time? I just need to reheat my tea.
Now. We can do a commercial now.
All right. I'm
You're
going.
gonna make me. You do it, Al. You do it. You do it, Al. Come on. No, I'm just kidding.
I woke up this morning with a crack in my head.
You're watching the Three High Guys with Al, MJ, and the other Al on the 420 pace.
Hey, stay tuned. We'll be back after this toke.
Go ahead.
Oh, Mary Jane hasn't made it back, but you know what time it is? It is time for
Shorts.
That's right. It's time for sports. This is the first time I've been doing news broadcasts since like 2008, but I have never done a sports news broadcast. So I thought, hey, why don't we add it here to the Three High Guys? Everybody, we have women's sports, we have male sports, and
Olympic
we got Olympic sports, and we've got cannabis sports. So I thought what I would start out with was to go around and find out where the professional leagues were when it comes to cannabis. So everybody would have a bit of an idea on what's going on. So in the NBA, they say here, according to this sportscannabis.life website that I'm looking at, it says that the NBA is leading the charge by agreeing to a green, inclusive future in the latest CBA, which is the collective bargaining agreement. And they said that in 2023, 2024, they announced its decision to cease penalizing players for cannabis consumption, effectively removing it from the league's anti-drug testing program.
Woo woo.
Woo woo. Yeah, exactly.
It's about time.
Yes. The WNBA and the NBA, they say that here, the shooting over the competition, the Brooklyn Nets and the New York Liberty made history by becoming the first professional basketball team to sign a CBD sponsorship deal.
Really?
Yeah.
I love
CBD.
it.
That's just CBD.
Yeah, just says CBD. Yeah, exactly. And well, it does significant shows growing acceptance of cannabis products.
Yes, it does. Although CBD is now the one that they're going after.
Yeah. The NFL, they say here that they've also made significant strides by investing $1 million in researching, studying the effects of cannabinoids on elite football players. And it does say elite.
A whole million.
A whole million, yeah. Now, they say this is looking at it for pain management and neuroprotection. They're doing a study on it.
Interesting. Neuroprotection.
Yeah. Well, concussions.
Can you
right?
explain what that is, Al? What neuroprotection is?
Neuroprotection. That would be, well, I would look at it, protection of the brain with the concussions that are happening in football. Protecting one's brain is very important. There's no doubt about that.
Many years ago, we had Boo Williams and Sasha Lakovic, which is unfortunately he is gone now. Who Boo, an NFL lineman, I think, and Sasha was an enforcer for Calgary, I believe, and they both suffered from concussion syndrome, as did Muhammad Ali.
Yeah. Several athletes have, had to deal with that, and just some protection within that they can, cannabis. Would it be a requirement as a safety thing for the players? Take a little bit of cannabis, micro dosing. We were talking about that briefly earlier.
Just put some CBD in the Kool-Aid. Drink the Kool-Aid.
You know what? Speaking of Kool-Aid, that wasn't so bad, Mary Jane. Anyways.
No.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't drink Kool-Aid.
Yeah, we'll get to that one in a minute. Now, they say here that retired NFL athletes are leading the charge off field. Former NFL stars such as Rob Sims, Calvin Johnson Jr. Through their company have teamed up with the Tigers in a groundbreaking CBD sponsorship.
Awesome.
Talking about the benefits of CBD. The UFC. In combat sports, the UFC's decision to remove cannabis from its banned substances list marks a significant policy shift. They say here that it acknowledges cannabis as a potential as a therapeutic aid rather than a performance-enhancing drug, which is very true.
A performance-enhancing drug.
You guys look at it as if it can help you relieve your pain, it can improve your performance.
Well, it's becoming more and more widely known the effects and relief that you can get by using cannabis, and we've gotten to the point. Speaking of sports, the biggest sporting event in the world right now has Snoop Dogg roaming around. He's the biggest cannabis.
He's not smoking any weed, though.
No, but he's the biggest cannabis figure in the world, pretty much, besides Tommy Chung and Cheech. And he's there.
Yeah. No, I did look up.
He can't be medical.
I looked up any cannabis sports related things, news for the Olympics. I didn't find anything, but if I do down the road, we'll talk about that at another broadcast. They say here that the NCAA has cleared the lane for removing cannabis from the banned substance list.
At the Olympics?
NCAA.
That's the National Cannabis Athletics something. Is it?
They see, and then they say here beyond the sports, they talk about the policy shift from it being rescheduled from a Schedule 1 to Schedule 3, but that's a whole different subject. But it's good to see that the those leagues are opening up to that. The players aren't automatically being suspended and having to go, obviously without pay. And so on and so forth.
I think baseball was one of the first ones that accepted it, and then hockey, and of course football now, and cannabis is built into the basketball thing, So
it's unfortunately, they don't mention anything in this article on the NHL. Yeah.
I think it's one of those things where they don't talk about it much. I know that the NFL has talked about it. You see it in the news now and then. Baseball, of course, but when you see it in the news, it's like blah, blah, blah sports announces that cannabis is going to be taken off the restricted list. But you know what? It hasn't been yet. And it's talk is cheap. I think they're waiting to see what happens with the
there's a lot of retired sports people who are now involved in cannabis stores.
Ross, what's his last name?
Has his complete business, right?
Ross Ragabludi. I can't pronounce his name.
Ross Rebliati.
Thank you very much. Right. Who several years ago won snowboarding, and then they took it away because he tested positive for cannabis. But now then they gave it back with an apology, and now it's not on the restricted list anymore, I believe.
Well, I have an answer for the Olympics. It says here 2024. The World Anti-Doping Association latest prohibited list still continues to ban THC. So the Olympics only allows CBD.
Oh, well, that's a start.
It's a start. But it's that thing, it is a start, but the bus will still go down the road with the wheel missing, but it won't go down the road quite as good.
Yeah.
Right?
Are they still testing for it, is what I'm getting at.
I would imagine. If THC is still a banned substance.
Yes, because I will say that somebody in the 2021 Olympics had their medal taken from them. They were disqualified or whatever because they had cannabis in their system. THC.
Oh, I guess I better not enroll in the Olympics.
Yeah, and the Olympic runner, Sherry Richards, she the last Olympics, she lost her gold medal because of cannabis.
So she was out back smoking a joint before the event, kind of thing.
She got silver. She got silver this round.
I think I remember that.
So there you go. As far as sports news, we may expand that maybe down the road with a little bit of headline news, a little bit of weather. I can tell you today it's a little overcast. I can see the sun up there behind the cloud, but there's no.
It's nice and sunny here now, and it's 18 outside. It's gone up since we started.
It's very, very cloudy in here.
It's cloudy in her basement. Sorry.
In my basements too.
Other than that, it's time to go for a commercial break and a little promo there. And we'll come back with some random topics and rotating topics or whatever you want to call it.
So what is this GUPTGA one? What is that one?
Okay. What that is a trauma group. The PTGA.
Let's watch it. We'll be right back.
It's dealing with trauma and first responders. It's a group.
Okay.
That's what it's about. PTSD
All right.
and first responders. Go ahead.
Okay.
Stay tuned. We'll be back after this toke.
Hi, I'm Timmy.
And I'm Mary Jane. He's the newbie.
She's the doobie. And this is the show
where we
toke
cannabis.
Talk.
From both sides.
Is that even possible?
Hi, ladies. I'm back. I think it was you I was talking to. Yeah, I'm live now, though. Oh, see that? Now she's back. Now she's nervous. Okay, what I can do is I'll give you the mic, okay, and I'll scan around some of your stuff, and you can tell us all about what you're doing here.
Okay. So we're selling tickets on the Denim Jacket by Tommy Chong, signed. And it's $5 a ticket, and all the money is going directly to the Post-Traumatic Growth Association. which is a nonprofit organization that offers peer support for veterans and first responders. So we hope to raise lots of money so we can put it right into programming in Ontario and across Canada.
Nice. Now, the draw will be held tomorrow, right? Because the event is still on tomorrow, so it's still time for people to get down here and get on this.
We do take
Up here,
cash or credit or debit, so you don't have to have cash on you. And we have some swag items that we are selling as well.
I thought you said hash.
No, I don't.
Yes. All right, super. Where can people, where can people find you like online?
You can type www.ptda.ca or check us up on Facebook, Post Traumatic Growth Association.
Oh, I guess that's my cue. It's my turn. Okay, let's get to the events. Like I said, it is the 80s month. So here in Belleville, we are celebrating with an all 80s comedy tribute on 0808 at 8 p.m. With, of course, the super funny comedian Timmy Boyle. Then upcoming August 16th to the 18th in Pine Lake, Alberta. Super excited for this one too. Camp Canna is happening. I think it's their third year, if I'm not mistaken.
I believe so. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a different vibe than Camp Canna, Ontario. I guess Ontario and Alberta are different vibes. So super fun. They're gonna have like a lot of activities going on there that weekend. Also that weekend, because unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to make it out to Camp Canna. I will be going to Toronto to the Comedy Bar to watch what I believe is a lot of stoner. Like we all grew up in the stoner culture, and I don't know another comedian that exemplifies stoner culture more than Pauly Shore. So I'm gonna go see the Weasel on August 17th in Toronto. And then in Ottawa, Ontario on August 20th, if you're out in that area, Tether Buds is having a sampling event. They're celebrating their 3-year anniversary. So if you're a bud tender, if you're a bud tender and you're in the Ottawa area, get yourself a ticket and make sure you go. Tether Buds is awesome. You're going to love them. Well, that's it. That's August. If anybody has any events that I haven't said, please let me know because I have to do this again next week.
Yeah, please let us know, one of us anyways. And if you let us know, you get multiple shows that you might get mentioned on. So we need to do a little thingy for Recipe Corner. So I'll just go Recipe Corner without.
All righty, recipes. Okay, it's summer out, right? Mm-hmm. So why not? I thought, why not get something that you could drink in the summertime, that you could enjoy. And I've found here for anybody who wants to follow it afterwards, look for it afterwards. If you go to pace hyphen Online.ca. It's been a long time.
Let's try that again.
Okay, Online.ca or through paceradio.net. You can find the magazine Grassroots Advocate. Each of the issues is listed there, and within each issue is a recipe. So I'm on issue 1 right now. And the recipes that I've got listed here is from eatyourcannabis.com. And it is a canna creamsicle smoothie.
Oh.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, can you eat that, Al?
Huh?
Can you eat that?
Yeah, I can drink this.
Drink
All
it.
right,
eat
what's in it?
Freeze
What's in
Put
there?
it into a fucking ice cream machine maker.
This makes 4 smoothies. Obviously, you need a blender. You need orange juice, or if you want any other juice, right? A cup of can of milk or cannabis almond milk. So that's something that you would have to prepare ahead of time.
Just a suggestion: don't buy silk.
They fixed that.
Have they?
Yeah, by now for sure.
Oh, I know that they reported more people got sick.
They do. If you worry about that, don't buy any food.
Yeah. I haven't seen any on the shelf yet. So, but yeah, can of milk or cannabis almond milk, a cup of water, 8 ice cubes, 3 tablespoons of sugar, 1 teaspoon of vanilla extract, and a 1/4 cup of fresh fruit of your choice is optional.
Okay.
Now, they say set the ice aside, combine all the remaining ingredients into the blender, begin blending, and gradually add ice 1 cube at a time, and blend until smooth. Pour and serve. There you go.
That would be yummy in an ice cream machine maker.
Sure would be, eh?
I made a medicated creamsicle ice cream. Same kind of thing.
I should have brought that up. There we go, right there.
There you go.
I feel like
Yeah.
next week the recipe should be how to make canna coconut oil or coconut milk.
I did that in the magazine. I do as they go on. I actually have the recipe how to make canna coconut oil.
Okay.
Along with the recipe that requires it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you said canna coconut oil, but what about coconut milk or almond milk?
No, it's
Do you
almond
just-
milk. It's
do you-
canna milk or cannabis almond milk.
So how do you add cannabis coconut oil into it?
You just put it in and mix it really good. That's all. The milk binds the oil
I
really
would
good.
assume you would heat the milk or the almond milk the same that you would heat butter or coconut oil.
Throw it
and
all
you
into
would
the
put
magical butter
cannabis in there. Infuse your milk.
Yep.
And then you would strain if you wanted to. Most people do. Not everybody does. Strain out your plant material, and then there you go. You got your can of milk.
Yeah, you lost me at heating up milk.
You
I was like,
you
ew.
never had warm milk when you were a kid.
No.
You just have to
gross.
watch the heat, Mary Jane, because
What do you put in your coffee, tea, or hot chocolate? Do you add any milk?
I put cold milk.
Cold milk. Yeah, well, it
Yeah.
heats up, doesn't it, when it's in there?
Yeah, but it's not just. I don't know.
I know what you mean,
That's
but yeah.
a mental thing. That's a mental
Yeah.
thing. It's cream cheese. You put it on a
Well-
bagel, it heats up. But like,
Yeah, you don't need to boil it.
Hmm.
Just get it warm.
Like
see,
I
was,
said,
I was wondering if you could just make put a tincture, an oil tincture
yes,
into
you
it.
can.
You
Yes.
could probably, yeah, you probably could. Sure, why not?
Or
Yeah.
you could just use
Put
your
some-
magical butter machine and it'll warm it up for you while it's mixing.
Mm-hmm.
With warming milk, anything dairy, you have to watch because at a certain point it will curdle.
Yeah. Well, I'm
Wonder
assuming it
if
was
you-
scald
Yeah.
too, right?
Or what they call in the baking world scorch.
Scorch.
I thought it was scald. You
Scorch.
scald the milk.
Scolding. You've been a bad glass of milk.
Not scold, scalding. Jeez.
Now, because you were sitting on your patio out back enjoying your smoothie, I also added into there some cannabis pastry bites.
Ooh.
Yeah. You can see there you need a baking sheet, parchment paper, 2 sheets of puff pastry dough, a 1/2 cup of fruit fillings of your choice, a 1/2 cup of canna honey, and a 1/4 cup,
Cranberries would be good in that.
1/4 cup of canna butter.
Cranberries.
Cranberries, sure. Yeah.
Well, I
And-
can't get any fucking raspberries because the fucking bears ate them.
Yeah, there's some instructions there on how to
Awesome.
do all that.
I like puff pastries, but I'm not a baker.
Yeah.
I don't. I bake cookies, and I make meatloaf and roasts. That's what I make.
No, puff pastries are the best. You could go meat filling, cheese filling,
Yeah.
egg filling. You could go fruit. You could nut. You could.
Yeah,
The options are endless.
Have you ever tried? Did you ever try the medicated baklava that they had at Buddy brings to the? He was bringing them to the events in Hamilton, and it's baklava made like you would get at the Hungarian restaurant, but medicated.
Infused.
Oh, it was so good.
Yeah, I can't eat a lot of people's infusions because everybody's dose is a lot higher than mine, and I'll get fucked up off one bite.
How are you doing with the diamonds? Do you like them?
They're great. I'll have them probably till the end of the year.
I'm using it in the. Do you like diamonds, Al?
Oh, I don't mind them. Yeah.
Are we done with the food stuff?
We are done with the food stuff. That's right.
You don't want to deviate.
Then I'm good to keep chatting because we're in our chit chat segment.
We're in the chit chat segment.
Because we already did the interview already. That's what that was for. And I got to relabel these things. We're going to run different interviews as well every show, little short things from stuff that the three of us go to.
From different events or things that we participated in, the Globe Marijuana March, all that stuff.
Or the 80s show.
Yeah.
I think one day we'll even run maybe next week we can run the chat that you had with Tommy at Grow Up.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we can run that next week.
That's all available there.
Do we
can run
the original one?
I was just going to say we can run that as well when you're
on
your knees begging for sex with Tommy Chung.
I was not begging for sex from Tommy Chung.
Okay.
Would have been Shelby.
You were.
If I was begging anybody, if I was drooling over anyone, it was Shelby.
She doesn't want Tommy. She just wants Shelby.
Shelby's beautiful.
I've got.
You got samples.
Sample.
That's right.
Grow Up.
This is from the Victoria Cannabis Company.
Okay.
Yeah. This is Pamelo Skunk.
Okay.
It's a Rockstar cross with
Pomelo?
Citrique. Pardon me?
Oh, I said, is it Pomelo?
Yes.
So Citrique is amazing. It's a really cool sativa. It's really good. What is it crossed with?
Rockstar.
Oh, that's gonna be a treat.
It's I got it's a 1 gram joint.
Oh, nice.
Yes, 1 gram joint. It was a sample, and it says here it's 29% THC. Total terpenes at 2.4%.
Nice.
That's what it says.
That's probably really tasty.
This was easy to open. There we go. Doobie.
Yes.
We got a mosquito.
Oh, sorry, I thought you were calling me Doobie.
Oh. Mosquito. Jeeper.
You're a killer, Al. You just killed the fly.
It's trying to get out my ear. So yeah, we'll see what it's like. Oh, it's a nice container.
Yeah, I really appreciate the cannabis companies that are thinking about the packaging. Like, I really don't like getting my vape cartridge in one of these containers.
Oh,
it's like
crazy.
A thin tube
They're only this big.
Yeah, but I understand you have to put a big label on it, right? General admission. No, not general admission. Who is it? Tribal, which is also Nugs, which is also CBD. Oh, I can't remember their Orchid CBD. They all sell their vape in a very nice, it's the same tin that you would sell pre-rolls in, like 3 pre-rolls, or there's buttons on it. It snaps open. I use that for my joints all the time. Like, it's so handy. So I'm like, thank you for not thinking about this not just getting tossed somewhere in the garbage or, you know.
Yeah, reuse it for pre-rolled
say-
dude.
What'd
I've
you do,
taken,
Al?
I've taken. I get this cough. Holy smokes!
Good shit, eh? Like, but you're not supposed to be coughing off it.
Well, they say you don't get off unless you cough.
Cough to get off.
Now the
That's so 90s. Actually,
90s to me wasn't that long ago.
Oh, hang on. I'm getting a phone call. Let me just. Hello?
it's for you.
It's for you.
I'm going to watch Hot Tub Time Machine later on today. That's one of my favorite movies. It's the 80s, but it's not the 80s because
That
they get
movie
sucked
that
back.
we were talking about the other night that you said from your childhood that you want to see.
Oh,
that's
it's from
coming into the
Timmy's.
Timmy's,
So,
yeah. So
yeah.
It's available. Let's just say that already.
Yeah, it's in the theater.
It's available.
Oh, okay. Well, I will tell you that poor actor has gotten slammed from like all of the roles that he's taken. And the movie itself is getting slammed because I knew it was called Harold and the Purple Crayon, just like the book. I knew Timmy said he liked the book when he was a
Does
kid.
it follow the movie? It doesn't follow the book, though, does it?
Apparently, it's a sequel to the to the book. And as soon as I told Timmy that, he was like, "Wait, what? It's a sequel?" I'm like, "Yeah." Apparently, he's like an adult, and that's why he's grown up. And it's like this is the sequel. And Timmy's like, "Oh." Now he's like, "I don't know if I want to go see it now."
Are you looking forward to Beetlejuice?
Yes, yeah, we're gonna go as a family.
And did you watch, either of you? Al doesn't watch much TV, but did you see the new? Do you watch TV? Did you see Axel F yet?
Oh yeah, yeah. We watched that.
What'd
We
you
watched
think
the first. We watched all of them just so we could catch up.
I tried to watch them, but I got stuck on 2 because it wasn't very good, and 3 sucked. But did you like Axel F?
Yes and no. I felt like it was very forced family connection, father daughter. They could have just played it very differently without all of the
I agree.
sentimental lovey-dovey shit. Like,
yes, it wasn't very funny. It wasn't comedy.
Yeah, like
not like the others.
It feels like that Pandaverse.
One of the things that Eddie Murphy said in an interview is that after the movies were done, he had to literally stop himself from doing that laugh.
Okay.
But that's his natural laugh. So he had to stop himself because everybody wanted him to do the laugh. So it was hard for him to start back up again doing the movie.
Yeah.
Right. And one of the complaints that people are giving about the movie is that there was no banana in the tailpipe. And he commented about that, and he said that that's the one thing that he did not want to do. He said no banana in the tailpipe.
Really?
Because that was the big scene where he puts the banana in the tailpipe and then jumps into the back of the car, right?
Yeah.
So they did the jump in the back of the car, but there was no banana. It wasn't slapsticky like it was. Did you see it, Al?
No.
It's on Netflix still.
Yeah, no. We do watch some movies, but sometimes the crappiest movie I'll stay awake, and a real good movie I'll fall asleep.
Exactly. I remember the first time I fell asleep in a theater during the movie was one of Chuck Norris's movies. I think it was like Delta Force 4 or something like that. And I literally fell asleep in the theater. Okay, so did you go ahead?
I was just, have you ever had a bad movie experience?
Yeah. Alexander.
Yeah, the first Freddy Krueger movie. It scared the shit out of me. Yeah.
I had one. I wasn't quite. I was probably 17, 18, somewhere around there. Is that age?
Was it the movie or
I was
something
in,
that
I was
happened
I was
at
in my
the
buddy's
movie?
van, anyways. But we did some drinking. We went to the theater in Toronto, and we watched the Chainsaw Massacre.
Oh,
Uh,
geez.
People who the people who sat in front of me quickly had to move their feet.
Oh, people were throwing up, just like the Exorcist movie.
Really?
People were throwing up in the theater and everything. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yep. Another one that caused stuff like that was the one with Tom Hanks there.
Is that the one when he's talking to the ball?
No, where the guy at the beginning is beating himself, and he does that through the whole movie. It was like the second or third one. Tom Hanks, and it's Robert. He plays a scientist, and he's. It'll come back to me. While I'm thinking of that, what did you think of Deadpool and Wolverine, Mary Jane?
It was interesting.
It was Deadpool and
Yeah,
Wolverine.
So I know X-Men. I used to watch X-Men back in the day because the guy was loved superhero stuff. But then
so does the one that you're seeing now.
yes and no. He's not crazy like which is so funny because my current boyfriend has a fucking whole trophy room with GI Joes and fucking 80s memorabilia in it, and my other one never did. But this one's not crazy that I have now. But I didn't know, like, I've seen Deadpool, seen Wolverine, know the both characters, understand that they both can't die, but was not expecting the
spoiler alert.
the opening scene, the credit scene at the very beginning with the Deadpool uses a metal skeleton, Wolverine's skeleton, because I guess Wolverine's dead and is made of metal because that's Wolverine, right? With the in his hands. So anyways, he proceeds to use him as a weapon to kill. Like there's so much much blood and that, and I'm not like, I wasn't grossed out. I wasn't throwing up because like whatever. I know it's all fake, but
this was Disney's first. This was Disney's first X-rated, R-rated movie.
So it was 14A here in Canada.
16.
So a lot of parents are actually like frustrated because they didn't think that this would be, because it's like you said, it's a Disney movie, it's kids. Like they thought that it would be okay for
let's
kids.
Put it this way. Let's put it this way, okay? The first one was a superhero movie. The second one was a movie about a depressed superhero who was trying to kill himself.
Yeah,
and
but
now
still,
we have the third installment which is two depressed superheroes trying to kill each other.
Yeah,
and then they save the world.
Deadpool, you say the first one was a superhero movie, but like it was not good for kids, the first one,
no,
nor the
none of them are.
second.
None
So
of
I
them
don't
are.
understand why parents are freaking out now. Is it because they added Wolverine?
Because Deadpool is a comic book character and kids love him, and he's right now like
So in the comic book, was he not the same attitude?
I you know what? I don't know. The only thing I know about Deadpool is the 3 movies. That's it.
Yeah, see, that's my knowledge too.
Yeah.
I heard the name.
I did see there's a QR code hidden in that movie. And if you watch it, if you like scan it, it'll take you to Ryan Reynolds talking about how they literally just made that movie as like a big fuck you to Disney.
Well, if you watch, if and when you see the movie, if you see it, you'll see there's a lot of slaps to a lot of different people, including
Toronto.
the fact that Ryan Reynolds is from Toronto. I don't want to give anything away, but there are a lot of cameos.
Yeah. Well, they're both Canadian, right?
I read one thing they said that they went after all the different superheroes from over the years. They tried to get Ghost Rider, but he didn't want to do it. He did not want to be a part of it. So
Yeah, I just want to
Nicolas
say that
Cage, I'm talking about.
Marvel is genius because this whole multiverse shit allows so many different storylines with one character.
I
And
watched all of the
in
different Justice Leagues in a row.
Yeah.
Not necessarily Justice League, but it was, and then I watched Flash. I loved the Flash. I thought that was fucking fantastic. They even brought in Christopher Reeves as a Superman.
Yeah.
Right.
Mine was Ant-Man. I was like, how in the fuck is Paul Rudd
I can't get
cute?
into it. I've tried to watch it several times. I can't get into that.
I love it.
I
And
like
Ant-Man's
The Rock.
even in I don't know if you've seen Ant-Man's cameo.
That's right, The Rock, and I haven't seen the cameos.
No, not The Rock. That's Paul Rudd. Ant-Man.
Isn't Ant-Man? So what does the one that The Rock just did?
Oh fuck! I don't know.
Oh
'cause
yes,
don't
I
like him.
remember Ant-Man.
I can't help you out in any of this, guys.
I know you're not into any of that. I know that.
Ant-Man.
Yeah.
I was Batman and Robin. Pow, shaboom.
I saw the original Batman and Robin movie with my dad at the Mount Pleasant Theater, Toronto.
I just watched them on TV, the cartoon.
I went to watch the best Batman
I
movie
saw
with
the
my
movie. I
dad.
went to see the movie.
Flintstones at noon.
The Flintstones every day at noon.
Commander
Hey,
Tom in the morning.
Did you hear that? Did you hear the theory about the Flintstones and the Jetsons?
They were neighbors.
So we've always thought that the Flintstones lived in the past, in like the Stone Ages, and that the Jetsons lived in the future.
Right.
But there's a theory that they actually lived at the same time, and that the Flintstones didn't live or don't live in the past. They actually live in the future as well. They live in a desolate Earth. That's how they know about bowling, and that's how they know about all this stuff, because this is and the Jetsons are the
Somebody's
ones that
been doing
made
a
it,
little
and they're
bit too many
wealthy.
shrooms while they're sitting in the bathroom thinking about shit.
There are all kinds of theories out there. My favorite are the Mandela effects, the ones where it's like Richard Simmons. Apparently, he never had a sweatband. That he never wore a sweatband. Yet every single Richard Simmons costume comes with a sweatband and an afro.
Well, he did have an afro.
Yeah, but no sweatband, apparently.
I had hair like that.
You'd have to Google pictures of him and see if he's wearing a sweatband.
No,
you know what I
that's
find
the thing.
amusing?
That's the thing with these Mandela effects. Some woman said, even to her therapist, I vividly remember Fruit of the Loom logo having a cornucopia. And the therapist said to her, you need to let this go. It's driving you crazy. So the woman said, fuck you. And she spent years searching thrift stores, online, closets, everywhere. She found, go scour the internet. If you search up Fruit of the Loom, they swear that people who remember the cornucopia are crazy.
What's
that
the
we're
cornucopia? What's the cornucopia?
So you know the thing at Thanksgiving that sits on the table, that like horn looking
Horn,
thing?
yeah, it was in multicolored.
Yeah.
Nope, they tell us doesn't exist. There's things like Nelson Mandela died in jail. No, he didn't.
No, he
Britney Spears did the during a concert. She used to wear that headpiece thing that they swear she never did.
Yes, she
Curious
did.
George doesn't have a tail. Fruit Loops is spelled
come on now. You're destroying my
F-R-O-T.
fucking childhood.
I'm like, there's so many things. I'm like, to me, it just, Mr. Rogers, it's a beautiful day.
Oh, don't you dare. Don't you fucking dare.
What's the next line? It's a beautiful day.
Beautiful day in the neighborhood. A
Nope.
beautiful day in the neighbor.
Nope.
Won't you my?
It's a beautiful day in this neighborhood. This neighborhood.
Oh,
Not
please.
the. Go watch all the videos. All the videos say this. I'm like, no. How is my brain fucked up? And it's not just my brain, it's everybody else's too. So you want to talk about popping mushrooms? Here's the theory on the Mandela effect.
I'm gonna have to go do some mushrooms or something to come so I can join you guys during this conversation.
So no, this is perfect. So if you watch Deadpool and Wolverine, they talk about the multiverse, and you see all the different multiverses. They say the reason why we have the Mandela effect is because we are shifting through, like, the different levels of our realities are like so minute, whatever, finite. I just created a new word that we just kind of shift in between. But all of us come from here and we're like, oh yeah, Britney Spears had the mic and Curious George has a tail. Like, what are you talking about? He's a monkey.
Being told that what you see is not what you see. It's one of those move on topics.
Dude, everything is made of the same shit. The fact that this lighter is made up of the same fucking matter that I made up is just put together differently.
See this blue lighter?
Yeah. Al's colorblind.
No, it's blue. Really? Honestly, it's blue.
Yeah.
Well, this joint is still here. It hasn't. I still got it.
Did you forget about it, or did it just keep going out?
It just keeps going. Yeah.
I had some pink Kush from Pure Sunflower, I think it's called.
Yeah.
Pure Sunflower.
Thank you. I enjoyed it. I needed something different.
Yeah.
I've been smoking a lot of shatter.
I think they're pink. I think they grow a pink Kush.
It is
really
a Kush.
Good. Yeah, I think that's one of my favorite strains.
Apparently, that's one of the strongest strains available.
I like it because it's inexpensive. It's it's on point.
Have you ever done an autopsy on a pre-roll joint?
Yes. Take it open? Yeah, before I smoke it though.
Yeah.
Yeah, not after.
A little late afterwards.
Well, normally you autopsy things after they're dead. That's all I'm saying. I don't kill the doobie first. But no, I don't actually
sometimes. Huh?
What's that?
I don't smoke a pre-roll that I'm given.
I don't like pre-rolls. I will re-roll.
I want to see what's in there because I'm judging you.
Yeah.
How fine are you grinding it?
I wonder how much.
Usually too much.
Has to do with even the paper as well.
You know how much? So this one here is flat. See how it's flat on the top?
Correct.
I don't like these ones because if you actually pull out the paper, there's one fold.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
How much paper is in here on the end? And then that first hit is literally just all paper.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. No, thank you.
We ran into some of them during the pre-roll of the Karma Cup where they had it folded.
Cup kind of thing.
Yeah, we had to open them up because you couldn't do it was harder to do a dry haul on them. Yeah, there you go, twisted. Yeah, that you can just light up and let it burn like a wick.
Yeah, see, I'll bite that right off, but like the fact that would have been lit in the first puff, it doesn't help the joint light.
This one wasn't that way.
Yeah, I know why they do this because it helps hold the weed all in better, but like,
yeah, it does.
I've gotten a few of those that were just open, and it was empty, and everything was in the container.
Oh, really?
Hold on a second.
Yeah. I've actually called the companies and complained and just let them know, like, hey, just so you know, this batch, this number or whatever, it came through with this problem.
Okay. I'm gonna reach into my bag here,
Your stash.
and I'm gonna randomly
see what happens.
Yeah, this is actually from the same company, the Victoria. I mean the Victoria Cannabis Company. Okay.
Oh, you
see
just
it?
happen to pull out the same company?
Yeah. I just,
Is that the same strain? What the hell?
no, this is Georgia Pie
Okay.
crossed with Z Wish. It's an
Oh.
indica dominant.
So the other way. You
Yeah,
tried
this
the
is only
sativa?
a half a gram joint. 0.5. It is 36.7% on the THC end.
Well, while Al's opening that, let's talk about next week's show. We're all three. I think we're busy. I have a guest, but the following show, which is will be the 20th, I think, right? Mary Jane's going to make us breakfast.
What?
Say what now? I haven't even eaten myself. Oh, that'd be funny. You can't eat yourself. Mm.
Medicated muffins. Mary Jane's going to make us medicated muffins next week on the Three High Guys.
2 weeks.
2 weeks.
2 weeks.
No banana, please.
You'll be crying. You'll be crying. And I'll say, oh,
I can't have
muffin.
nuts. No nuts. I'm not allowed to eat peanuts or anything like that.
You're both nuts if you think I'm making muffins. Just because my last name's Baker. Don't let it fool you.
Oh.
That's funny.
Okay.
That's exactly why I changed it to Baker.
I was going to say, I know where there are some videos of you making stuff in your kitchen online. So
I'm just too busy. I'm just too busy. It's my birthday tomorrow. I got no time. I got my birthday. Timmy show's coming up. It's too much.
Blah, 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 blah.
Okay. I don't know. Can you see what I got in my hand?
Yeah.
It's very, very crummy.
It's green.
That's
it
green.
is. There's no lumber.
Good.
But is it ground too much?
It's really fine.
Powdery.
I've
had stuff that wouldn't even light.
Oh, really?
It was so powdery. Yeah, wouldn't even light. Do you relight a joint if it
smells
goes out?
good? Smells good.
Do you like? Will you relight a joint if it goes out, Al?
Yeah.
I know a lot of people who won't. They'll just re-roll a new one.
Depends on how big it is.
It depends on the joint itself, right?
If it's any less than this, it feels like I didn't get enough when I relight
I get
it.
real angry when they fall apart in wmid-smoke.
Okay, so
where'd that fucking glue go? Zigzag does that a lot. Sorry, Zigzag.
So I'm putting this joint back into a blue gazette.
You can put it back in. You know what you need to do? Maybe next show, Al, is let's show people how your Apple works, because and maybe you could contact Dave, see if he wants to come on the show and talk about it.
All right.
Or maybe even make one while we're on the show.
You can tell us how to use it.
That's right. Because I have no idea how to use those fucking things.
Wow. That's
They're so cool. And did you see the upgraded? Did you see the upgraded Apple?
No, I you know what? I have known Dave for a long time. Dave, we talk with Dave a lot at the different events, and we've had him on shows. But I've never seen a Apple. I watched him come up with the design and make them and stuff like that, but I've never actually seen one. And then Al got one, and I'm like, oh,
yeah. It's nice to have with the group. I'm getting used to using it solo.
Are you?
Yeah. Yeah.
I like my Stunden glass. I use it as my vaporizer in the living room, and I don't even put water in it anymore. So it fills up both chambers, and it keeps me going for a while. Right? I hardly ever spun the thing, so I'm like, what's the point of having water in it? I can't handle the, it streams
it
out.
forces it down you.
Right. I mean, the cat likes it. The cat comes up, jumps up beside me, and then I do it a couple of spins, and he's like, he just sticks his face in the fucking smoke. It's fucking hilarious.
They were always, run into them at those events, and
Al, what the student glass or
yeah, and then I'd have to, Al, hey, why don't you have a toke of this and let everybody watch you?
The first time I saw one of those was on Bar Rescue. Actually, they were developed to infuse drinks and food, right? Because you can slide the hose into a dome or a glass and infuse whatever you've got in there, because the smoke, as it settles, clings to whatever food items are in there, especially if they've got grease, of course, right?
Yeah.
And with drinks, you just stick the hose in there, give it a few, it bubbles out and infuses your drink. You can put a shot right in the thing. I'll bring it on the show one day. I have it in my living room, but I quite enjoy it. It's the only bong I have. Well, that's not true. I have a regular bong. I don't do bongs, right? I have my Shatterizer. I'm on my 20th battery.
Whenever I get an office set up, maybe someday I'll show you. I'll get my vapor bong out.
I've seen your vapor bong, the big one. Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah, that's you're the raw one that you want.
They're treating yourself custom raw vapor bong, and just basically you heat at the top. Think of a bong reversed. Instead of inhaling off the top of your bong, you inhale off the side stem. And your cannabis, you put your cannabis in a chamber that then you put a heat source in. So that heat source heats up the cannabis as it goes by, and it vaporizes it.
Well,
brings it down a tube through some water, and
some very ingenious kids came up with the idea of using a pop bottle and a jar and making the first gravity bong. You stick a bowl on the top of it, and you just let it go down, and it just fills up with smoke. Right? The kids.
I'm gonna say I don't mind this in
your own paper.
In my own paper, yeah, I can taste it and stuff. Yeah,
I don't like pre-rolls because I don't like raw paper at all. I don't ever give me a doobie with raw, and because you can taste it. But I don't mind the gazés, and I don't mind the non-hemp Canadian lumber. Right, but I mean, I prefer the Ziggies with the corner cut, right? Or gazé, a green gazé.
Green gazé.
This is how I buy my papers.
By the box.
By the box.
You know what?
By the box.
I've had a lot of stuff given to me, papers, and I'm just now running out since I've been here. So what's
your options
right now?
Like as far as store wise for you to buy papers up there?
Tyler here at My Cannabis here in Terrace Bay, he'll order anything that I ask for, really. But he's about to get the new Rockstar pre-rolls from Shatterizer.
Oh,
nice.
I hooked Matt and him up.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, I did. So so that he can get units in there for people's.
Good.
I might even have a few here that for.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Well. Anything else offhand, or shall we wrap things up? We went a little bit longer. We were going to do 90 minutes, but I see we're at 100.
It's up to you guys. It's up to you
No,
guys.
I think we said everything we were supposed to say.
Yeah,
I think you did.
yeah,
Supposed
I
to
got it. But we had planned and discussed, to give people a bit of an idea what they could come and see on our weekly broadcast once we get into the weekly mode. Unfortunately, we're all sort of two of us, at least, anyways. I know are busy next week, so yeah, it's summer exactly. But we're looking at having topics such as the health stuff that Mary Jane talks about with the daily motivational tip and the health and wellness.
And we'll do more movie stuffs and stuff that you.
Al, you'll have more lists to do.
Next week is going to be
lists.
the top 10 seed banks. I'm going to look up some seed banks in Canada.
Nice.
For your seed choices.
Yeah, basically more of what you've seen. More sports, more
yeah.
entertainment, more news, more fun. And if there's anything you'd like to see, anything you'd like to know, send us a comment, a question, and we'll do our best to answer.
And don't forget to check out Al's stuff at paceradio.net and my stuff at 420radio.ca, where you can also find Mary Jane's stuff.
Yeah, and then you can catch the combination of the two networks together on Saturdays on the re-rolled Saturday broadcast that starts at 8:00 in the morning. And for example, this last weekend probably would have ran till about 10 p.m. at night, straight through. Nothing but cannabis and psychedelics programming and promotional stuff that we have created right here on the network.
And the main reason that we do that is so that we can annoy YouTube and have them ban us.
Yeah. And just so you know, we get a message from Bud Chronicles 420. He says hello to all.
Hey,
hello,
cheers.
Cheers.
And goodbye.
And even before we close out, we had a message also earlier. This was from Justin Jenkins.
That was before the show. Yeah.
That was before the show. He sent that to us at 9:30. So that I would assume he saw that the broadcast was upcoming and sent us a greeting. So that was good of him. So.
Yeah, and as we go on, I mean, there'll be more people that I'm sure join us on a regular for our breakfast show. This is the first time I've done a morning show in all these years. I mean, we did. I guess it's not, because I used to sit up with Tamara and do cannabis and coffee in the morning with her.
Yeah,
although I didn't say anything.
You'd be running the board in behind for sure. Yeah. But as far as this was the first run through. We didn't do any practicing or warm-ups or anything like that. So all we did was discuss it, and we got her done.
I feel like I go back to the statement of the day. You don't have to be perfect when you start, but you need to start if you want to be perfect.
And more messages from Bud Chronicles. He says, I shared you out to my community tab. Absolutely love the cast. Much love to you and your family always, and I will put notifications on. There you
Much
go.
love right back to you.
Thanks,
And
Bud.
I'm looking forward to the next thing that we do, because we haven't played it yet.
All right. Let's
say
do
good
it.
night. Oh, say good night. Say good day.
Have an enjoyable rest of your day, everybody. And it could be nighttime when you watch this, just like Al
This
says.
is true. And if it is, good night.
Yeah. Stay tuned